Good morning, everyone. There we go. Yeah, I had a major technical reset on my computer. It would not fucking turn on in the morning when I restarted it. So here we are. It fucking restarted out of nowhere. Oh my god. What a fucking goddamn morning. Give me 1 second. I'm a little bit frozen up. I gotta turn on all my charts and get my shit ready. Good morning, everyone. Let me do a quick legal disclaimer. Please consult your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions regarding your personal financial situation. I am not a financial advisor, and I do not recommend that you borrow any securities or investments. This video is for information and educational purposes only, and time is 10:15 on the board. The market opened up 45 minutes ago, and here we are. What a Monday. Or what a fucking morning, I mean. Took so much fucking out of me. My computer would not start out of nowhere. I think this is the reason why I never turned it off. Something with the fucking Windows update or something. Something is bugged out crazy. Tried to fill the humongous gap that market open on QQQ and failed. Wind direction is officially south right now on SPY. 668 from 670. A bullish open into 945. And the bears are here from the roof. Looks like time is 10:15. I have to get adjusted. Let me get adjusted because I just got onto just looking at the chart. I was in a Nvidia put at the top, but I wasn't looking at the chart when I went in. I went in for 1K and I left for 1.2K or some shit. Time is 10:15. All right. High of the day. The low of the day. All right, let me send the links out. Bearish into 1015. There is no cycle confirmation. Bounce yet. There's a LOD divergence at the floor. The bears are in control. Holy shit. If I kept my Nvidia from market open, I would have been up a little bit nice on that. I had a limit order, but as my computer turned on, I was like, fuck it. $10.20. New floor. Let's see if the divergence at the floor broke. QQQ is testing the floor here. Still bearish control on SPY 1020. QQQ tests in the floor. HOD 945. There is no divergence at the roof. They rallied up into 945. The bears are in absolute control right now, showing on the video. However, there's a divergence at the floor, and they could cycle this shit with the LOD divergence and hover above the floor, above the LOD divergence, or declare the divergence right now. Let's go look at the VIX after this shit in 5-10 minutes too. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Max. Good morning, Henry. Good morning, 87. Good morning, Scott. Good morning, VC. Good morning, Rich. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, everybody in the WhatsApp group. Good morning, Gifford, Donna, Beat Turner, Amix. LOD divergence. $10.20 bounce. CPI, PPI candle in use. 599.602 we are at. So QQQ CPI candle. I want to make a couple $100 so I can go fucking buy a new computer with good mindset. I'm up 7.3K for the last 30 days within. So fucking sucks wasting money on a computer, but I think I have to at this point. It's kind of where I'm at. I'm afraid this computer is gonna break down one day on me, and it will not restart when I restart overnight. And I don't know if I can have a computer where I never turn the thing off. I don't think that shit's healthy. So we'll see. There's an algo range at 935 on Nvidia at market open. 950, 945. 935, 930. There's an algo range at 935 on SPY too. Right here. They're popping back up to the bottom of it. And it's not a fucking coincidence. There's an algo range at 935 on SPY. There probably is one on QQQ. And there is one for sure on Nvidia. 935 algo range, 935 rejection, 935 pop at 936 into 940, right? So there's an algo range here at 935 is what's going on, but the majority of the world is not caring about. So if that's the case, I will care about it. I'm not saying that I'm gonna speculate that it's gonna go up or down or sideways on this shit. I'm just saying it's something that is being used that the majority in the world at the moment is not understanding and not caring about because it's happening too fast. So if that's the case, I will care about it. 935 algo range. Okay. 935 algo range. I think differently than other people. I don't give a shit. 935 algo range. It's been like this shit for me for fucking weeks and months on end. Why change now? Cycle is creating 1020 pop into 1020 and 1025 is playing in the 1020 cycle. This could be bullish. I mean, it is oversold, but I mean, it's just too dangerous as of today, this moment, to say, oh, it's gonna pop, go into the algo range until it has. It has not. So all I'm saying is 1020 algo range, just like there's a 935 algo range, and this is 1025 Eastern Standard Time. Let's smack the like button as we come in today, folks. Today is a beautiful, God bless day. Beautiful, God bless the United States kind of day. Let's see what gold did overnight. Gold went down after 4 p.m. yesterday and then spiked. Let's see. I think upwards. Yep. Up, down, making a flag. Now at the algo range, time is 10:25. So even though there's an algo range at 10:20, they just cycle confirmed it higher into 10:25. The chances that this could be the top, I don't know. There's no cycle confirmation rejection. We're at the bottom of the algo range. The chances that this thing could be 2/3 and it could go higher 3/3 somewhere VWAP, the chances are there too. Every situation is different. Every single time is different. So as of right now, all I'm gonna say is algo range in play, creating a cycle. I'm removing anything in chat that's not market related. All right, don't get pissy or anything. I'm giving anyone that says anything that's non-market related a 10-second timeout so their message gets deleted and it gets reset. So don't get pissy about anything. That's what I'm doing. I'm just saying that to everybody so everyone knows. That's how I am. I roll deep with reality and I just say things because, you know, I don't give a shit. When people say things to me, I fucking share it too because I don't give a fuck. I do things in reality. So that's all. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm just letting everybody know. I've been doing that shit since yesterday too. Right. We'll talk about the computer thing later today or something if you want. But yeah, I already decided what I'm doing. I'm going to Costco and spending 2.4K, 3K or some shit. So kind of booty cheeks. Let's focus on the market. $10.25. The bulls are trying. 10:30. Cycle confirmation creating new 3/3 into 10:30. Now, no one knows if this is the 3/3, but the bulls are trying. Nevertheless, nevertheless, the bulls are trying for 10 minutes. Never broke the floor. 10:20 into 10:30, creating a cycle. The algo range. Look at that shit. The fucking perfect algo range. I'm not saying it's gonna reject. I'm not saying it's gonna go higher, but look at that fucking perfect algo range. They're playing with the algo range here, creating a cycle. Playing with the bottom of the algo range. Alright. Look at the video. Interesting. I'm not gonna lie, I'm still in some scraps from the video yesterday. I left 95%, but I have like 1 or 2 contracts on each of the shit, or I have 2 contracts on 185, and I have 1 contract at 182.5 that I never left. So I don't really give a shit because I'm so fucking green. Like, no matter what I do, it's not fucking doing shit because like I'm so green from yesterday. As of this moment, I did a little trade on Nvidia in the morning downside. I think it was like 950 or some shit into 10. I posted in my alert room when I was having computer problems. It was like at 10:05. Yeah, I said it 10 minutes ago. It was like 9:55, 9:50, and then 10:10 was the end when I left. But let's see. Today's a good day. I look, you want to go smoke a cig, but I don't have any more. So that's that. Oh, my back hurts though. No, I was so stressed though. I thought I was so pissed in the morning because I thought I had to go spend $2,000-3,000, and I was like, bro, like you gotta be kidding me. Like I literally just made this, and of course. I was literally complaining to my mom. I was like, "Oh, mom, I don't have a fucking Costco membership. You took me off the thing, and then now life is throwing fucking hardballs at me, and now I have to go buy a computer, and I made blah blah blah, and I have to go spend it now." But honestly, though, like, I ain't surprised. Honestly, though, I ain't go front. Like, shit is not a fucking coincidence how my computer bugging out, how I need to spend money right now, like fucking today. Like, it's probably just how it is. It's just how it is. It's how it's been. And shit, it probably is how it will be. Alright, but honestly, it's annoying as shit. It's annoying as shit. Trying to enjoy fucking a little bit of fucking being up for a while, but it's just life comes up and it's here and there, and life comes up and this, and then life comes up and then I get hit, and then someone fucking just runs, and then life comes up and this. Like, Jesus Christ. Alright, money just keeps going out, and I just want to keep fucking that. Money just keeps going out. Whether I like it or not. Every fucking event in life is something. I need money. Every fucking event in life. And it comes up one after another. After another, just nonstop. Come on now. Come on now. It's annoying. But what can you do? That's how it was for me when I was a commercial driver, honestly. Like, shit just happening, and like, yeah, sure, I'm making 2-3K before taxes a fucking week, but like, shit happens, and then fucking thousands of dollars goes out on bullshit. And I was like, dude, like, this is like, dude. Alright, the bulls are here. Right? I said the 3/3 could build. Right? I said the 3/3 could build, right? The bulls are here into the 3/3 on a algo range cycle, turning into fucking crazy. 10:30. Alright? Even though it looks sussy as shit, I did say somewhere here. The bulls are here, somewhere here. They might want to extend this beat. It looked like they're doing that beat. I'm gonna go look for a little cigarette butt to smoke. Alright, I'll be back in 4 minutes. Alright, I love you guys. We have 90 people here. It may be because we're not gonna say why, but I love you guys all. Alright, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Guys, I'm back. Guys, I'm trying to get that Terminator graphics card, boy. You feel me? I'm trying to get that Nvidia 5090 Ti 70,080, boy. You feel me? I'm trying to run 28 monitors, 100 inches, 100 feet each, fucking all around my room, on every single wall. You heard? All right, I went to go take a smoke break. My bad, bro. My bad, boys. My bad, boys. All right. Oh my god! All right, they 3/3'd, but the algo range too. All right. This is a 1/3 bearish cycle trying inside a bullish cycle until 1020 breaks. This is not a humongous cycle. 3/3. If 1030 breaks, it's full fledged. User said make Nvidia pay for it. Well, I scalped $200 on Nvidia in the morning with fucking what am I saying, with $1,000 because I was kind of pissy that I was gonna spend 2K when I was offline. So I'm kind of happy with it, but I'm still in kind of my dog poo poo Nvidia. So my dog poo poo Nvidias that expire next Wednesday. So I'm kind of okay technically because I'm kind of green again on it, but it's all good. I'm waiting for Nvidia to go to 180. Nvidia 181, Nvidia 182. It's a good day. Until then, this is just a day. It's a day type of day. All right. Little scraps from yesterday. Yesterday was my big fucking move on Nvidia. I was in for fucking 8K on at one point on Nvidia, and I fucking held through like 2 fucking or a day. So I don't even know. I don't even know what I did, but yeah, it's kind of nuts. Yesterday, I made Nvidia fucking pay me my fucking worth. Made it my bitch. Hypothetically speaking, 1035 rejection into 1040. 5-minute cycle. They did not break 1020. They're cycling all the odds. They're cycling on the algo range and they're deciding. The decision could take a fucking long time. But I mean, it's now either 1035 breaks or 1020 breaks, but it could cycle way in between. The thing was a 5-minute rejection for now, 1035 to 1040, and I said until 1020 breaks, technically speaking, playing inside a bullish cycle, so they're doing it. It meaning this 1020 into 1035, 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, trapping the morning cycle 3/3 that they went down so easily from going up on. And now it's yeah, playing with all these bulls and playing with these bears too. Oh shit. Remember how nasty yesterday was? We'll see if that shit happens again or if today's a different type of Friday. Yesterday was one of the nastiest ways to go down. And I said at 12, 2, 3, they're about to bring this shit down into 4. And that was the least expected shit possible. And that's what they did yesterday, too. A fuck ton of bears yesterday. We're literally at the level we were chopping at yesterday with all these bulls and all these bears, and it's not even 0 DTE now. It's literally into today, into this week, and it's still in the fucking middle of it all. It's I'm not even lying, like it's not even today. It's technically speaking, you gotta think about the shit that happened yesterday too. Remember yesterday how we were looking at the 5-minute QQQ and we were like, oh, who are they gonna trap? The bulls or the bears into close? And they ended up trapping the bulls, right? And then now they trapped the bears and now everybody's trapped again. Bull and bear, everybody trapped on these cycles. The cycle is literally at 669. We went below it, we went above it, and now we're at the same fucking spot after doing each and both. Bears are here. All right, bearish. This is bearish. Bearish. 2/3 going into 3/3. They're about to bust the LOD right now. They're about to dump. Nvidia fucking breaking the floor already. That's what I'm thinking. LOD break. Bears are in control. Bears are in control right now. Nothing else says that they're not. Nothing else says that they're not right now. All right, SPX trading view. S&P 500. There's a fucking gap down there. They can go fill that gap and then decide whether it wants to bounce or not. Bears are in control. This is turning into a 3/3. If 1020 breaks, the statistical, you know, chances that they go fill the gap gets high as shit. Like 75%, but they did not break the floor right now. They're testing the floor. This is LOD testing, LOD hoping, pivot point testing, all right, testing to break this bullish cycle or not, and wind direction testing. All right, wind is north or neutral from 1020 until the cycle or time or candles says that it's not, and it says that when it breaks this 667.76. Bears are in control. 3/3 official. 3/3. 3/3. 3/3. Bears are in control officially. Gap fill coming. SPX. They're about to go gap fill on SPX. That's what I see. Look what we're doing right now too. We're at the downward cornucopia cone that we were at yesterday. Up, down, up, down, up, down. If anybody remembers this trend line yesterday, right? Hit the ship perfectly and went lower, and now it's fucking coming back up and it's popping back down. We'll see. Bears are in control. The 5-minute is mega bearish. Bears are in control. 10:45 is here in 30 seconds. Bears are in control. 3/3. They could fucking bounce it here. They could. I don't know where they're gonna bounce it, to be honest. Now there's fucking no cycle and they're going lower, right? So 10:45 is here in 18 seconds. I think they're gonna go. They're about to go gap fill right now. Look at the video right now. 180 fucking 2 about to hit. 181 about to hit right now. Crazy. 183.10. One more red candle in the video breaking down. So do they bounce here? Possible too. But everybody in the world just saw that candle and now they're thinking, oh, gap, so they could fucking bounce it here too, technically speaking. What if they trap this shit for 40 minutes, 1 hour, 2? That would fucking destroy everything. All I'm saying is, though, that gap is now showing to the entire world. 1040, 1045 is deciding what to do. Inside 1040. 1040 has an algo range, looks like here. 1040 rejected at 1039. Now 1040 rejected at 1037. Created an algo range at the new LOD. There's a lot of shit happening today, and it's mega fucking fast. This shit is fucking mega fucking fast. It's like fucking high speed, high roller crapless craps. Just like yesterday, but yesterday was motherfucking up, down, 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 up, down. Right now it's motherfucking down. Right now it's motherfucking fast as shit confirmationing. Right now, if this shit breaks and a candle comes in and a MACD stacks, then I'm thinking. Right now, they hoping for the max right now. This is the finale. Whether they do it or not, time is 10:45. We're about to find out right now. 10:45 is testing 1040 low. I think bears are in control here. They're breaking the 1040 low. 1045 is lower than 1040 showing. Algo range though, so they could pop it here at 1040 algo range and somehow play here for 40 fucking minutes too somehow, or 15 minutes for 5 minutes or not. It isn't up to them. It is up to them. Gene said that boy chain smoking. Nah, I'm too fast, brother. I told you yesterday I'm like fucking Terminator, right? I'm like Arnold Schwartz, right? They can't fucking fuck with me. 2 days ago, I said I said I'm gonna get what's mine. I said they're gonna do harder than this shit to fuck me over mentally, right? Yeah. I had what's coming from me. I had what's coming from me. I goddamn fucking happy as hell, blessed that it is. 10:45. This is a godless Friday already, right? Fridays are supposed to be trappy as shit, right? But to be most stress-free, to be cycle based, to be wind based, to be momentum based, to be motherfucking, you know what I mean? No stress going up green on a Friday is God blessed. God bless. God bless, folks. I love Fridays like this. This shit's a rarity. This shit's a rarity. Why? Because it's happening only on setup. They bull and bear trap, and they bull trap right now. They could bear trap later too, but right now, look at this shit. What we drew yesterday. A 1 minute gap. Bears are in full fucking control right now. 10:45. Gap is almost here. Alright, they could bounce it before the gap and gap fill later too. Alright, 3/3. This they could bounce here. Let's see. Nvidia running deep. Nvidia running deep. I'm holding Nvidia right now. Crazy, going up crazy. I would have never expected this shit to come back and do this shit, but that's 3 days in a row they're doing this shit on this Nvidia fucking contract. 3 fucking days in a row they doing this fucking shit on the Nvidia contract, bro. They kill it in the morning, they come right back. Oh my god, time is 10:50, guys. Oh my god, bearish control. Look at that humongous candle. Gap is filling right now. SPX 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 gap is filling right now. Let's see what happens. QQQ gap filled. QQQ gap filled. QQQ gap filled. All right, let's see what the fuck happens here. Gap filled. QQQ. All right. SPY did not. Not yet. Holy shit. 10:50. How fucking fast. Look at that fast ass fucking algo confirmation. Alright. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. 10:50. I did say they're gonna fast cycle this bitch on the algo range, and they fast cycled it. They can bounce it here. 10:50 bouncing. Could come back to the algo range and chop here for 20 minutes or an hour or whatever. They never gap filled it. They could leave that as a hope. They don't have to gap fill. That's the same shit as price level hoping. It's fucking gap hoping. It's like LOD floor hoping. Wind direction change hoping. All that bullshit. Everything comes into play. Everything comes into play. Oh my god. It's such a crazy candle. QQQ gap filled, folks. SPX did not. Bears are still here on QQQ and Nvidia. Guys, let's smack the like button. Thank you very much. Today is Friday, March 13th. We do not have any presidential live streams happening today. I'm playing small today on Nvidia. I'm not playing big at all. I'm going up. It's just I don't want to go up thousands after going up thousands on fucking Thursday. I'm okay with my fucking 2.7k yesterday. I'm right now taking my ass slow, and I love slow. Slow, cycle based, momentum based shit, setup based is my fucking bread maker. I don't give a fuck if the market goes higher or lower. I kind of give a shit about what they're fucking showing, what cycle and what setup they're creating, and I most likely care about the real direction. So little pops, little drops here and there, there's fucking no fucking interest to me because it doesn't really fucking do anything for my long-term fucking stability in my life or growth anyway. So the candles can suck it, hypothetically speaking, but the setup and the cycle is what I live for. Is what I sing for. Sometimes I get really happy and I scream and sing, but those are really truly because after 40 minutes, after 4 hours, after 2 hours, after 2 days, after 1 day, after a couple of times, after patience, right? It actually is happening. That's why I'm happy and that's why I'm singing. Not because just, oh, I'm up thousands and the candle, oh, like thinking like that back in the day is what fucking got me wrecked. Thinking like, oh, candles and profits and all money, 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 green, 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 money, money, all money, this, money, that, money, life is what I got fucked on. So I don't care about the candles. I don't care about the money. Well, I give a shit about the money. That's cap. It's just, yeah, there comes a line where I can't fucking cross on the market because the market unforgiving as hell and the market only rewards deductors. It absolutely fucking wrecks speculators, guessers, estimators, biased people. Best Hurricane says, I like your energy, like a hurricane. Man, I like your name, like the best. I like your name, bro. That's fire. You got oil surging, and they're saying something about the Fed rate. How people were expecting it, and now no longer happening or something. I'm gonna scale out of my Nvidia at 180.7-ish, 179. I think they could do it today. Nvidia was up into 955, 1.4%, and it is now minus by 0.4%. That means Nvidia is down 2% from the top, 945. I could see it happening on Nvidia. 182 testing on Nvidia. If 182.07 breaks from yesterday's low, or the real low is 181 point something, 181.8. If 181.8 breaks on Nvidia, then it's possible. Let's do our first poll of the day, folks. We have so many people here. Why not? Today is Friday, right? In your opinion, we're going to play the news after the poll. In your opinion, personal opinion, today being Friday, the market will recover and be green, or the market will be red. This is the end of the week. So let's do our poll. All right, I'm going to vote after everybody else. Today is Friday. Market close weekend. All right, before Friday will, in your opinion, close green or up or red or down. I low-key hope they go lower and go higher and turn green, but I think I have to vote red or down. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 people voting green or higher up. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 people voting. We have 5 people voting red or down. I voted down for now. I think they're going to go lower today, and then they may come back up, or they just close it down there. 665 is testing right now on SPY. QQQ is probably testing 695 or 595. And the bears are in control. Gap filled, and they're going with the gap. Gap filled, and they're going with a gap trend. Time is 10:55. Oh my god. Is this really happening? Market is going so fast lower right now, it's melting off. SPY is now red. SPY is now red by 0.10%. QQQ is now red. QQQ is now red at 10:55. They just turned red. Everything just turned red on SPY and QQQ. Oh my god. Just turned red on QQQ and SPY at 10:55. They just turned red. Jesus Christ. Bull trap burn. Bull trap burn. Jesus Christ. That's crazy. 10:55. They trapping everyone from yesterday. Look at SPX right now. You can't even make the. This is the fucking downward cornucopia cone that we just did this shit at. Right? Downward channel cornucopia cone. Downward channel broke out of, and then we trapped that shit. The market did it. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is crazy. I'm up nice on the video. That is crazy. Wow. Higher time frame cycle. Wow. Yesterday building today. Crazy this week. 10. Time is 11. We're at 665 right now. 665.26. QQQ is at 596. 595.3 is testing right now. This is the thing I was talking about on the alert room, that they're going to test 595, 590 sooner rather than later, and they're going to test 665 sooner rather than later. This is the shit I'm talking about. They're already here. They're already here. This is crazy. Bearish control. There's no cycle confirmation higher right now. They're fucking just rejecting right now. They could trap, but I mean, that's just, no cycle confirmation at the minimum. That's cycle building. 11 pop. That is not a cycle. 11, 1105, 1110, 1115 would be a cycle. Just hella oversold on the one. This is no cycle confirmation. Bounce. Same thing as they do, no cycle confirmation rejection, and the thing fucking rips up higher. They could do the same shit. That's all I'm saying. That's what I mean by with the no cycle confirmation shit. That's what I mean with the no cycle confirmation shit. If there is a cycle confirmation, it means that they're building a bullish cycle or they're building a bearish cycle. So there would be some momentum, there would be some time, there would be some leeway at the minimum, in my personal opinion, is how I view things. But when I say no cycle confirmation, either this shit about to drop a little bit more or it's gonna fucking spike and then cycle. So in my opinion, that is no bueno. In my opinion, that's still fucking scary fucking hoping. In my opinion. That's what I mean by no cycle confirmation rejections, no cycle confirmation fucking bounces, because sometimes there are smart money hedge funds, there are smart money that go in at the perfect top, the perfect bottom, and they reject for 5 minutes or they bounce for 5 minutes, and it's the absolute perfect, but it's the only perfect for them. Anybody else, 1 minute, 2 minute after them, somehow gets fucked with the cycle, is how I noticed it. It just happens in 2 fucking minutes and then they bounce in 1 minute, and it happens in 3 minutes and bounces in 1 minute. It happens for 7 minutes and it bounces in 1 minute, and everyone's like, oh, what the fuck? But what is going on is the minority is in the 1/3 and the majority is in the fucking 3/3. right? The minority is in the 1/3 when the thing bounces, and the fucking majority is in the 3/3. So that's the problem with these cycles. The cycles, all right, the bear cycles are here. The cycle says that the majority aren't doing analysis, and the majority just looking at candles and they're like, oh, this shit is bullish or bearish, and it's not, 33.3% chance of breaking the LOD, HOD, or the whatever the hell, not staying at the midpoint, and they're not really thinking about how the cycle could create, which becomes a problem. Like this shit right now. There's no cycle confirmation bounce, and they went lower into 11. Let's see if they do create a cycle confirmation or not, or if they just go. Nvidia is going. Time is 11:01. 181.8 is testing right now. Yesterday's low. Crazy. Nvidia. If this shit breaks, I see 180, 179 real fucking fast on Nvidia, and at that point, I'm fucking leaving. Oh my god. A couple of $100 today. It's looking nice. Couple of $100 going to my new computer. Looking nice. Bouncing at yesterday's low on Nvidia. $181. I don't think it broke yet. It's testing or something, or it's bouncing on it. Oh, what if Nvidia makes the market bounce a little bit? It's possible. 595.28, perfectly fucking tested now. This shit could cycle here. The thing could cycle here. At 665 perfectly right now. That is crazy. The thing could literally fucking cycle here. Coin said 665, right? Yo, isn't it fucking crazy how exactly right now, look, exactly the market's at 665 and QQQ is at 595.23 or 29, fucking exactly, right? Oh my god, I love life. I love life. Uh, Crazy. 665 exactly. 595 fucking exactly. Damn, someone said I'm up 2K today. Done for the day. Holy shit. Holy crap, huh? Really? Just like that? Just like that? You're done with Friday, huh? Just like that? You don't want to stay and look, huh? That's crazy. Just like that, man said, I'm out of here. All right, have a good Friday. TGI Fridays, folks. He's going up. TGI Fridays. Yo, that's funny as fuck. All I'm saying is all these fucking online Ferugis on YouTube that was saying, oh, it's bullish, it's bearish, they're all fucked. All I'm saying is, alright, always with the fucking delayed fucking reactionary fucking shit, man, fucked. All I'm saying is this has been like this for the last. I thought my computer was gonna crash out just now. Holy crap, I just had a huge, huge, huge hiccup on my computer. All I'm saying is, right, these people online be saying this shit is still bullish. Right? All I'm saying is this shit, these motherfucking people online, they have no fucking idea. They're just saying bullish and bearish and they have no fucking idea. They don't give a fuck about the setup because they're fucking all bullshit paper trading. That's all I'm saying. It's fucking crazy. I actually show my motherfucking profits on Robinhood when I actually go up fucking $7,000 for the fucking month, or when I lose 1.4K in a week on futures or some shit. At least I don't fucking have fucking no bullshit fucking shit happening in my life. Fucking crazy. Oh my god. There's people, so many people, right, that literally just fucking listen and just believe what they listen to with no fucking absolute real virtual reality fucking proof whatsoever. That is shake my head. Shake my head. Crazy work. Crazy work. How about high oil prices and inflation risk? It's been like this. Every single YouTuber updating on market update is always like, oh, market is now bullish or market is bearish after it has happened. Like, what the fuck does that ever do except trap? Like, that's the crazy thing. They always be coming in after and they're like, oh, but look, now it's bullish. Now look, now it's bearish. See, haha, see, I told you my 50-50 analysis was right. Ha ha ha. Like, bro, okay, good luck with that. Good fucking luck with that. How the fuck? Paper trading, hypothetically speaking, yeah, I guess that's cool. But I mean, real life, good fucking luck. Good luck. Cycle confirmation happening from 10:05 or 11:05 into 11:10. Tiny, tiny cycle confirmation. However, it happened. 11:05 to 11:05 bounced. 11:05 rejected into 11:10. 11:10 is bouncing. This is the 3/3 bullish cycle happening right now on SPY. Small cycle. 595.28 perfectly touched for now. There's a lot of bears down here. Let's see how they fucking figure this shit out. Doesn't even matter if it's a crash video or a really, really fly video. I'm just saying, it's always, it happens, and then they're like, oh, now it is about a rocket. Now it's about to go down. Like, okay, bro. Seems speculative, seems biased as shit to me. It seems like deductors are winning life all over again every day. It seems like it's been like this for 20, 40 years. Maybe way longer, probably. I'm in Lotto on Nvidia still. Worth so small. 1K to me, basically. Lotto. I have time on my side. I have cycle on my side. Just Lotto. Oh, 1 second. They're bugging out. They're bugging out. Alright, there's a bear trap cycle happening now off of 11:05. They want to reset. They want to reset the 0 DT a little bit. It's a humongous 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. This shit is healthy. This shit is healthy. Look at this fucking cycle. This shit is this shit is healthy. Let's see where they fucking bounce to. This shit is healthy. No matter what. That's what I'm saying. No matter what. It's actually fucking way better for them to do this shit than nothing. This shit is way healthy. I hate no cycle. I love cycles. Alright guys, I'm gonna go smoke a hypothetical joint. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Why the fuck was there no audio? What the fuck? That was weird. That was weird. Another energy shock. Europe did not prepare for another energy shock. In 11:15. Small cycle rejection from 11:15, and his time is already 11:20. This is what I mean. They reject for one single cycle, and nobody knows if it's gonna bounce or not. But this is what they do. And the people that were in hedge fund, hypothetically speaking, is out to a humongous candle, and they let the thing cycle and figure it out. It could cycle bouncing. First minute of 11:20. Let's see how they cycle here. Alright, let's see how this is what I mean though, like literally they reject at 11:15 with no cycle confirmation, and the thing goes into 11:15, 11:17, and it's 11:20, and 11:20 is creating a cycle. So yeah. Why does Nvidia look so bearish today? I might be dreaming right now. Nvidia looks so bearish controlled today. Kevin Green on latest economic data dump on oil volatility. We have JOLTS coming. Oh yeah, JOLTS already came out. 10. Let's smack the like button, folks. We have 105 people here. 50% of the people have liked the button already. God bless you all, folks. All right, let me just say something. No matter where you are in this world, no matter where you are in this country, God bless you, human. God bless you, my fellow Americans. God did. Today is the end of the week, Friday. Today, we are slightly lower than yesterday, with a humongous gap up top, with volume 15 minutes. Bearish. Nvidia so bearish today. Look at Nvidia leading the market. Cannot bounce at all. It looked like it should have bounced right here, right? But Nvidia looking so fucking bearish today. That's why I said it looks like I'm fucking dreaming right now, because Nvidia literally just looks like down, 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 down. Like this thing is no fucking break. No break. Nvidia, God did. I'm a couple $100 on Nvidia Lottos. I just want to run this shit. I want to see how far it goes. I want to run this shit into 180. I'm hoping so hard. Just need fucking 30-second pop. Honestly, 179.69. Fuck, I'm hoping. All right. 6.96. 6.96. Still bearish. And Nvidia about to go somewhere here. A little bit above my yellow line. I want. Here they go. Here goes Nvidia. Here goes Nvidia. I have my limit sell order like fucking 20 cents above here and somewhere here. So if they fucking hit, I'm gonna be up like a couple of hundred though today. And that bearish power and spike. Bears are crazy today. Can't even describe how fucking crazy this is. Bears are crazy today. They're 8 mode. Look at Nvidia eating shit all day long. Nvidia eating shit all day long. God damn. Why won't they break the floor in Nvidia? Oh, say, can we see the dawn's early light? Oh, it's so proud to be free. Are we ready?
You don't buy a mattress every day.
Fuck. God knows I ain't missing life. God knows I ain't missing life. Ready. We ready. We ready for ya. We ready. We ready. We ready for ya. God knows I ain't missing life. Fuck. We ready. Maybe this is why my computer broke down overnight. Honestly, though, I don't go, man. God knows I ain't missing life. God knows God has my back, man. And whatever happens between me and God is only between me and God. We ready. We ready for ya. We ready. We ready. We ready for ya. We're not. Ready or not. God is here. Every day. We ready. At one point, right? a human being, a man or a woman, wakes up, right? And they're like, fuck that. Fuck are you talking about? For that bullshit. And we ready. That day comes or not for them. God knows. God's waiting, man. God knows. We ready. We ready. We ready for ya. This shit is definitely defensive. They're going with that narrative Friday. KG. Kevin Green. Rest in peace to all the 7,000 SPX. Expiring next week, next Friday. Focus on Friday's close. SPX levels at 6,800 and implied volatility. They burned the crap out of 200 Nvidia and 7,000 SPX into next Friday. The biggest GEX expiry of both of them. Bears are still here. The bulls are still in danger. It's fucking crazy to say that, but I'm not saying they're gonna go lower. I'm just saying they're not leaving 665 right now visually. I'm not saying they're gonna go lower. I'm just saying they're not leaving 595 right now visually. So this is still fucking fucked. Bounce at least. Nothing is bullish. Everything is fucking bearish. That's the fact that people are thinking there's gonna be a bounce because everything is fucking bearish. But that doesn't really mean it's gonna bounce. All that really means is it's just fucking looking bearish as shit, and there could be a small cycle. Continuously. 595. 665. Let's see what happens. I have a question. Why did none of you guys say that you can't hear the videos that are playing? What is going on? Huh? I just realized they're playing to me. Why is this thing not working? Hello,
Makes me
speaker.
wonder,
All right.
though,
Is it working
from a
now?
technical standpoint, some of the weakness that I've kind
Wait,
of
hold up.
pointed
Are
out
you
to
guys
recently.
fucking kidding me? There was 115 people here, and none of you guys were saying the video was muted. Wait, what? I just realized you guys were all watching a muted video while I was walking away, and every single time the video was playing, you guys were just watching a muted video. What? What? Hold on, time out. Hold on. How is that not weird? Hold up, guys, huh? Wait, hold on. I thought you knew. Oh my god. All right, my computer reset, guys. I'm sorry. Like, I don't know. You know what I mean? I had to reset all my settings and all that on the Streamlabs. Like, you guys are watching a muted video the whole time. I can't believe it. And people were still fucking staying. Oh my god. I'm sorry. Oh, that's crazy though. So we were listening to you singing. Oh my. All right, hold on. I'm gonna see if you guys can hear this shit now.
Is that you've seen some of the 20-day moving averages for all of the major indexes drop below the 50-day moving averages. Not a long-term indicator, but in terms of maybe some short-term weakness, I think that's something that investors and traders should be keying in on.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. The conversations have very much centered around the last couple of weeks the fact that.
Oh my god. Guys, I'm so sorry. Yeah, you guys can hear it now. Now that is comedy itself. Oh my god. All the new people that were watching the show, that found the channel, or that were, I don't even know, that saw it, they were probably like, what the fuck? Like, this guy's not talking. He walked away and the video is not even fucking playing. Like, what the Yo. That time is 11:40. New LOD. That's crazy. Yeah, I just realized when I walked away and I was watching my phone, like I started restarting my YouTube and I was like, dude, is my YouTube broken? Like, why is there no audio from this dude talking? I realized I was like, oh my god, my Streamlabs reset. I had to redo my mic before I started the stream because it wasn't turning on, and I was like, dude, it's not even playing any of the fucking thing. We watched about 20 videos, by the way. Nobody said anything though. That's crazy. I mean, all I'm gonna say is somebody should have said something. All right, I love you guys all. Hopefully, you guys love me too. I'm sorry about that, but like somebody should have said something. That's somebody should have been like, bro, what the no audio on the video or something at some point. All right, come on, no cap. That's the somebody. Uh, Best Hurricane said Star Spangled Banner requests only during special moments, man. Only if Nvidia hits 179. Right, I will start singing the Australian national song, the UK national song, and the American national song for the NATO.
There are parts of this market which are on considerable sale, and so no doubt some of those.
I'm gonna get a cup of water though. I'm gonna walk away for 2 minutes. I literally walked downstairs and I was like, "There's no audio."
In certain sectors and certain members of the index, obviously. Something I like to do on a Friday is nerd out about fund flows globally, and it's interesting because I actually noticed from the EPFR that. There was $13.2 billion worth of inflows into global stocks this week. I mean, Japan saw inflows for a fifth week. Korea actually saw a record, which is interesting given, obviously, some of the moves we've seen in that part of the world. Outflows of gold and crypto, financials seeing a record global outflow, in fact, and tech seeing its first outflow in 7 weeks. From a technical standpoint, Joe, what does some of that data, or at least some of the stuff that you're seeing around some of these global fund flows, tell you right now?
I think that's a great point, Sam, and here's the reason why: is where has the weakness been? The weakness has been amongst European and Asian stocks. That those were stocks that were leading the way. I mean, if you remember, at one point, Kospi was up 20% year to date before the Iran conflict, and so as you've seen weakness in there, you've seen some investors try to step in, buy some dips. The financial one to me is important because financial stocks in the U.S. are now. It had pulled back more than 10%, so they're in correction territory, which you have to kind of look at maybe some of the weakness that we've seen in private credit. Of course, that's flowing into that, but I think there's also maybe some fear in terms of the consumer, and I think that's probably hitting, some of the financial stocks. We did get data out today from the PCE showing that. Inflation's not as high as it could be. It basically came in line. Consumer sentiment from Michigan is showing that one-year inflation expectations haven't really adjusted much. I think that's going to change. I think by the time we get those next couple of reports, those are going to pretty much change dramatically. I think that's why the markets really aren't moving that much off of that, because it's considered old data at this point. I think the other thing, though, is one of the things that came out was personal income, and it looks like personal income is starting to slow pretty dramatically. And then I think the big headline was that GDP was expectations were basically halved. So, you're looking at financials taking the brunt for that.
Oh, say, can you see the dawn's early light? Oh, so proud to be free in this freedom nation. Oh, say, can you see? Oh, the dawn's early light. Oh, so proud to be free. And so it's the eagles outside, bruh. And so proud to. Holy fuck. 663. This is going down. Huh? Actually, today. It's going down, actually. 594. I hope this shit bounces next week now. I hope this shit bounces next week now after they burn out the 7,000 somehow a little bit. Oh my god. Oh my lord. Yo, 11:45. Look at the video though. It broke yesterday's pre-market low and then now it's sliding. It was waiting. 11:45. Oh my god, I can't even keep up. I have my limit order somewhere here. Oh my god. Up $800 now on Nvidia alone. For the day, 850 about to go. My dog shit lotto is fucking printing crazy today. My shit lotto is printing crazy today. Time is 11:45. Oh my god, today is literally the day. Look at SPY. Fuck, 665 fucking put would have printed. Fucking crazy, holy shit. Holy shit. Today's the fucking day off, Friday. Oh my god, someone was saying on online, right, March 13th, Friday. And they were scared online, but like, I can't fucking believe they're doing it today. Holy shit, Friday. Black, I'm kidding. Trappy Friday. One more red candle, I'm starting to leave my lottos on Nvidia here. I'm about to market sell fucking 182.5 into a red candle. Yeah, 7K is fucking out of reach next week, but they burnt the 7,000 calls, so they could go back a little bit. I'm not saying fucking that high at all, but I'm just saying, like, this shit is the same thing happening intraday. They fucking cook it off, and they might revisit a little bit here and there. That's what I think. That's why I think it's going to be a little bit of a bounce at some point next week. I'm not saying it's going to be fucking bullish since then, but I'm just saying something's in a fucking cycle. We've been going down fucking crazy. We went down fucking crazy yesterday, and we went down crazy today. That's all I know. We're in the 3/3 yesterday and today. What I see is a fucking triple fucking day bull trap on Nvidia. Like, that's what I sort of fucked. Like, this is something fucking bigger than what most realize. I'm not gonna speculate on next week. Holy shit, I'm leaving fucking Nvidia right now. 182.5, God did. $480 fucking filled right now. Market filled. I have 185 Nvidia March 18th that I'm fucking rocking. I'm motherfucking rocking like motherfucking Hulk Hogan. I'm rocking like motherfucking Terminator T1000. I'm motherfucking rocking like Robin Hood. I'm motherfucking rocking like James Bond. I'm motherfucking rocking right now, alright? Motherfucking rocking on my lottos right now. Time is 11:50. Fuck 11:45. LOD 11:50. Abnormal cycles coming on Nvidia. We are way oversold, but I could see one more candle. One more fucking big spike or not. Alright. Bounce coming. 11:50. 11:50 bouncing until the low of 11:50 breaks. All bears are trapped at the low of the 3/3 cycle. They could burn everybody here. 11:50. 11:45. 11:45 bounce to 11:50. 1 minute. Until the low of 11:45 breaks, every single bear is stuck down here in the 3/3. Everyone looking at this candle thinking bullish though. It could not be either.
That has to do with everything in terms of fear of what the consumers is going to be.
Focus on Friday's
Towards
close,
the end of the year,
SPX
and in
level,
terms
blah,
of
blah,
that,
blah, blah, blah,
delinquencies, other things that can line up to kind of hurt the financial sector.
Yeah, I I mean, obviously with, record global outflows.
Sparrow's
I mean,
crying.
we are seeing
Sparrow says,
some
I
of the
sold my
exposed names across
665
Europe
link
as
to
well, as we've seen some of those headlines. HSBC, Standard Chartered
At least
as
you're
well.
man
Deutsche
enough to
Bank's
cry
been
in
the
a public
headlines
chat,
too.
man.
So, I mean, this is
Bravo.
not just a US story.
No matter what today, bravo.
I'm wondering with respect
Everybody
to
clap it up for
the resilience
America.
of the
Everybody
headline
claps
and the
it up for
violent
the
turn
goddamn
we've
market
seen under
today.
the
Come on,
surface,
bravo,
Joe,
bravo,
which
please.
sectors or
Those that
areas
were
of
here
profits are
yesterday
you paying to
understand
attention the most?
why,
Which have been really
bravo.
the standouts, because George
Bravo.
Sillis and I had a
Nothing
fascinating
else can be said
conversation
about this
yesterday
fucking
about the
market. Nothing
ping
else
pong
can be
match
said about
between
what happened in the last
the
1
NEV
week,
software
4 weeks,
spread that
fucking
we've
2 months,
seen. Just
today,
talk us through your
yesterday,
thoughts.
the day before. Bravo,
Yeah,
folks!
I think if you look overall,
Bravo! All right?
index
Bra
is showing
fucking
a
vote.
decent amount of
Bra
weakness
fucking
underneath
vote.
the surface, right?
Every
You're starting
fucking
to
day.
see
Friday,
market
Thursday,
breadth
Wednesday,
is down to
godly,
around
Tuesday,
30%
godly,
of
Monday,
stocks above the 50-day moving average
it
for
was godly
all
actually because I
4 of
played
the
this shit.
major indexes. And I
Friday,
think
godly,
if
Thursday,
you kind of
godly,
pick that
Wednesday,
apart,
godly,
it's an
Tuesday,
interesting
godly,
conversation
Friday,
you said you and
godly,
George
Thursday,
had, because
godly,
it's really
Thursday,
been
God
software
did.
that's been kind of
God
carrying the
did.
mantle as of late. And I think
God did.
part
Clap
of
it
that
up,
has
folks.
to do with the fact that
Nothing else can be said
25%
about
year
this
to date
motherfucking
coming
market other
into
than this shit is helping. God
the last month. So I think that there's people
deduct
that are
this
doing
world,
some bottom
deduce this
fishing,
world,
looking for
fuck
some
me.
opportunities there to buy some
God
stocks that were maybe
setup
overly
was
depressed.
fucking crazy beautiful.
But I think
and I remember
when you look
Nvidia
at
earnings,
overall
I remember
investor
everything. This,
sentiment,
that, this,
it's
this,
weakening.
this,
And what we're
that,
seeing is we're seeing things
third bear
like
trap,
implied
Nvidia,
volatility in the
this, Oracle
options
earnings,
market in the 90th
this
percentile.
beautiful.
And even though implied volatility versus realized
Woo!
volatility
I
is basically
fucking feel
showing
myself.
you that the move
Oh
in
my
the
God.
overall market isn't justifying what
But,
people are paying for some of these
beautiful.
downside hedges. They're still paying for it. And they're paying for it because of perceived weakness that that could hit the market over the next couple of weeks or so. I think that's
My
important.
year-to-date all-time looks crazy
I've been
now.
kind of keying in on is
Last
looking
3
at
fucking
the
months has been a
NYSE
motherfucking Elon
advanced
rocket for
decliner
me
line
since
this
about
week.
January
It's
27th.
3-to-1
Literally
decliners.
an Elon rocket.
And so that kind of shows you that even though you haven't had a dramatic
No
pullback,
pullback, no dramatic
at
pullback
the
at least.
index
Never
level,
did I go
so much
fucking,
churn
never
is
did I go
happening
into a
below the
loss with my
surface that
fucking profits.
it's really
That's the thing.
causing,
Last 3 fucking months, 2
it's
months.
causing the markets
I've been
to
fucking
really
around my
focus on a
profits.
few winners.
And every fucking week I've been
And
going
the
up like
rest of
7, 8.
the sectors are really kind of pulling back.
And not every week, every
certainly
month.
something to
That's
look
cap.
at.
Every
We'll be
week,
watching into the close today. Joe, always
I make and
appreciate it.
lose.
Thanks so
So
much for
shit.
joining us. Have a great
That's
weekend. Joe
cap.
Mazzola
That's
there,
fucking
head
cap.
trading derivatives.
I try to
Strategist
target a
Charles
couple $100,
Schwab.
but if I get lucky, it's like 1, 2K maybe. But yeah, fuck me. Just having a protector mentality though is really out. Like fuck. Trump warns of new General Keane. The goal is to. Alrighty, bro.
U.S. has now struck over 6,000 targets
Eyes on
within
every
Iran.
day.
Just U.S. with over
General
90
Keane on
Iranian
every day.
vessels being damaged or destroyed, including over 60 ships, 30 mine layers. This, as a new analysis reveals, American and Israeli forces are targeting Iranian leadership sites in heavily Kurdish areas. Here to discuss is retired 4-star general, Fox News senior strategic analyst, and chairman of the Institute for the Study of War, General Jack Keane. General, the campaign just shy of 2 weeks in. How do you characterize it?
Well, we're succeeding quite well in terms of achieving our military
It's just not even
objectives,
normal in the
and
video.
so is the IDF.
It's just so rare.
And here, war is
This shit
always
is not even in
fundamentally a
the
test of
fucking normal
wills.
day in the video.
And you can see that
It's in
being
the most
played out
tightest
right
fucking
before
rejection
our
channel
eyes.
in the world right now.
The Iranians are determined to survive. That is their objective. They believe that they can survive. Then they eventually will be able to recover and then restart everything that they hold dear to them. Their weapons programs, nuclear, etc., support to the proxies. So that is where they're coming from.
Look at how
Their
strong
means to do that is, one, inflict casualties
Nvidia,
on
no
the
joke
United
today.
States.
No fucking care in the world.
And
Nvidia
create
is so
opposition to the
fucking
war
strong.
by doing that. That has
This
not
is
happened. The
unbelievable. I
casualties
expected
are light.
this shit at some
Not that we
point,
take
but
lightly
like this, to see it
the
actually
7
play out.
losses we have taken, and now 4 more crew members killed in a crash.
Oh
So
my
we
God,
honor
this
all
is
those
crazy.
Service people have given their lives here for this cause.
This is crazy.
But the reality is the casualties are light. Secondly, what they're trying to do by attacking the Gulf states is, again, put pressure on the United States from the Gulf states to terminate this war prematurely so they can survive. That has failed. The Gulf states, remarkably, are united around this cause, And look at the vote in the UN, the resolution. They all voted for it, as did 120 plus other countries in addition to that, in opposing what Iran stands for and what they're doing. And then the third thing is the one that has really captured the media, and that is the Straits of Hormuz. And they want that focus on the Straits of Hormuz to put max pressure on the United
leaving
States.
one contract
so that
right now
becomes
for
the pacing item for the war,
$610.
not the achieving of our military objectives. You got to stop this because we got to get the flow of oil going out of the Straits of Hormuz again, end it as soon as we possibly can, and that has to be the objective. And they surely have got the media's attention here. They have not taken away Prime Minister Netanyahu's attention, President Trump's attention. Not that he doesn't understand that's an issue, but it's not our primary focus. What is our primary focus? Complete our military objectives. Take their military equipment, all their capability away from them that exists now and in the future in terms of manufacturing companies. Destroy as many of the organizations that sustain this regime as possible. So this regime has no capability and is fundamentally crippled when we end hostilities against them. That is the path we're on. The byproduct will be relief for the Straits of Hormuz. If we are able to accomplish our objectives, and your chart indicated we're well on our way to do that,
I have one contract left on the video.
The Straits of Hormuz problem will be resolved as a result.
I left everything.
Understood. And also, I think it's important to point out the U.S. and Europe is receiving the MIROPS drone interceptors. They're the more affordable way of stopping these drones. So we're not stopping them with the Patriot anymore. We're stopping drone to drone, and the Gulf states are welcoming that. I also asked the president last night in an interview that's going to air later today about what Russia's doing to help. And here's what he said. Do you think Putin is helping them?
I think he might be helping them a little bit, yeah, I guess. And he probably thinks we're helping Ukraine, right?
0.5 reached on the video.
Yeah, we're helping them.
Look at the MACD on the video.
He says that, and China would say the same thing. You know, it's like, hey, they do it and we do it. They do it and we do it.
He says it doesn't seem to bother him. He almost expected it.
0.5 fib, we are right out on the video.
Yeah, well, certainly. I mean, Russia, China, Iran, and North Korea, those are our main adversaries. That they formed a strategic framework that never existed post-World War II before. I think it's the most significant foreign policy challenge we have facing the United States today.
I made the video.
President Trump is taking this challenge. And you can see it right before our eyes as it's unfolding in front of us. And certainly Russia is helping them, but they could have done so much more for them, and so could China, and they have chosen not to do that. And I think that is good news. And the reason is I don't think they're certain about what the outcome will be here, and that's the reality of it. Even Hezbollah is not attacking the major Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. They have the means to do it. And they're not doing it. They're doing these symbolic attacks to the north. Not that the people up there are not being threatened, and certainly they're in peril to a certain degree. But it's nowhere near the capability that they have.
Tuesday.
Yes, we're moving in the right direction here, and we're going to be able to, when this is finished, the United States will have leverage and impact on our adversaries going forward after the operation
took another wave down today,
in the Western
straight down the video. Took it all. I took it
China's
all, baby.
influence in the Western Hemisphere as well as Russia. What's taking place here in the Middle East to reduce Iran's predatory nature and dominating and trying to control the Middle East. It will impact in terms of Russia in Ukraine and China in the Pacific for sure. And United States leadership will have leverage to deal with both of those.
Read the Institute for the Study of the War. Listen to the general. Those are the facts of what's happening. Do not be skewed by the propaganda or the undermine America crowd that is not trying to, is basically taking Iran's side. General, thanks so much. Always appreciate it.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
That's how I like my shit. What a beautiful day. Oh, is it a dancing queen? Oh, baby. Shit. So these motherfucking bullshit fucking lies, man. Instead of these motherfucking bullshit fucking lies, man. It's a beautiful day. Oh, is it the dancing queen? Oh, baby. I think I want to marry you. Da-na-na. That's my 1 month right now. Alright. Shit. You guys want to see my profits before today? Shit. That's my profits. Yeah, my motherfucking life is a cycle. I've been saying my life is a fucking cycle, right? Did I lie? Not really. The shit goes up and down, up and down, up and down. But the thing is, this is from my fucking profits since February, and this only shows fucking the begin. This only shows like March or something, or the halfway of February. If I go on the 3-month, if I go on the motherfucking 3-month, shit. Oh, fuck me. Alright, fuck me. I think I have to go buy a computer though. This is gonna break down over the weekend.
Adobe's the latest software company to reshuffle leadership as these fears of AI disruption hammer that sector. Our Seema Modi is back from D.C. with more on today's Tech Check. Hey, Seema.
Well, Carl and Sarah, it's clear that AI is prompting some major leadership changes. The latest is Adobe CEO Shantanu Narayan, who announced last night he is transitioning out of his role once a successor is found. He led Adobe for 18 years successfully through the cloud transformation. But with AI becoming a bigger threat, investors have been left impatient. The stock is down about 60% from its record high. Despite new Gen AI capabilities in the latest quarter, annual recurring revenue did decelerate. Adobe isn't the only company in software that is changing up the C-suite. Workday bringing back its founder Anil Bhusri, call center software company Five9 announcing a new CEO recently, MongoDB appointing CJ Desai, formerly Cloudflare, back in November, but recently consolidating its C-suite positions. Asana with a new CFO who previously held a high-ranking position at Nvidia. And guys, more changes are expected. We spoke to a few M&A bankers who say corporate boards are conducting reviews real time. They're assessing whether management teams have the right product experience. They say they want visionaries who can lead these companies through this transformational shift that's happening due to AI, while also
What's
guys
the
having a
suites?
deep structural
C-suite,
experience in
executive
M&A as we're
suite,
expecting more consolidation
CEO
in the
suite,
sector.
owner suite, host suites.
Are the people that they're appointing as new CEOs, prepared to take on this new fight? Because, I mean, like Workday, for instance, they appointed one of the founders, right? So it's like, what skills do you need? What are boards looking for when it comes to taking on the AI revolution transformation if they're going to be replacing CEOs?
Kind of reminds me of what happened with Intel last year, too. Someone who has deep technological experience is what these boards really want. ServiceNow CEO Bill McDermott spoke to you guys in the last hour talking about this is a time of business reinvention and that the stakes are really high. And also reminds me of the conversation we had with Palantir CEO Alex Karp yesterday. Even beyond the C-suite, the structural change he's anticipating just across the workforce.
I was talking about this Head and Shoulders, by the way, not fucking this.
He says it's a quite
I was talking
dramatic
about this Head and
transformation in
Shoulders.
technology that is going to
When I was talking
disrupt
about Head and
humanity's
Shoulders,
trained, largely democratic voters. He thinks this is something that state and federal representatives need to address to protect their citizens, whether it's upskilling or figuring out what this could mean for their jobs.
Yeah, I thought that was a really interesting comment. So he's saying that it's going to disrupt the Democratic base?
Yeah, he said largely Democratic voters make their economic power less and increases the power of vocational
Man, I hate when people talk about silver and gold. They always get me FOMO. But you know what's crazy? Somebody said in chat yesterday, they were like, this was at 10 a.m. yesterday in the live stream, in the chat, they were like, something gold. Oh, the premiums are so expensive. And he was like, oh, I was talking about oil. Sorry. I think it was Trade to Learn or something like that. But like that comment yesterday, like got me like thinking about, oh, I was in gold 2 days ago. Before that, oh, I was thinking about gold, and it reminded me of gold. But if I went in on gold at 10 a.m. yesterday, that shit 100 fucking percent into 4 p.m. I'm not gonna lie, but that was the comment that I was like, oh, low key, but like I was in so heavy on the video yesterday that I had no fucking other thought. I was like, dude, maybe I can risk a 1K or 2K on gold, but that would make me fucking 10K position, and I don't want to do that. But yeah, honestly though, gold actually did 100% yesterday. The fucking puts from 10 a.m. to like 4, and I was like, dude, like they really just fucking shook out my features 2 days ago and made me lose 1K, and then they fucking do that shit. Go way lower than where I fucking where I was in for, but yeah, that would have been crazy. Because Strait to Learn said that at 10. He was like, oh, something, something, gold premiums. And he was like, oh, sorry, I was talking about oil. And I was like, oh, I literally went to go look at my gold chart on Robinhood. And I was like, kind of, it's like trying to break the 940 low. And it was at 10. And I was like, oh, it kind of looks good. And then, I thought about it. And every single time it's like, oh, I don't really do a lot of research. And I just look at the chart on Robinhood and I do something on gold. I got screwed. So I just didn't do it. But like, if I did, and, I was going to talk about it in the alert room too, that would have been crazy. That would have been crazy, I swear. But I mean, the only thing is, commodity's dangerous as shit. It's literally the only fucking. There's like only one fucking good time out of like 3 weeks, 2 weeks, right, where it's like the perfect day for like that. But like yesterday was literally the perfect. When he said that shit, like in that moment, and I was watching it yesterday at 7 or 9, like watching the replay, and I was like, this has to be some sort of sign from God. even though he wasn't talking about gold, but he was talking about something else. Like the fact that he said it in that moment, and he was like, oh, sorry guys, I was talking about oil, but he said that in a public chat about gold. I was like, dude, that thing was a fucking sign from God, literally right there, and I just didn't really. But I swear it probably was.
Focus on.
That's who's going to lose their jobs,
right?
Women.
I didn't expect you to get into that with him, but I mean, over the years, blue-collar workers have largely been union and largely been Democrat.
True. No, union leaders Democrat. Union members.
It can, depending on what industrial towns they're in.
It's okay,
but that's a
God,
good point. And we're seeing this sort of change happening in real time. And the question is, are political leaders being aware of what's taking place?
I mean, it was a very interesting point that he made that got a lot of attention, Seema, that Alex Karp interview. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, also though, imagine fucking double losing on gold after I took a loss on gold. Like, bro, fuck that. But yeah, looking back in FOMO, 100%, that would have been easy, fucking easy on my 1K or some shit. Easy on my whatever the fuck. I don't think I would have done more than 1K, 1.2, but still, that would have been amazing. What the f?
Welcome back. We have breaking news. CENTCOM confirming that 4 U.S. crew members have been killed after their military refueling plane crashed in Iraq yesterday. President Trump now warning of major attacks against Iran coming today. Writing this, Iran's Navy is
guys, we have 123 people here. Thank you so much for being here. Please hit the like button
and their leaders have been wiped from the face of the earth. We have unparalleled firepower, unlimited ammunition, and plenty of time. Now, the Department of War's acting comptroller revealed that the U.S. spent about $11 billion last week on Iran strikes. Officials are planning to submit a supplemental defense budget request to Congress in the coming days. Lawmakers confirming my reporting that it could be upwards of $50 billion. We also just heard breaking news from the press conference with Secretary Pete Hegseth telling us that the son of Khomeini, Mojtaba Khomeini, the supreme leader, has been wounded, likely disfigured. This breaking news you heard on the show before we spoke with the Anthropic spokesperson. Again, Pete Hegseth just told us that Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khomeini, the son of Ayatollah, has been wounded, likely
Thank you so much for hitting the like. We are now at 62 likes. Let's please hit the likes. Hit the likes if you have not already.
Now we know the facts from Pete Hegseth. He's been wounded and likely disfigured. Joining me now is Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson, a member of the Senate Homeland Security Committee. Senator, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. We have so much to get to with you. And I saw what you said about the Save America Act, and we're going to get to that. But first, I want to get your take on this war. And this breaking news that we just got, that the Ayatollah's son has been wounded and likely disfigured. Give us your take and your assessment of this war in Iran.
Good morning, Maria. Well, unfortunately, the Ayatollahs in Iran have been at war with America for 47 years. They're the largest state sponsor of terror. You know, all they would have had to do is agree not to pursue a nuclear weapon, not enrich uranium. If they wanted nuclear power, just buy the rods from, you know, the international community. They wouldn't do that. Instead, they pursued a nuclear weapon. They built up their missile stockpile. They built up their drone stockpile. They've been the largest state-sponsored terror. At some point in time, we had to deal with them until we no longer would be able to, before they became a nuclear power, before they had so many missiles, so many drones that this kind of attack would have just devastated the region. So, listen, this is a tough decision for President Trump. There's nothing easy about war. There's tragedies, you know, tragic deaths of our U.S. service people, the children in the school. But remember, the Ayatollahs executed 30 to 40,000 of their own citizens in a few days. This is an evil regime. They are a menace. They're right now holding the Strait of Hormuz and the world hostage in terms of oil supply. We need to deal with them once and for all.
Yeah. So what does that mean? I mean, look, you know that your colleagues on the left, as this war was just beginning, wanted to clip President Trump's wings in terms of his, allowance to make these decisions. That failed. Now you can't even get the Department of Homeland Security opened, and we've got terrorism once again on our soil. 50,000 TSA agents will be missing their first full paycheck this week, as Senate Democrats once again
channel hoppers,
failed to pass a funding bill reopening the Department of Homeland Security. So, Senator, what do you want to say about the radical threat of radical Islamic terrorism at America's doorsteps once again? A former Virginia National Guardsman previously convicted of providing support to ISIS in 2016, opening fire on the campus of Old Dominion University yesterday. An ROTC instructor, Lieutenant Colonel Brandon Shaw, was killed, others injured, and then hours later, a naturalized U.S. citizen from Lebanon rams his car through a Michigan synagogue. And your colleagues on the left refuse to open the Department of Homeland Security.
Maria, the radical Democrats caused this problem. They opened up the borders, flooding millions of people in this country, completely unvetted. We were always concerned that was a clear and present danger. We have no idea how many Iranian sleeper cells, members of transnational criminal organizations, violent gangs are in this country. And rather than help us clean up these messes, you know, the 40-year high inflation, the open border, the weakness that has emboldened people like the Ayatollahs in Iran, they are doing everything they can to obstruct America. GDP was down in the fourth quarter. Why? Because of Schumer's shutdown. So not only are they not helping us clean up the mess, they're doing everything they can to frustrate our efforts, to interfere with President Trump's efforts to clean up their messes. It's really despicable.
Yeah, great point. You're right. GDP was down from the expectation. It was supposed to be 1.5% growth. We got growth of 0.7%. Senator, I got to get to the SAVE Act with you. I saw your comments in the Federalist yesterday, and really, you made such a great point. John Thune says he's going to bring this to the floor next week. You're going to have a vote on it, and that'll be that. You're calling this one and done, and you said that would be disaster. What do you mean by that? Tell us what you're expecting next week on the Save America Act.
At a minimum, we need to get on this bill, offer amendments, and make sure that the American people realize the reason that we can't pass election security, that we can't have basic controls like voter ID, proof of citizenship to make sure that your legitimate vote isn't canceled by a fraudulent one, is because of Democrats. Now, could we pass this if we could?
Chris, I deleted him from the channel because he's clearly doing this shit on purpose to see on a public chat. But yeah, he's been here before. He's asked you the same thing before. All these people that are here, 35-40% of them, right? They don't hit the like because why? They're not going to be here anyway after a week. So let's just move on. But all I will say is God is watching from up top, man. The man above always says, shit, the fuck? Right? What is a human being up to? That's what he's saying.
Eliminate the filibuster?
God did.
Yes. What I've suggested is we should vote on a rule change. That requires 67 votes. The split in our conferences, those of us who believe the Democrats, next time they're in power, they will end the filibuster, versus those of us, those in our conference who are hoping against all hope that they won't do that. Listen, we would all like to keep the filibuster, but the reality is Democrats can end it. So let's vote. Let's see what Democrats would do with Trump in power. Do they want to end the filibuster with Trump in power, with Republicans in control, where we can actually secure elections, or not? We'd have to take that vote. It's a 67-vote threshold. Put the Democrats on record. It's really about the only way I could see preventing them from nuking the filibuster once they gain the majority in the Senate.
So you want to have a vote on a rule change, and you want to see who's going to vote on that, and then you want to do, because if you just do the Save America Act, what are we getting? We're going to get, okay, well, here's the 48 senators or the 50 senators who say yes on the Save America Act, and here's the ones that say no. And then what?
A little bullish cycle now, pulling back 1/3, 2/3, 3/3.
We're going to offer
I said in the alert room,
Trump would actually like
maybe
to add to that,
I want to model later
males from competing in girls' sports.
Right now,
there's a
I
number
don't see it.
incredibly
Right
popular
now,
provisions, things that the American people support.
Just not yet for me.
80%
I said auto call maybe 500,
so
1,000 for me later, but not yet.
Day after day after day,
it looks like
Democrats defend on why are they objecting to, why are they opposed to what 80% of Americans agree with? So put them on the spot. Make them vote on these types of amendments. In the end,
it seems like today is one of those days that just,
the next vote
any online person out there in the world just saying bullish on any single candle or bearish on any single candle. It just seems like bye-bye. It seems like one of those days yet again.
And then we can all say, okay,
after yesterday
let's agree to that. We'll keep the Senate as it has been operating for over 100 years. We'll respect the minority of the Senate, but put them on the spot. Make people vote.
Senator, you keep hearing the same thing from John Thune, that you don't have the votes to end the filibuster. You don't have the support for it. What do you want to say to those people who say, look, if Republicans have such a vote and they end up killing this filibuster, then you're going to get the same issue from the Democrats when they want to push their legislation through that the Republicans don't agree with.
Same shit every day, boy.
Again, I believe the Democrats will end the filibuster. They, about 35 of them sent a letter they wouldn't do it, and then when they had a chance, they voted down the filibuster. The only reason they didn't is Kirsten Sinema and Joe Manchin. They purged those two members out of their party. Again, I believe they will end it. I know I have colleagues who don't believe that. Okay, so put them on the spot. Make Democrats vote. Are you going to end the filibuster when Republicans are in power or not? And, if they decide not to do that, okay, we won't end the filibuster.
Yeah.
And then there will be a lot of pressure on them politically next time they want to do it. We didn't want to do it in Republican power.
You're living in reality. This is the reality of it. Your colleagues want to end the filibuster, and given the chance, they probably will. This is the reality we set. Senator, thanks for laying it all out. We appreciate you, and we'll see you soon. Senator Ron Johnson.
Whatever you want to call it, man.
We'll be right back.
I actually call it life hopping, but yeah. People may not understand that term. There comes a point in time, right, when a man and a woman, right, likely wakes up or gets a message to wake up, or they decide not to. Whether they choose to or not, man. Life hoppity boppity boppity, distraction this, distraction that, boppity boppity, boppity, hoppity boppity, lost the hoppity.
I'm bringing Kevin Green, senior markets correspondent, right away to help set up the action today. All right, KG, let's talk about the state of energy markets first. Happy Friday, actually. I should start with that. Okay, let's get into it. We're seeing WTI taking a little bit of a step back this morning, but listen, we're on track for an increase this week for whether we're talking about West Texas Intermediate or Brent crude. Take us through what you're watching here across energy markets.
Yeah, we continue to see a lot of volatility. I think if you actually look over the last 24 hours, Diane, we have not actually seen any new tankers or cargo ships being hit around the Strait of Hormuz. So that's actually a little bit of a positive sign. I'm not saying that we are seeing
it's so bullish. Oh my God, it's so bearish.
The drivers this week that really push prices higher. But you are seeing maybe a little bit more of a consolidation. Equity markets catching a little bit of a bid here as well. And I think the market's really trying to price out what is going to be next. If you actually look at the U.S. trade representative Greer, he actually had some comments earlier this morning, and he made mention that this situation or this conflict is going to be weeks and not something that's going to sustain for a fairly long time, which is why we are catching a little bit of a bid within the equities, and we are seeing crude oil as well as some of the other energy byproducts sell off here a little bit. I think there's still some over the weekend type of risk. That's usually when we see some more aggressive action from a military standpoint, especially from the U.S. And if that does occur, we could see another spike on Monday or Sunday night going into Monday morning. From a technical standpoint, the bull trend is still in place here. I think the market's looking for that 120, 130 level.
Everybody that watched the market update
could
video.
Also create a little bit more of a blow off top.
Right, started off with 160.
Back and kind of looking at the energy equities. They did have a pretty decent day yesterday, but the price action for a lot of them outside of the refiners hasn't really been that great. So
I think it's been
keep your eye out
great.
on, but that's going to put some pressure on the equity markets if we continue to see energy prices move to the upside. Not only because of the inflationary impacts, but the fact that we can also
go watch the market update video. Every single one of them was fucking on point.
Especially in the South, Asia markets.
Started off with a dead cat
market, so something to keep your eye out on, but we're consolidating at least for today.
And then it motherfucking started off into a fucking how to survive the global bubble. And then it started. And then it started fucking.
So the equivalent for Brent crude would be around 135.
And then it started talking about
140-ish. Brent crude trades at around a $5.5 to let's say $6.5 premium, kind of depending on the event of WTI. They still trade in tandem. There might be a little bit of a bifurcation or a dislocation that we will see when it comes to those spreads, and that's only because Brent is really being priced off of that Middle Eastern as well as the European benchmarks, whereas WTI is more priced off of what's happening here in the United States, a little bit more of the light sweet, where Brent's looking more towards.
It said S&P 500 rally stalls 1 month ago. S&P 500 dead cat past 3
Brent
weeks
does
ago.
carry a little bit of a
SPX
bigger
gamma
premium, and then there's also a difference between the Brent
How to
premium
survive
and
this global
WTI
bubble
because
11
of
days ago.
transportation costs
Black
for the
Monday
United States
stock
to
market
actually
crashed March
export.
4 days
So
ago.
anytime you quote WTI price, just assume that there's another $5.5
that last
or
video,
even
the best one.
$6.5 difference between that and Brent.
Last video, the fucking best
I appreciate that explainer. I think what caught me off guard is just thinking about $120 oil or $130 oil for West Texas Intermediate. All right, let's get into the results for Adobe. They put out their quarterly results, but they're also announcing that their CEO is going to be stepping down. Take us through, just what you're watching here, KG.
Folks.
Yeah, we are seeing the shares down around 8%. This is after the CEO, Shantanu Narayan, is announcing that he's going to step down as the CEO. Now, we have not seen an interim CEO or a new CEO being named at this point in time. They are still searching for that individual. I think that's probably what's causing a little bit of this reaction to the downside here. When you're looking at the earnings announcement itself, for the most part, it was in line with the street's expectations. We did not see any major cracks within the fundamentals here, and that's a little bit different than what we've seen over the last couple of quarters.
Market update video, we're talking about this gap here.
$6.4 billion, exceeding the street's expectations. And once again, if you look at the adjusted earnings per share, that came in at $6.06. She was looking for around $5.85, give or take a couple of cents there. So the revenue growth is around 12%, and they are seeing an uptick when it comes to the AI product offering. They did mention that they actually saw a tripling when it comes to revenue just because of artificial intelligence. But if you kind of look at their overall portfolio, it's still a small slice of the overall pie for their business. So guidance actually was fairly strong, but it looks like they're once again going in a little bit of a different direction.
Saying 7,000
now, this CEO has been at the helm here since 2007, and he has been able to kind of transition the company from more of a license-based model to more of a subscription-based model, which is a little bit different. And that has been a tailwind for them in the past. And now, since they have the competition of artificial intelligence, a lot of their tools or some of their tools, like their stock photos unit, if you will, is now starting to see market share being given up because of these artificial intelligence or these generative AI tools being able to do the job at a cheaper price. So overall, we are seeing the shares kind of move back to the downside here. But if you're looking at it from a technical standpoint, it actually had a pretty decent bounce, and we are trying to at least hold this 250-ish area, which is where some buyers actually did step in back in late February. So let's see if some buyers step in at the open here today, but the shakeup I thought would be a little bit more of a positive news rather than a negative one. Seems like that's not how investors feel this morning.
It's fucking sad.
Yeah, I would have thought that too, especially given the performance of shares over the past year, essentially.
That's the sad thing. That's what I don't understand, right? There's people with millions and millions of followers. not YouTube. I'm just talking about online that don't even show any proof. They just say, and they have followers and they have haters too. But honestly, in this day and age, 2026, this day and age.
Let's talk about the road ahead today. We've got PCE coming up. What are expectations?
The gullables, huh?
Yeah, so this is the market's actually pricing in a fairly aggressive print, both on headline as well as core PCE. If you're looking at the core PCE month-over-month expectations, consensus right now is sitting at 0.4%. That comes in a little bit hot. You would like to see it at 0.2% or lower. And if you're looking at headline CPI, that month-over-month expectation is 0.3%. So kind of a high bar going into this particular report. Now we know that we actually had CPI that showed some areas that are seeing an acceleration when it comes to prices. Is that going to translate into PCE? That's the big question mark that we have at the moment. And a lot of this data is not going to really reflect this geopolitical conflict that we've seen over the last couple of weeks as well. And so that's also going to put a little bit of pressure to the upside. I think the biggest risk that you have right now for this market is if it comes in a lot hotter. You're talking about a 0.6% increase on core on a month-over-month basis. Highly unlikely because we already have around 65% of the components, but something to keep on the radar. If it comes in a lot lower than the street's expectations or even 10 basis points lower, I think that's going to be a positive for the markets, given the fact that we've priced in a lot of the inflationary fears regarding this conflict in equities as well as in the bond market.
Okay, and then in terms of where we go today on levels on the S&P 500, what are you watching?
It's just sad that it's honestly what it is for me is it pisses me off, and it's sad that our world exists where things like that is existing, things like that are looked upon. And I'm not trying to say it, but I'll say it. There are some cultures in this world that do that, that look up to that do that on purpose. That is nasty. Okay? That's nasty. They do that a lot in China. They do that a lot in Cambodia. A lot of scam call centers and things like that, but it's nasty.
Was it 68.10 to the downside? You are looking at for the downside. You're still looking at 6,600. That actually has been an area where a lot of activity has been taking place over the last couple of days, and I've been calling it out. We have not really gotten to that point yet, but if we do and break below, that's where we actually have a pretty decent and significant type of break within this market, especially on the options position standpoint. I will mention that yesterday going into the close, a lot more bullish activity on the call side was actually taking place. Side.
Those things are
the market is actually expecting for a little bit of a lighter print than what the estimates are for PCE in order for us to kind of drive higher. And then maybe the slide that we've seen for the better part of this week, maybe we start seeing some buyers coming in trying to buy this dip here going into the weekend, which would not be uncommon as well.
All right, thank you, KG. That is Kevin Green, our senior markets correspondent, with your setup for
scam centers and stuff like that. I hate when people are taking advantage in the world. Nasty work. But hey, what can you fucking do other than protect yourself from things like that? But there are, right, people, and there are places that promote that. Why is that? Why? Exactly. That doesn't have to be the only way to live life, a good life, a life of truth, a life of God, a life of righteousness, a life of path, a life of good karma, a life of realness. Fucking bullshitters, man. Hypothetically speaking. Alright, we'll move on. Holy crap.
Going to be pockets of private credit that are going to
something happening with private credit. People are saying
right now, obviously in the news, private credit is negative. I don't think all private credit is negative. To be totally honest, I think there's been some obviously there's been some headlines with some of the other larger asset managers that have put up gates, and I think a lot of that has to do with what we've seen the distribution of private credit into retail, and when you take products that may not be 100% suited for retail, and retail wants their money out because the equity markets have turned over and folks are looking for liquidity. It creates a little bit of what we'll call as a so-called run on the bank.
Michael, you have a resume here that reads, like literally he could have written a screenplay for Margin Call. I mean, you have so much experience here institutionally. What was your response when you first heard?
There's a video out recently from, I think it's like Fox, or not Fox, or Vox, but like one of those like investigative journal YouTube or news channels that did like a scam center in Cambodia expose, and there was an Indian worker and all his buddies that were like under threat and like under like the Chinese mafia or something like that, and like they just exposed him. And I was like, dude, that's such a good ending, because he got to leave. And like, I mean, the video showed him showing his face, and like, they're walking in India and talking about how he doesn't feel happy because all his friends are still stuck there in Cambodia and shit. But like, honestly, it's a good documentary. It's a good documentary to see that there are things like that that exist around the world, and in our country too, probably. And there are a lot of scam things that happen to, elderly and stuff. But honestly, nasty. I guess the life is like that though, in any business, in any industry you look upon. There's like people that do shady ass shit, and there's people that's just like legit. But hey, what can you do in this day and age? People can just say whatever the fuck they want online, make bullshit up with paper bullshit, and they can just bullshit whatever bullshit, I guess. Crazy. And it's sad, because the only real fucking people hurting are people that are good-hearted. Fucking sad. That's the truth. Some people don't want to hear the truth, but hey, nothing changes the truth at the end of the day. Does it?
About private credit, for that matter, private equity in retail accounts.
Yep, they left. Bye-bye.
It's first of all, when you look at our franchise, we don't really have private credit going into retail at this point. And I think what you're going to see, and you've heard it from some of the larger banks, such as JP Morgan, where folks are going to reevaluate the distribution of private credit into the retail channels.
We heard this from Hugh Von Steenis this morning.
Our view, and when you look at the private credit markets, take for example, Sculptor. We have a large multi-strat fund where there's a fair amount of credit in there. It's liquid credit. It's marked. When you take some of the private credit that goes into retail and it's not liquid private credit, and folks want their money out, they're not going to be able to get their money out, and thus what you're seeing now in the marketplace, you're seeing folks put up the gates. I looked at the market reaction yesterday, and you looked at the Treasury market, which, the front end of the Treasury market really sold off pretty dramatically. And it seemed to me that it was really a liquidation event that you're seeing with a lot of folks in the marketplace. But when I look at private credit, it's a huge market. We don't look at these large club deals, to be quite frank. We look at our Crestline business where we do direct lending there. So, I think private credit it's getting a bad name right now. Not all private credit is bad, is what I would say.
There's some jargon there. Liquidation event, that's when the kid goes on spring break. Just so you know.
Very true.
That's what that means.
Michael, you say servicing is the key differentiator. Why do they have such a huge advantage?
Because you could affect an outcome. Take a homeowner, take a mortgage. If you go out and you take out a mortgage, one of the things we do at our company, we own one of the largest mortgage servicers in the U.S. We're the fourth largest, including all the large banks. We work with.
I did not know that.
Yeah. Okay. We have for example, $850 billion of mortgage servicing rights. We touch 4 million consumers. So what happens? The mortgagor has an issue. We work with that consumer. You figure out a modification or some kind of plan to keep them paying. That's a huge advantage versus somebody that's going to go out into the public markets, buy an asset, let someone else control the servicing.
Okay. So you're saying you have options when you're in servicing.
Yeah, and you could affect an outcome, and you could work with a homeowner, which I think is extremely important. And we've seen that over the years, and that's one of the ways that we actually built our business.
I got to ask you about mortgage rates then. I mean, because we're starting to tick higher. Spring buying season has begun, even though the weather doesn't feel like it in New York City. Is this really going to be a downer for the housing market? This was supposed to be the year things bounce back and possibly swing to being a buyer's market, dare I say.
Yeah, I looked at mortgage rates this morning. Mortgage rates today are in and around where we closed the end of the year. If you look at the Treasury market, the 10-year's been in a range of give or take low fours to kind of 4.25 where we sit right now. I think mortgage rates will continue. The administration's doing all they can to bring mortgage rates lower. Whether they're able to achieve that or not, I don't think you can control such a large market. But I think
Guys,
we're going to sit here. I think the housing market is okay. You look at our data around the consumer. It's actually in pretty good. The consumer's in pretty good shape.
One more question with great respect and great honor. We got to go to breaking news and then to Michael Barr here, folks. Michael Dieter, when all over the zeitgeist right now, everybody's playing clips of Mr. Irons and margin call. When a grizzled pro like you sees those clips, or when you first saw margin call, is that even remotely real, or was it just Hollywood?
No, listen, margin call, we've seen it during 2020, the COVID period then. We saw it during the great financial crisis. I think the difference today is folks that have experience like ourselves understand how to, one, navigate the system, but also work with your large lenders around getting rid of margin calls on the assets that you finance.
Where's your shadow right now? Where's your mystery shadow within the debt system right now?
I'm concerned a little bit about liquidity. I do think when you look at some of the folks out there, and you saw it, like I brought up yesterday's price action in the front end of the Treasury market.
Yeah.
Should 2-year Treasury be at 3 3/4 when we saw a weak employment report the week before? I don't think so. I do think that the market's taken out not any chance, but the market's taken out that the Fed is not going to cut rates this year. I don't agree with that. I think Goldman came out as well and said that they're still calling for 1 or 2 rate cuts.
That's why I haven't said
I look at forward rates. I do think we're going to see rates come down, particularly in the front end. I think the back end is troubled, right? Because we got to fund this war. We got we have this massive deficit, and we still have to issue a lot of debt. So I think long rates could be a little bit challenged here.
Markets go up and down. What's important is that they are continuous and functioning. In my 35, 40-year career, when people panic is when you're not able to have.
And the greatest investors around today. He was at Soros Fund Management for 20 years in the 90s and 2000s, rising to be CIO before founding his own hedge fund, Key Square, in 2015, amongst many other roles before his current one. Mr. Secretary, it's an honor to be here in the Treasury with you. Welcome to the Master Investor Podcast, and thank you for having me.
Good, and welcome to the cash room.
It's a fantastic room. You were telling me the history used to host, in fact, inauguration balls for the president.
We did. It was a much smaller affair there, but it's a grand room.
It's certainly very spacious for a one-on-one interview, and it's, as I said, such a treat to be here. So much I want to get to, including your investment career and your current political role. Before diving into that, there was a quote in my preparation that you gave to the FT in October 2025 that really jumped out to me. You said, "Unlike most of my predecessors, I have a very healthy skepticism of elite institutions and elite opinion, whereas I think they didn't. But I have a healthy regard for the market." Is that a sort of guiding principle for you as you switched from investing to politics?
Well, I think in investing, it was always the guiding principle that the crowd is right 85 or 90% of the time, and that's the momentum. But it's really that when things turn, or when you could imagine a different outcome, then the consensus is when you can really make a lot of money. If we think back to, impossible for a country to leave the exchange rate mechanism, there's unlimited support there. If we go back to the U.S. Housing crisis in the 2000s, there was just this mantra, well, the U.S. has never experienced a down national housing market, so nothing to worry about. So
it's looking sus, but it's
I think that to the extent I've had success in my career, some of the really big successes have been taking the other side of elite opinion. You know, Japan can never change. They are mired in deflation and disinflation. The lost decades are going to continue. And, you know, I met this fellow called Abe and thought that he was a catalyst for change. So, you know, as a result, I'm always looking like, how could the consensus be wrong? How, you know, how is the framing wrong? You know, where are we wrong here? You know, who would have believed, other than Ronald Reagan, that the Berlin Wall could come down?
Mm-hmm. And I guess with that healthy respect for the market that you have, you brought that into your political role. Which market is the most important? Is it ultimately the bond market that you have to respect?
It's ultimately the bond market, and the U.S. Treasury market is the deepest, most liquid, and most solid in the world. We manage it out of this building, and you know, we are the guardians of the Treasury market, and we try to be very transparent, and we also try to make sure that the market itself is very resilient on an operational and a settlement basis. Whether it was post-liberation day last year, whether it's during this Iranian conflict now, you know, the market is smoothly functioning, settling well. So, you know, we are very concerned about it at all times.
In your time as Treasury Secretary, how many times has the bond market given you pause for thought, at least, or given you a little worry? Just in April last year, was that a moment? January a bit this year?
No. What I was saying is that's when there could have been operational difficulties. I think about the bond market every day. You know, I've been.
And there's no moments when it scared you in your time as Treasury Secretary. The movements.
No. Because you know, again, markets go up and down. What's important is that they are continuous and functioning. In my 35, 40-year career, when people panic is when you're not able to have price discovery, when markets close, when there is the threat of gating, things like that. So you know, we are just concerned that the market is continuously functioning, that there's a buyer, sellers, we can match them up.
Diving into the background of your career a bit more, I've learnt in my preparation you've thought about being a lifeguard. You thought about being a computer scientist and a journalist. Obviously, you went into finance and started as a banks analyst at Brown Brothers, which I hadn't previously been aware of. I love that, having been the lead banks reporter at CNBC. Settled on global macro investing.
Yeah, I will point out I was a lifeguard.
You were a lifeguard. Sorry,
I was a lifeguard.
But did you nearly do it long term?
No. That wasn't a long term career. You age out pretty quickly, both because of the physical and the sun.
Well, either way, I hadn't been aware of the fact that you were a lifeguard. And
one thing you learn as a lifeguard, drowning people will try to pull you down.
Wow.
So,
and has that been a metaphor that has come into your investing life or your political life?
Sure. Both.
Where in politics is it?
Well, sometimes when a drowning person's trying to pull you down, sometimes you have to give them a little nudge to be able to save them.
But still ultimately always committed to saving them.
Always committed to getting things to shore. And many drowning people can just be saved by things stand up. So a lot of times people are panicked in the water.
Well, I'm looking forward to getting in, maybe coming back to that metaphor when we get into some of your views on different countries at the moment. Dwelling on being a global macro investor, you alluded to this a tiny bit in your first answer, but I've heard you talk about it before, where you need, as a macro global, particularly investor, you have to be able to predict what's going to happen in the world. But really importantly, to make money, you have to identify when those predictions are also mispriced. Is that the key aspect to make money?
Exactly. Yeah, I found everyone asked me,
"How fucking long is this shit?"
Oh my god,
excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Scott Bessent. Too long. The big three.
Three stocks, three charts, and three trades. Rick Ducat will take us through the charts, and here to take us through the trades, Tim Bowen, Chief Technical Trainer at StocksToTrade.com. So, of course, great to see you both, but let's start with the big picture.
From 8 months, about a quarter term. So
also, I think you have to believe in Nvidia for the overall market's performance. It's such a huge component of not only AI, but just frankly, the overall economy right now. And so Nvidia, while has pulled back, I mean, it's always an area for opportunity when you have a name that is so powerful like Nvidia.
Yeah, and speaking of visionaries, I mean, it's kind of my theme today, but Jensen Huang, another just very unique thinker that's driven this company over the last couple of years. Now, a couple reasons I bring it back. I mean, you look at, and I'm really looking forward to Rick's breakdown here because, like, in my opinion, we had that massive run up over the last couple of years. Obviously, probably, the best performing stock in the entire stock market. But then you go back to about August, September, and we've just been stuck in this range. Basically, I mean, we had that little spike in November, came right back into the zone, and it's just built this massive 8-month base here. Different. And one of the reasons I brought Palantir and Nvidia today was because of that partnership they mentioned yesterday of building their own full stack AI operating system, particularly for government and military applications, which I'm sure has a lot to do with what Anthropic did a couple weeks ago. But I think, now we'll see, I'm really waiting for this stock to break out of that range in like 195, et cetera. But after 8 months, this stock just seemed like it's got to break one way or the other. It's just consolidated for far too long. And in my opinion, that Nvidia and Palantir news could be the catalyst to finally push it back to new highs.
Yeah, and Nvidia also with another stellar earnings report that was not read through as maybe as optimistically by the market. But again, I think just because there's so much scrutiny on Nvidia right now, it's like they could post even better growth beyond even what the street's expecting. And still, for some reason, we're quick to point out the criticisms. But still, his name, as you mentioned, has actually held on relatively stable. So, Rick, as we do assess this chart here, as Tim pointed out, I mean, we've established a pretty nice base now at these current levels.
Yeah, about 170 to 195 roughly. That's where most of the price activity has taken place. You can see here's our November spike to the upside that quickly dissipated. But yeah, I mean, low volatility often can be the precursor to high volatility as the
Man. There it is. What the fuck are we witnessing right now? What the fuck is this shit? This is the intraday so far. What the fuck is that? Look at that pre-market pop. What the fuck is... That is sick. Alright, that is sick.
Kind of lines in the sand become increasingly entrenched. You know, the positions get more and more established here. So if you do eventually start to get price tipping above one of these important points, it can trigger the cascade of orders that results in a breakout type of price activity here. So you could draw the sideways horizontal lines. Another way of thinking about it would be drawing our symmetrical triangle type shape, our two white trend lines converging toward each other in an increasingly narrowing range. So again, kind of there's two different sets of boundaries. The triangular boundaries would be a bit closer, perhaps around 174 to about 185 or so, 175, 185 around that point. So when we were to look at our next set of studies here, even more clustering together to an even greater extent than our last chart here, everything kind of converging for our shorter term, moving averages near about 183, 184. So we also have our yearly 251 at about 168, our orange line there. RSI exhibiting a matching triangular shape here, a hair below the 50 midline, though, suggesting more of a bearish outlook here. When we do look at our volume profile study, our thick red line here, our point of control, 182 roughly, is in our most important volume node here. 175 to 190 is really where we match up with our range-bound activity. You often find heavy trading volumes lining up with these range areas here to help identify the important areas of price activity here. So if we were to start to move downward, another small pocket of volume comes in, 155 to 160. Things really start to thin out above 190, as I said.
Okay, yeah, and a name that's modestly lower today. We're down about 0.7%. We also do have GTC next week to look forward to as a potential catalyst. Now, last but not least, now we'll discuss Alphabet, which is lower, of course, this year, pulling back about 12 and some change percent from its highs, but it's held on actually relatively better than a lot of the Mag 7 in the broader software slump we're seeing.
Yeah, so a couple things happened this week. Actually, I think both of them were yesterday. So Google is a name that, actually, again, repeat name that I brought. They're still my favorite, big name, publicly traded AI play with Gemini, et cetera. There's so many of these companies, Apple, et cetera, that are using their technology. And, at this point, as much as I love Anthropic and use Claude every day, we can't trade that. OpenAI is not public yet. So I think that you couple that with Meta, basically sounds like they're scrapping their latest in-house AI, Avocado. Maybe you should come up with better names, Zuck. But anyway, Avocado. And then the other thing, Elon kind of sounds like he's burning down XAI to start over. He tweeted the other day, I think yesterday, that he had to do that at Tesla. He's had to do that at SpaceX. So I think as much as I believe in Elon and XAI, that's going to take some time. So I think that those two situations have kind of opened up the potential for Google to get more partnerships, to expand, et cetera. And out of those big three, again, we can't, as traders, we can't trade XAI, we can't trade Anthropic, and we can't trade OpenAI. I think a lot of money will just rotate to Google because Gemini and Nano Banana and all of their tools are amazing. And I think they'll benefit from this opening from Meta as well as XAI.
Okay, and I love the call out of Avocado. I was thinking the same thing. So it's just a strange and misleading name of what was an AI product. To me, it should be like a back end service of a kitchen or I don't even know what. So I totally agree. Strange naming, but Gemini has continued to emerge really as one of these front runners, especially hearing some commentary from CEO Mark Benioff, who's praising Gemini over ChatGPT. And so as we look at Alphabet's chart here, Rick, again, not immune to the pullback, but at least, hanging on relatively more stable than, say, a Microsoft, an Amazon, and an Apple.
We're only down a little under 13% off the highs. So this is a stock that it seems to have held up a bit better than many other names in the tech sector recently here. We did have our highs near 349 here after earnings. From there, we have transitioned into more of a falling wedge type of shape here. Our two white lines converging toward each other, but both pointing downward. Now, kind of counterintuitively, this is actually regarded as more of a bullish type of setup here. So we are starting to test that upper boundary. So if we start to push above 305, that could be the recipe for an incoming breakout here that could next test the 320 level, a repeated area of price stopping and starting. So now we can see, similar to our last chart, moving averages clustered together very closely. In this case, they come together between about 305 to 310. But look at our yearly 251 in orange, all the way down here near 256.50. So that's kind of speaks to the strength of the rally here and how well things have held on despite the recent broader declines in markets here. RSI trending upward, so seeing a bit of improvement in momentum here, but we are still below the 50 midline, so the bulls would want to cross above that level as well. So now we can see our volume profile study. A lot of the activity concentrated between 300 to 320 or so. Another pocket down here, 277 to about 290. It would be where things would potentially find a foothold once more.
Yeah, and I will say the only name of these.
Do here at the Department of War with the bottom line up front for the world to hear and the press to actually admit that the United States is decimating the radical Iranian regime's military in a way the world has never seen before. Never before has a modern, capable military, which Iran used to have, been so quickly destroyed and made combat ineffective, devastated. We said it would not be a fair fight, and it has not been. As I stated during our first press conference on day 2, that was 10 short days ago, the combination of the world's 2 most powerful air forces is unprecedented and unbeatable. Between our Air Force and that of the Israelis, over 15,000 enemy targets have been struck. That's well over 1,000 a day. No other combination of countries in the world can do that. So today, as we speak, we fly over the top of Iran and Tehran. Fighters and bombers all day picking targets as they choose. As our intelligence gets better and better and more refined. Looking up, the IRGC and Iranian regime sees only 2 things on the side of aircraft: the Stars and Stripes and the Star of David. The evil regime's worst nightmare. Iran has no air defenses. Iran has no air force. Iran has no navy. Their missiles, their missile launchers and drones being destroyed or shot out of the sky. Their missile volume is down 90%. Their one-way attack drones yesterday, down 95%.
God bless you all. Thank you so much for being here, guys.
And as the world is seeing, they are exercising sheer desperation in the Straits of Hormuz.
12:55.
Something we're dealing with. We have been dealing with it, and don't need to worry about it.
People posting
we're on
American
plan to
flags,
defeat,
so
destroy, disable all of their meaningful military capabilities at a pace the world has never seen before.
The world has never seen before.
Meanwhile, let's talk about war. A simple weapon is allowing Iran to control, for the moment, one of the world's most important bodies of water, where
Oh my God, it's like World of Warships. They're talking about sea mines, bro. Oh my God.
20% of the world's oil transport is transported through. So let's turn to the wall and learn about sea mines. Fundamentally, what are they? They're supposed to detonate and blow open the hull of a ship. What have they done? They drop to the bottom, and oftentimes they're moored with wires. Those wires, on the positive side, can be cut, and they can be disabled. But they could be down there, and they could be triggered. For example, they can count. Some of them can count, where they maybe one ship goes, the second ship goes, and it's scheduled for the third one, then it'll explode. Makes it tougher and tougher to figure out if that pathway is actually clear or not. Okay, to avoid triggering the magnetic mines, hulls are now changed in the material in which they're made. They've gone to fiberglass in some cases, and believe it or not, back to the future with wood. And here they go into the seabed. Here's how they do the damage. An exploding mine creates a gas bubble and shock waves that can tear a hole in a ship's hull. And once one is blown up, all traffic stopped. A fear of being blown up has basically stopped all the traffic in the area. Just a few barges have gotten through. Let's bring in retired U.S. Navy Admiral and FDD Senior Fellow Mark Montgomery. Admiral, the mines, they say, according to the studies, there's roughly only 9 or 10 mines in the Strait, but it's the fear of those mines that's keeping the tankers out.
Yeah, Brian, you're exactly right. That's a great description and great storyboard you had there, with all 3 different types of mines. What it is these mines right now, they have not laid a minefield per se. These are a small number that need to be swept and then cleared either by Navy divers putting explosives on them or the littoral combat ships removing them. But to do that, we need to set the military conditions in the Strait. We need to remove the missiles, the drones, the fast attack craft as well. Once we've established those conditions, we can get in there, clear the mines, and then begin setting up vessel transit schemes that allow us to, to bring through the merchant ships, 2 or 3 ships accompanied by a U.S. Navy air defense destroyer.
So that is really the power right now that Iran has. They're going to control that Strait. I understand India, according to the Wall Street Journal, has contacted their counterpart in Iran, says, can you let our 23 ships get through? Do you think that's okay for you as an American commander if some of our allies reach out and try to get separate deals?
I don't, obviously. I think that we need to stand firm here The reason the president is pushing for this 4-week air campaign is so that at the end of it, one of the aims will be to control
to end it all again
through the Straits of Hormuz. If we don't do this, the message to the world and to our particular Arab partners is that Iran controls that strait and Iran has the power. So it's critical that we actually, as a global entity, defeat this Iranian threat to the Straits.
87 Elkie said, is it wrong to have one of your best days for weeks, months, in a lifetime while the world's
until we
going to
establish
hell?
the conditions where escorts are no longer required?
How close do you think we are, Admiral? I know we got about 75% of the launchers out. We're destroying the production ability of those rockets, short, medium, and long-range rockets. How close are we to doing that? Some people think if we destroy the Navy, there's no problem.
Dude,
but
relax.
We really
Nvidia's still at 180 plus. What the fuck you worrying about, bruh? Oh my
exactly,
God.
and really small boat
Guys,
attacks.
look at all these
like
fucking
the
chicken littles in chat,
do
right?
in
Everyone's
the
seeing chat. Everyone's seeing chat. 87 Elkie chicken little. Oh my God.
With
All this
unmanned
falling, folks.
vessels packed with explosives, and we've seen a few of those already
now.
hit ships off of Dubai. Brian, I think that Admiral Cooper and General Kane have been pretty clear. This was a 3 to 4 week air campaign. I would say somewhere between March 21st and March 28th. Is a time frame I'd look for our ability to escort ships.
And people just have to be patient. This is a problem that has to be addressed. And also, 70% of South Korea's oil goes through that strait. A lot goes to China. There are now gas lines in China, and maybe that has a lot to do with the very few overflights on Taiwan. So other countries
I like when the market is not down too much too, though, I'm not gonna lie.
Us, but it's a global market.
But yeah, it's not going down too fucking fast.
So do you think pressure from China and other allies could help us straighten out that strait?
Kinds of opportunities.
I agree. I actually think China early on signaled to Iran not to do comprehensive, wide-scale mining. In fact, normally they mine in the transit areas leading up, making it very difficult. I don't think that's happened. Look, Brian, this is a 47-year effort by the Iranian regime to take control of these straits. It's going to take 3 to 4 weeks for the United States to establish its dominance and be able to do the successful transiting. We've done it before. We did it in the 1980s. We can do it again now.
Then just said
so
maybe
great
a
that
head
we
and
increased our
shoulders
production. We've changed everything since the 70s. We're really in control of our own energy output. But we do have to straighten out that strait and make the world know that Iran will never be in control of that strait, even though they might be in control for the next few weeks.
He sees a head
Admiral,
and shoulder.
thanks so much.
Okay.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox 1.
I see a baguette with some ketchup and mustard on it because I'm very hungry. We'll see.
All right, 11 minutes worth of business, and look at that. The Dow is up nearly 400 points. The Nasdaq's up 115 points. The price of oil is right around $92, $93 a barrel. Investors kind of like that. Stocks up.
Wow.
The Dow and S&P, by the way, are on pace to snap a 3-day losing streak. The Nasdaq just turned back to positive territory for the week.
Wow.
Now, individual stocks. Look at this. Look at Nvidia. According to the Wall Street Journal, the owner of TikTok in China, that would be ByteDance, getting access to Nvidia's Blackwell chip. They're working with the Southeast Asian tech firm to get around the embargo to China. Nvidia is up nearly $2, 1%. The U.S. is temporarily lifting.
Nvidia, what happened? Damn, Nvidia dropped the bag hard on that, huh? Nvidia dropped the bag hard. He dropped the motherfucking walnuts.
Sanctions on Russian oil that's already at sea. Edward Lawrence joins me. How much oil does this put back on the market, Edward?
Yeah, Stu, we're talking about an estimates of 124 million barrels already produced and at sea across 30 different locations. The United States easing some of those sanctions on that Russian oil so it can be sold on the open market. The Treasury Secretary defending the action as the U.S. tries to figure out ways to get more supply on the global market, saying in a post this narrowly tailored short-term measure applies only to oil already in transit and will not provide significant financial benefit to the Russian government, which derives the majority of its energy revenue from taxes assessed at the point of extraction. Now, the oil price hovering, as you said, above $90 a barrel, moving slightly up each day as Iran targets ships in the Persian Gulf. The threats effectively shutting down the Straits of Hormuz. Now, this morning, the Department of War outlining what oil traders are seeing.
Iran still has the capability to harm friendly forces in commercial shipping, and our work on this effort continues. But I want to make something clear. The only thing preventing commercial traffic and flow through the Straits right now, which there is some through the Straits, is Iran.
So the new Supreme Leader in a statement says that they will use this strait as leverage against the globe to hold on to power. The Trump administration also waiving the Jones Act for about 30 days, which requires that U.S. built, owned, and operated ships move goods like oil between U.S. ports. The Oil and Gas Association says that this will have a greater impact on prices than the coordinated global release of 400 million barrels from emergency reserves. Now, this latest move to allow Russian oil to be added offers an estimated 5 to 6 day supply, but traders, as you know, still want to see those ships moving through the Strait of Hormuz to significantly move down that price of oil. Back to you, Steve.
Yeah, that's the important point. Open those straits. All right, thanks, Edward. Joining me now is Gordon Chang. He knows a lot about China. China is a known ally of the mullahs in Iran. How is China helping their war effort?
Go to the price of oil. You have oil flowing through the Hormuz Strait to China right now, 11.7 million barrels. So China is actually financially supporting the war effort with its purchases of oil. Also, you have that very large Chinese intelligence ship right off the coast of Iran, and there's diplomatic propaganda support, and that has been continual. That support has been crucial to Iran, and it's going to continue until the United States takes means to stop it.
Wait, China's still getting oil out of the Persian Gulf through the Straits?
Yes.
I didn't think any tankers were getting through.
No, the tankers that are going to China are getting through. Other tankers are not getting through. And I think that the United States, to put pressure on China, should be stopping those China-bound tankers, saying, look, if Iran's going to close the Strait to our tankers, why should China get oil?
But if we did that, that pushes up the price of oil even more, doesn't it?
It does, but then it probably shortens the war because it pushes China away from Iran.
Okay. Xi Jinping just pushed through a new law, inside China this is, that threatens ethnic minorities who don't conform to China's common language and culture. Is there any room left for the Uyghurs and for the Tibetans, or are they out of the picture?
Well, there was no room before this law. This law, I think, is mostly symbolic because it codifies what's been going on before. You know, as the Uyghurs say, this codifies genocide. And yes, that's right, because if you look at the 1948 Genocide Convention, what China has been doing does meet the definition of genocide.
What's the situation inside China? How stable is Communist Party rule?
Yeah, I don't think it is that stable. We saw, for instance, at this 2 sessions, which just ended in Beijing, there was a lot of turmoil evident between the civilian leadership and the military. We've seen all of these purges. The military leadership has been decimated. The military is in disarray. That's not to say that they can't blunder into a war, but it is to say that they could not launch operations against the main island of Taiwan, for instance, because the command structure has been taken out.
So any attempt to take over Taiwan or be nasty to Taiwan, that's been pulled back because of Xi Jinping's difficult position with his military and the government.
Yeah, with the main island. Now, there's some islands of Taiwan which are only 2 or 3 miles off the Chinese coast. Now, those the Chinese military can take without too much trouble, and you don't need too much leadership to do that. But if you're launching a combined air, land, sea operation against the main island...
Someone told me it's 3 hours away. Garrison, New York. Hell no, it ain't 3 hours away. 1 hour. 1 hour and 30 minutes.
Welcome back. Senate Democrats blocking yet another motion to get the Department of Homeland Security funded and open. Today marks day 28 of this shutdown of the DHS. This is the 4th time since February the Democrats have voted to block any legislation. They are still demanding major reforms to ICE and border protection, even though ICE is already funded. But the threat of Iranian terrorist cells is rising across the country in retaliation to Operation Epic Fury. President Trump says he has eyes on all of them. Watch this.
One candle
hit us back.
Flashed out.
Have you been briefed about how many Iran sleeper cells there could be inside the U.S. right now?
I have been, and a lot of people came in through Biden with this stupid open border.
Back up.
But we know where most of them are. We've got our eye on all of them, I think. They came in through the open border policies of sleepy Joe Biden, and we've got our eyes on all of them. But the war itself is being prosecuted at a level that nobody's seen before. It's pretty amazing to watch.
Just yesterday, a naturalized citizen from Lebanon rammed his vehicle into a synagogue near Detroit. The suspect was shot and killed by security officers, while a previously convicted ISIS supporter opened fire at Old Dominion University, killing an
What the fuck is going on, bro?
ROTC instructor. Joining me now is former House Speaker and Fox News contributor Newt Gingrich.
All these news
Newt, thanks very much for being here. It's always a pleasure to talk
already
with
starting.
you.
Fuck,
so
that's
much to
scary
get
as
into,
hell,
but let's
dude.
start with this DHS shutdown. We've got threats rising that are, you know, upsetting people because they are threats to the homeland, America, and yet the Department of Homeland Security is still shut down for 28
Seen
days.
some
Your
news about
reaction?
this shit, but like what? It's already
Well, I mean, first of all, you have Democrat partisanship overwhelming the patriotism. So they're doing things that make sense to them as partisans, but they're very, I mean, it's very unpatriotic to be stopping the Department of Homeland Security when we have an active, clear war, a real threat. The leading supporter of terrorism since 1984, every year, the State Department has designated Iran as the leading supporter of state terrorism in the world. So for us to be in the middle of this fight and have the Democrats be literally unpatriotic from the standpoint of the country, forget Donald Trump, forget the Republicans, just from the standpoint of the country, when you have a threat, and have the Democrats be literally unpatriotic from the standpoint of the country, forget Donald Trump, forget the Republicans, just from the standpoint of the country, when you have a threat like this, to behave this partisan. But there's a second part to this whole thing. They're holding the country hostage. I urge every person who stands in line at the airport for unnecessary hours to use that spare time to call their Democratic congressmen, their Democratic senators, to call in to talk radio, and to make clear that they understand they are being held hostage. Every air traveler is being held hostage. Domestic airlines are being held hostage. They're going to suffer both because of higher oil prices, aviation fuel prices, and they're going to suffer because of the chaos at the airports. So you're watching the Democrats. I literally, as a historian, don't remember either party being this methodically unpatriotic in the way in which they're dealing with what is a national crisis, and one which could become much worse very fast.
This shit literally looks like it's like they're holding up here somehow
when you look
on
at the
fucking
cost
purpose
of
on the
this. I
video.
mean, look, this morning we've got a new threat from Iran. They're going to start targeting U.S. banks.
This shit looks so
but already people are watching
the
oil
way the
prices
video has been
spike
staying
out
here
of
for the
control.
last
I mean, look
3
at oil
hours.
this morning, which of course crude is sort of looking to be stabilizing right now, but it's at $95 a barrel. Brent has already hit 100. It is hovering around $100 a barrel right now. Iran's new supreme leader claims the Strait of Hormuz must remain effectively closed to affect the enemy. Right? I mean, you've got Brent and crude down a fraction this morning, but even you posted this on X. You say Iran's strategy in this conflict is clearer than many people realize.
Going
it is
lower,
not about defeating the United States militarily. It is about disrupting oil and forcing global pressure for a truce. Yes. And if we see this kind of move going into the midterm elections, this is going to affect even more, and that is the Republican leadership, is it not?
It hasn't even been 2-3 hours. It's been like 1 hour.
The goal has to be
2 hours
to
almost.
replace
It looked
the
very,
religious
very long.
dictatorship,
Like
which has said openly since 1979
it's kind of normal.
that it's at war with the United States. The Iranian parliament just weeks ago was chanting death to America. The Iranian revolution has literally killed Americans, killed 200 and some Marines in Lebanon, for example. So this is a very dangerous government, and we cannot end this war without replacing it, or we will have been defeated, and they will go right back to being dangerous. But second, the center of gravity in this war is the Straits of Hormuz. It's not Tehran.
It's so crazy.
If the Navy and the Air Force can intervene and maybe the Coast Guard and can stop the effort to close the Straits, which Reagan did in the 1980s when I was a member of Congress.
No power today whatsoever.
If we can reopen the Straits, price of oil will collapse. Everyone will be relatively happy. And the American people, as long as we don't put in ground troops, the American people will accept whatever it takes to eliminate a country. Remember, the Iranians had their way. The threat right now would be nuclear weapons.
It would have been more healthier to see this year or something.
An American city. That's what's at stake. And when I watch these people who want Iran to win, every time you see somebody on TV who talks about a truce, they're talking about the Iranians winning. And I cannot understand the logic that says, why don't we let our mortal enemy get nuclear weapons and ballistic missiles? Because sooner or later, they will use them, and they will use them against American cities.
So you have a confidence that the U.S. can actually go in there in the Straits and reverse this to try to secure the Straits. I mean, today, oil companies are worried that there's more security needed. They don't know if drones are going to come out of nowhere from Iran and take their tankers down.
Look, I mean, one of the things I've suggested is to go back to World War I and World War II and look at the use of what were called Q ships. And a Q ship was actually kind of a merchant ship, looked like a merchant ship, except it was very heavily armed and it was designed to lure in German submarines and destroy them. Well, our version, because of the nature of the threat here, we ought to pick up, 20 or 30 or 40 of the derelict tankers and simply station them directly off the Iranian coast to form a shield in effect, so we can move the rest of the vehicles, the rest of the tankers, the real tankers, behind them, and force the Iranians to come out in the open and just accept that for 3 or 4 or 5 weeks, we're going to have a real campaign. I mean, I remember in the 1980s when I was a congressman and Ronald Reagan was president, at one point they hit an American warship with an Iranian mine. And a couple of days later, Reagan took out half the Iranian Navy in 48 hours to send a signal. And we were very tough about this. We also faced mines. You're always going to face mines in the region, and the Navy and the Coast Guard should be prepared to go in. Mines are mostly passive, and they should go in there and take them out.
So, Newt, let me switch gears, get your take on how all of this is going to impact the upcoming November midterm elections. Former White House Chief of Staff Rahm Emanuel is working with Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, wanting the Democrats to frame the narrative on, quote, how President Trump's military adventurism is worsening Americans' economic security. That's what Rahm and Hakeem are putting together here. Some strategists tell me that the Republicans have got to get this fixed in terms of the price of oil, the perception of the impact of this war by July, or face a serious impact, negative. Your reaction, and what do you think the Republicans need to do to ensure that the American people understand the mission of Operation Epic Fury and understand that perhaps this impact on oil is temporary?
Well, let me start with Rahm's language. If you think defending American cities, stopping nuclear weapons in the hands of terrorists, doing what is necessary to protect American lives, if you think that's adventurism, you're probably a left-wing Democrat. But if you're a realistic person and you realize what would happen with one nuclear weapon on one American city, the scale of the disaster, the human suffering, then frankly, you're not part of the Rahm Emanuel formula. Second, Republicans can win this campaign. George H.W. Bush was 19 points down in May and won by 8 points on Election Day. It was very simple. We have to convince the American people that their lives personally will be better off, their families will be better off, and their country will be better off with our policies. And one of the challenges for the Trump team is they have so many good policies, whether it's the tax on tips, or it's that they cut, or it's the cut in the tax on Social Security, or it's the increase in the child tax credit. I mean, just go down. It's an amazing list of things that the president has done on a wide front. The problem is our communications is about 10% as effective right now. So they've got to focus very heavily, I think, right now in communicating what the choices are and making people see clearly that down one road with the Democrats is enormous danger to the country and a terrible long-term future. Down the other road, you have people who will protect America and people who will, in fact, provide greater prosperity, greater take-home pay, lower cost health insurance. I mean, there are a lot of things Trump is doing that aren't being communicated very effectively.
I agree with you. I agree with the communication issues. You're right. Speaker, good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you, Newt Gingrich. Thank you, Newt Gingrich.
Beyond the 6-month phase-out period.
What the fuck? Oh, hell no.
I want to bring in our panel to talk a little more about this. Former Trump Treasury official Joe Livornia and former Biden Treasury official Kitty Richards. Joe, what do you think happened here? Because I know your take on all of this was that the government, the economy was in pretty good shape before everything happened in the Middle East, but these numbers suggest a little differently.
We kind of came right back, Becky, to where we were in the beginning of the quarter when the outlook was that things would be soft because of the shutdown. It would weigh on income. And as Steve related, you're going to get that payback in the first quarter of 26.
This is absolutely
so
true,
the economy,
by the way.
I think, still fundamentally is pretty healthy.
Nothing erodes household liquidity faster than higher gas prices, says Joe Livornia of CNBC. But this thing is going to be a huge fucking problem because this high gas prices is going to impact our inflation, impact our 10-year yield. It's going to impact our fucking commodities. It's going to impact a lot of things that people don't expect. A lot of things. And right now, big tech has been taking a hit for the last 3 months. Stock market's still somehow up right before the last couple of days, right? All these defensive names, all these energy stocks that are way up. Now, I mean, now it's just, this is really not good, though. I'm not gonna lie. Nothing erodes household liquidity faster than higher gas prices because this shit is psychological. Like high gas,
especially
nobody
the structure's 100% expensing, and then
high
of course
gas
no tax on tips and overtime is going to lead to huge refunds. The biggest
people
issue, though,
start
as you
seeing
know,
high gas prices,
is what's happening in commodity markets and energy.
They start seeing fucking inflation. Why am I saying this shit? Because I don't want to fucking fill my gas tank up right now. I don't want to put in money.
Fundamentally solid economy, one that is going to accelerate, is now cast out on it.
Nobody wants to
see in
fucking drive
markets,
around. Nobody
which are
wants to
worried
fucking
about the
move.
extent
Nobody's gonna transport shit.
and duration of this energy move, because there's nothing that will take liquidity away from households faster than higher gas and oil prices.
Everything.
Kitty, what do you think? I mean, obviously, the events that are happening on the ground right now are complicating
talking about
any
fucking
sort of
1980s Iran levels.
what we
like,
might be seeing in the economy.
Talking about with these gas prices, bro. I better not see $7, $6.
What are you betting at this point, just in terms of where
one
we
of the cheapest gas states.
You know, I think these new GDP numbers are surprising. They were much lower than expectations, but they are also consistent with what we've been seeing in the job market. So last month's job market report from BLS showed that we actually lost 92,000 jobs across the economy in February. They also revised down December jobs, and so it was negative. So I'm wondering if we're actually seeing some of those labor market indicators and GDP come into line. That does paint a softer picture. And of course, we're seeing inflation remaining elevated. And the fact that core PCE is still quite elevated, moving into a period where this, chaos in the Middle East, the war that Trump has embarked on, has caused gas prices to go up dramatically in the last week. Those will continue to rise. Oil is trading around $100 a barrel. When you add that on top of persistently high non-energy inflation, we could really start to see inflation tick up.
Hey, Kitty, two things. One is I love the book that's right behind your head. So I wanted to say I appreciate that. I caught that. I don't know if others caught that. I won't say more. Just on the left side of there.
1929.
No, it says too big to fail.
Oh, okay.
And then Joe, it's nice to see you. My question, which relates to where I think Kitty was going with this, is what is the chance? And I know the administration's been pretty persistent with the idea that
look at
if things can get resolved, all of a sudden the price of oil is going to go down again. But what is the chance it remains elevated for some period of time, even after fighting ends, if you believe that is even possible?
Shit's so
well, the
bloody.
thing is, Andrew, you know, when you get these big oil spikes, they tend to go up very steep. The slope on the line is high, it's sharp, it's almost a right angle. And generally, when the situation is resolved, prices come down. So whenever this crisis ends, and hopefully sooner than later, I do expect prices to go down.
This shit is bloody as fuck.
Problem is the length.
Oh fuck! I just zoomed into that on my big ass screen. This shit is bloody as fuck. Bloody Friday. We're about to see some people crying on Reddit tonight, looks like. Red days are the best days, though. I can't lie, guys. Red days. That's where all the fucking comedic posts come on. Online. On red days. And all the sad fucking bulls. This is a real red day. Not one of those little ones. This is a fucking real red one. Ever since yesterday, too. Yesterday was a humongous red day. Today, I fucking squeezed down. Yesterday was a humongous red day. And today is another humongous red day. Just the same as yesterday. And the 1 week candle coming down, fucking squeezing down. And the 1 week candle is fucking very bearish. We're about to see on Reddit tonight, man. People are about to be fucking crying. Mark my word, I'm telling you. This shit, you thought last week was over with this shit? Tonight, you're about to see the amount of fucking people crying into this shit. Right? Yesterday, I said there's a massive fucking volume growing. And I said, last couple of days, we thought there was massive volume, but it's fucking growing even more. Right? Even more. Thursday and Friday has been bloody. 2 fucking days. Black Friday, Black Thursday. Black Thursday, Black Friday. Oh my god, the volume crazy. Alright, number 1, the volume fucking crazy. That's, yeah. That's fucking crazy. Can't forget this shit. This is literally what has happened, so. I'm so excited.
In depth with which these prices rise. In 22, we had a lot of stimulus. The economy was overheating. We had very strong job growth, 300,000. Now the job market, I would argue, is going to turn up because it will follow the CapEx trend and the pro-growth tax policy. But with this energy move, that kind of throws a wrinkle in things. It seems to be the markets are still betting on a relatively short conflict. That certainly will help. But again, the longer we keep these prices higher, inflation will go up. That will collapse real income, hurt spending, and lead to a stalling out in growth.
One thing to bear in mind.
Oh, go ahead, Kitty.
One thing to bear in mind about the job market is what we've seen over the past year is that
every single
large share of job growth has been in the healthcare sector. And last year's budget bill, which cut taxes for the wealthy very steeply, but also cut Medicaid and failed to extend really important subsidies for Affordable Care Act coverage, has led to millions of Americans losing their health insurance. That is going to, and also they're facing rising costs for healthcare if they were able to keep their insurance. And that is going to have real impacts on the healthcare sector, on jobs, as well as on Americans' pocketbooks. And I think you're seeing some of those pressures also feed through to that disappointing consumer expenditure that we're seeing. Consumers are really strapped. They're seeing prices rise for utilities. They're seeing prices rise for gasoline. They're seeing prices rise for food, and premiums for healthcare going up by hundreds of dollars a month in many cases. And that's really putting a squeeze on their ability to spend. And consumer expenditures are the driver of GDP growth in this country. And so I'm not as sanguine about what's going to happen in the labor market or with GDP over the coming year.
Look at the fucking poll.
Hey, Joe, do you worry about that? And I guess if you would put yourself in the Federal Reserve's position, do you worry more about the potential for a softening economy, a softening jobs market, or do you worry more about what these higher oil prices mean for inflation?
Well, on the labor markets, the real wages under the first 11 months, 12 months of President Trump's term have been very positive and very strong. Blue-collar workers have seen huge wage gains. The problem, of course, is now where we are with the situation in the Middle East. So to me, as I said earlier, the economy is fundamentally healthy. But this oil move is a concern, and I do believe, as I've said many times, the Fed should be cutting interest rates to help the cyclical parts of the economy to grow, because the Trump tax plan is...
Oh, Texas has such cheap gas. Wow. Texas not even feeling it. Only people feeling it are in the West Coast and the East Coast almost. Damn. I mean, there's still millions of people on the West and East Coast, but wow.
Rubrik shares are in the green after the cybersecurity company beat on earnings and issued upbeat full-year guidance. The stock trying to claw back heavy losses this year amid the cyber and software sell-off, and is still nearly 50% from its 52-week high amid the broader slump. Joining us first on CNBC is Bipul Sinha, Chairman, CEO, and co-founder of Rubrik. It's great to see you, Bipul. Welcome to...
What? They said we have 2.8, 2.3 here in Houston. What the f... What the fuck?
The show.
Glad to be here, Sarah.
So clearly, I mean, business is doing great. You're seeing, what, more than 45% revenue growth, account growth. The market's trying to figure out whether you are an AI beneficiary or threatened by AI. Does it show up in the results today?
We are an AI accelerated company. If you look at our top line, we grew ARR 34% to about 1.5 billion, and our cash flow we generated for the year, free cash flow, over 230 million.
Yeah,
that is
2.3.
increase.
If my gas price was 2.3, I would put my car in sports mode and literally just race around. I'd be driving at 16 miles per gallon instead of the 36 or whatever, 26 or 30 that I
fiscal year. And we are delivering AI acceleration. We are actually giving people confidence that they can deploy agents and accelerate their AI journey, because we are reducing their risk by giving them.
That's why people in Texas drive big trucks. They don't care. They speed in big trucks.
Their core data and the AI
trucks, Jeeps,
what
Wranglers.
Prevents an Anthropic or an OpenAI from moving into this
area? With a portobello mushroom burger in their hand. I got a portobello mushroom burger at a gas station when I was in Texas once. From I don't know what chain it was, but portobello mushroom burger. Somebody that lives in Texas, please let me know what a lot of gas station like Love's hamburger chains there are in Texas.
If Rubrik doesn't work, banks stop. You can't dole out money. The hospitals can't.
Was it Wahlburgers? I don't think so. Was it In-N-Out? Definitely not In-N-Out. It was.
This is the core mission critical infrastructure that
portobello mushroom burger.
A decade of soak time for the software to be able to work for large enterprises. When ransomware hits, vibe code or LLM will not save you. Rubrik will.
I know you were asked about the war and Iran's sort of reputation as a troublemaking state actor. I wonder, I mean, although we don't want to see any malfeasance, is that going to drive at least awareness, if not revenue?
If you look at what happens in a geopolitical
Cali XL, that's what I
there's
want,
always
bro.
retaliatory cyber attack. And there's a new phenomenon that we are seeing, which is attacking the economic infrastructure, which is now the data centers, AI, and digital infrastructure. So there is an increased awareness around cyber resilience, around digital resilience, making sure that economic infrastructure is intact. So there is definitely awareness, and we are seeing more orders come in because people are worried about, can they keep their businesses up and running? Can they keep their
No, it wasn't Carl's Jr. Their hamburger looks trash.
And are those inquiries on new business, are they citing the war in particular?
Yes, they're new business. And
Carl's Jr. Portobello Mushroom Burger. Yeah, that was
at the same time, we want to ensure that all our customers and prospects can continue to run their business with confidence.
Someone said, yup, true V8 Tundra. You mean that V16 Tundra, V12 Tundra. That's what they drive in Texas. They drive that fucking diesel truck. Those diesel retail trucks. Yup. They drive a Ford F550 that takes diesel and DEF.
Alan joins me now. Katie, welcome back to the program. Always good to see you. The Russians say they've got a strategic partnership with Iran.
The Russians.
Seems like Putin's the big winner in all of this. You agree?
The Russians.
You know, look, Iran was always going to have Russia as an ally, and Putin was always going to get involved. That's their alliance, right? It's Russia, China, Iran, North Korea. And so Russia was going to help. Why? Russia needs the drones that Iran
We're going to have a standoff
Russia
in the
needs the Strait of Hormuz open because it's a Russian ghost fleet that's taking sanctioned oil from Iran and giving it to China.
Be a whole show.
And this is Russia's last stand in the Middle East. Doesn't have any more allies left in the Middle East, only Iran. So it was always going to help.
VC said, yeah, in Texas you need a minimum
F-150. With Russia, yes, and that is a problem.
Why?
But it's not getting involved militarily. They're not sending Russian battleships to the region. They're not having any kinetic action.
Now I never liked
trucks.
I
don't think Russia knows how this ends. They may worry that the United States could actually prevail, which I think it will, without doubt. And they've also got their hands full in Ukraine. So what does this all mean? What I look at this and say is, okay, the Strait of Hormuz, that's where the action is now. As President Trump says, we've pretty much decimated the leadership in Iran. We've gotten rid. There's no Navy. There's no Air Force. There's no missile launchers. There's no missile capability, production capability. There's no command and control. It's not completely gone, but it's degraded significantly. But what's left is the Strait of Hormuz, and that's where the U.S. will turn next. Not right now, not today, but next.
Would you agree with the following statement? The war cannot end until the oil is flowing freely through the Straits of Hormuz.
China truck.
100%. And we have the capability to do it. And Iran, see, Iran has been, going back to the Reagan administration, when I was at the Pentagon, Iran has always used the Strait of Hormuz and the blackmail.
VC Ninja says, I have a 3-liter that gives 18 to 23 miles per gallon. That's not bad for a truck. 18, 23. I get 25, maybe 28. Sometimes I get 18 on my sedan too.
Because what it's done is they think that if they can make the pain really bad in the United States for American consumers by closing the Strait, if the pain is really bad for our European allies,
that's kind of about the same as an SUV. Fuck, SUV and a truck,
the leaders of those countries, the U.S., Israel, others, will be so intimidated that they'll walk away and let Iran do what Iran wants to do. And they've seriously
one has a back and one doesn't have an open back.
Because Iran's Gulf neighbors, the Gulf Arabs, they've joined in the fight. They didn't expect that. America, Donald Trump does not give up. He's not going to blink.
I just hate how, like, when I speed and turn in an SUV, it just feels like so fucking delayed, like I'm about to fucking tilt,
the Strait of Hormuz, because Iran is going to do it again and again and again until we stop their capability and ability to do so.
Secretary of War Pete Hegseth this morning said that
there was times when I was a semi-truck driver, right? And like, I was on like a highway in like North Virginia or like something like that, like in the rural areas, but like they do road works, and there's like certain areas of the highway where it's like so fucking tight. Even if you're in a tiny ass fucking sedan, if you go left or right a foot out, like you would scratch the shit out of your mirrors on the barrier, like the rock barriers. And I would drive through that bitch with the semi going fucking 55 with cars like literally right behind me, right in front of me. And there was a time where I had to fucking adjust right or left with a little bump, and like I sort of I thought I was gonna crash and fucking like make a huge accident at the barrier or something because it was so fucking terrifying. Like it just you go so fucking fast. If you any move, like I swear, dude, I was like, dude, like I've been in some tight ass highways, you know, in New York or New Jersey, but like this is something different. Like these people down here, they look different. They live different. This is a fucking interstate highway, and they're doing road work or something, and like it's just like, yeah, the tightest of all fucking tightest single fucking road highway shit. I was like, bro, this can't be possibly legal. Like, it is not safe. What they do? What the fuck they want down there, man? Virginia, they don't give a shit. They don't give a
injured. And he noticed that he'd only put out a written statement, had not seen or heard from him in reality. He implied
North
that
Carolina
Khomeini was in hiding.
Carolina,
Are we out to kill him, do you think?
Yeah, and look, we've seen no proof of life of this new so-called president, the new supreme leader of Iran. We don't even know. There's no picture. He hasn't gone out in public. So has he either been injured?
This guy said,
I
think it's funny people pay 50 to 100K for a truck and don't use it as a truck.
So he doesn't want anybody to see
Are
him.
trucks that expensive, though?
Short-lived job right now is to be the new supreme leader.
How expensive is a truck?
Is he on the kill list? We are waiting for somebody in the Iranian second tier of leadership,
expensive is a truck?
Either military, civilian, religious, to come forward and say, we will work with you, America. We will achieve those goals with you. No more nukes, no more missiles, open the Strait of Hormuz. We've not seen anybody come forward yet, so I think that, yes, he's a very endangered species.
It's like a shitty Hyundai Honda truck, like 35K.
Thanks so much for being with us. We'll see you again soon.
I thought that's what it was, like 35, 40. Well, like 50K, 60K. Aren't those like fucking like raised up Tundras? F-250. You Google it for me. Trying to put work on me. I need food, bruh. Oh shit, look what they said. Iran risk lose but markets don't capitulate. Yo, you know what they said yesterday? Oh my god, you guys gotta see this shit. Alright, everybody hates Tom Lee now, supposedly. But Tom Lee and Kathy Woods came on yesterday and said this shit, and look at the fucking chats. They went crazy. Tom Lee came out on CNBC, said equity markets will make bottom this month, and people said that's official. Tom Lee is now Kathy Woods 2.0. That's the first comment.
Let's welcome in Kathy Woods, CEO and CIO of ARK Invest, and Tom Lee, head of research at FundStrat, chair of BitMine Immersion Technologies, and a CNBC contributor. Welcome to both of you. Tom, you want to just start with your thoughts on the markets? Bro. Why is tech kind of not participating this time? They've been a ballast so far in this sell-off.
Yeah, I mean, I think tech in general has actually held up really well, including software. It makes sense to us because
we'll see if you come back in a day.
I'm going to make a counterintuitive statement. Higher oil is relatively good for U.S. equities because, one, the U.S. is a net producer of oil, but as people worry about global growth slowing because of high oil, they want to own growth stocks, which actually makes them want to own the U.S. stock market because it is a growth index, especially the Mag 7 and software. So I actually think that this kind of makes sense. And I heard the earlier conversation today. I'm also in the camp that I think we're making our bottom this month for the equity markets.
Okay, what about, we got Jefferies down 7%, Deutsche down about that much. A lot of people are trying to look around, poke into where these private credit exposures and stuff might be.
Tom Lee's been wrong a lot recently.
What would you say about that narrative right now, Tom?
Market 10 or some bullshit.
Well, private credit's been a problem for some time, so I think it has been increasingly revealing, as Jamie Dimon said, more cockroaches. I do think it's probably not as systematic as we might fear. I know people carry the Lehman hammer and think that this is a repeat of the GFC, but again, there's a lot of reasons it's not as systematic. One is just the size of the market's not nearly as large, but also things that look like credit stress aren't really signaling like they did in 2008. So I think it's hurting financials right now, but I don't think it's a broader problem for the market or the economy.
Kathy, you guys are looking, if I'm not mistaken, to kind of help the public get into more early stage growth companies. And we saw last week Robinhood did something similar. They're IPOing a venture fund. And this comes against this backdrop where a lot of the kind of growthy companies have ended up in private markets and they don't go public anymore. Then I know the SEC has a big push to try to change that. But one of the problems, as you and others know, is that sometimes they don't perform that well. It's very risky. So could you just comment on the current state of affairs? Like, the private markets have losses. You go in the public markets, people don't want losses, but they want access to growthy companies. Who can they feel confident will help give them the best of the bunch?
Yes, Kelly. Well, it's very interesting to be managing money at this time and to have managed money, very early portfolio manager, early in my years, in the tech and telecom bubble. It's not.
Guys, we're so close to 100 likes, folks. If you are here and you are part of the 30 people that have not hit the like button, all right? 07 to you, brothers and sisters. I salute you. True American patriot Jeff. This is Jeff. I salute you. Thank you very much. Please hit the like button. Thank you, sir, for your like and kindness and like and support. Over and out, Sergeant Jeff.
And that, but
back at it again, boy. Back at it again, boy, with the motherfucking.
When we look back. Maybe at the end of this year, is going to be characterized as climbing a wall of worry. And of course, now with the war, there is another reason. There are another few bricks being put into that wall. This is a really good time to pick up on stocks that might be more volatile. Volatility in our world it does not measure risk as much as it measures uncertainty. And I think the new technology is evolving today, and the way ARC does its research on these technologies to understand how they're going to scale and who's leading the pack. I think we're in a very good position. And the opportunities, this is a technology revolution. And we are not in an AI hype cycle. And we think it has miles to go. Of course, consider the source. It's all we do. But we're beginning to see results, astounding results at companies like Anthropic and OpenAI in terms of their ARRs.
God la boo. Know that, boy.
Welcome back. Oil prices this morning are lower. Take a look at Brent and crude, which have reversed course this morning. Brent is under $100 now. It had been up earlier. It is down 1%. Crude is at 93.87. It's down almost 2% right now. Despite Iran's new supreme leader claiming that the Strait of Hormuz will remain effectively closed as a tool to pressure the enemy. quote unquote. The regime further disrupting shipping and fueling fears of a prolonged energy shock. But President Trump is hitting back, ensuring the safe flow of oil in the Strait of Hormuz. Watch.
Leave, get it done.
Now that tankers are being attacked in the Strait of Hormuz, how are you going to ensure the safety of oil flowing through there?
I think you can see great safety. It's going to be very, very quickly. We have decimated that country. They're paying a big price now for 47 years of killing. They killed you. You have relatives. We all have relatives. What they've done, and now they're paying for it.
Clap it up.
Now, I just want to point out that Piper Sandler is reporting that India has one oil tanker moving out of the Strait that could be
every fucking day.
That is helping oil prices this morning move lower. Joining me right now is Sofra Capital CEO and Pishavar Institute founder, Shervin Pishavar. Shervin, great to see you. Thank you very much for joining us. The Iranian regime is now also going after banks across the region. They say that the banks in the Middle East that are tied to the U.S. and Israel are going to be under attack. You were born in Iran. Your parents were born in Iran. Your reaction to all of this?
Absolutely. My parents, we had to escape Iran. My father was on the execution list by Khamenei and Khomeini. So, you know, we were saved by America. Unfortunately for my brothers and sisters, 93 million of them in Iran, they've been living in an open-air prison and now an extermination camp. The Iranian people have been hunted for the last 47 years, and now the hunters are being hunted. As you saw, the Basiji forces have been being attacked by the drone forces, by the Israeli and American army. The Iranian people have been told to shelter in place by the Crown Prince, so I'm blessed to be an advisor to for his Iran Prosperity Project. There is a real plan here. There is a plan to wait and shelter, have the Iranian people who came out in droves, millions of them in January, when President Trump said to them, come out in the streets, we have your back, and they did. And they listened to the Crown Prince, who they were calling out by name in the millions. He is the only legitimate leader that can lead Iran to a new future and a new democracy. There's a transitional plan to be had, and the people came out in the streets to support that and his leadership, and they were mowed down by this evil terrorist regime. 43,000 people were killed in 48 hours. That's what stopped the protests, is this genocidal regime that is now attacking its neighbors, attacking banking infrastructure, airports. Imagine if they had a nuclear bomb, they would use it.
Of course, and that's what we're talking about, and that's why President Trump said he had to go in. Now, you just mentioned you're an advisor to the Iranian Prosperity Project, which is run by His Highness and opposition leader, the former Crown Prince, Reza Pahlavi. I want to know your thoughts on whether or not the people are with Reza. He was on with me when he announced that project just days before the strikes began. Watch here.
The first phase is focused on the immediate. What do we need to do in the first 100 days post-regime collapse? Look, we anticipate that as a result of a fundamental change in Iran, this will probably represent...
God did. Bearish control. 150. LOD broke on the video. 3/3 cycle. I'm out of SPY right now. One left in the video right now. I'm targeting 179.69 and I'm fucking done for the day. Almost at fucking $1,000 for the day now. God did. I'm about to go buy a computer this weekend. I'm gonna go buy it today. God did. God did. Those that were here, man, holy shit, crazy work. 5 fucking minutes. Since 140, right? Crazy fucking work. Oh my god. Crazy work. Since fucking 140, right? Crazy fucking work. Crazy fucking work. Oh my god. I ate Nvidia. I ate Nvidia. I ate the fuck out of that video. I ate this bitch for lunch, breakfast, dinner, dessert, all day. God did. Oh! Oh my god, look at the fucking goddamn Nvidia fucking put that I've been fucking re-entering. Oh my god. Time is 1:50. One more red candle, I'm leaving on Nvidia here. Look at this shit. We went from 664 to fucking 660 fucking to imagine that shit on 0DT. Imagine that shit on 0DT. They're cooking fucking bulls like nothing today. Yeah, people start having bad days and they start panicking and start wilding in chat, you're getting fucking muted. Today's not the day to fuck around. The fuck you talking about? What the fuck? Live in reality, folks. Live in reality, folks. Before it's way too fucking late. God did. The fuck? Live in reality before it's way too fucking late. Fuck. Fuck all that. 150. Candle chasing fucking bad. It's like life chasing for fucking delusional fucking false hope bullshit. It's crazy. On top of that fake bullshit. Crazy. And the market doing this shit every fucking day. So best believe, right, there's somebody getting fucking got every fucking day. And best believe there's someone out there fucking making alive and making fucking God did work every fucking day based on setup, based on cycle, based on fucking everything. God did, 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 God did! Belief comes within first. Action comes before fucking belief. People look for fucking belief and then, oh, maybe action. Nah. Not how life works at all. Nah. Living in reality before it's way too fucking late. And time is already fucking right now. The roaring fucking 20s of 2000 fucking 26. Some people don't know. Some people know. I guess that's how it is. Fuck me. I'm okay with it though. That's how it is. That's how it's been. That's how it's been historically.
$1 trillion worth of revenue to the American market in the span of the first 10, 15 years should things change. And there are a lot of Iranian Americans that are representative of various companies from Silicon Valley to other places who are willing to immediately step in and invest billions of dollars into the Iranian economy. And all of that would bring about a very prosperous future for the Iranian people, but also, I think, in the best interest of America. The Iranian people are our true allies and partners. That should be the horse we bet on from now on.
Now, obviously, that would be incredible if you were to get to that point, Shervin. But that was before the what's left of the Iranian leadership named Khomeini's son Mojtaba Khomeini, the leader of the people. What do you know about Khomeini's son?
Mojtaba Khomeini is even more evil than his father. He was in charge of the assassinations, executions, torture, and rape. It's very telling that there's no proof of life. There's a written letter. All signals are pointing that he's either in a coma or dead already, and they're just trying to buy time. As you saw, the Crown Prince has a 175-page plan that we've put together. I have it here with me to reconstruct Iran and make a new Iran that is at peace with its neighbors, at peace with Israel, at peace with America. The Crown Prince has a visionary plan called the Cyrus Accords, which I was lucky to go to Israel and work on and meet the President of Israel with the Crown Prince's team. The Cyrus Accords, we hope to be able to sign in a free Iran at the tomb of Queen Esther, and Purim was just last week. These were stories that my mother raised me with, of Cyrus the Great freeing the Jews 2,500 years ago, Queen Esther securing the freedom and security of the Jews in Iran. In biblical symmetry, 2,500 years later, it's the Jews that are helping free the Iranians from the slavery that they've suffered in for the last 47 years.
Well, it's just incredible what has gone on, what the people have endured.
Launder Dog said, watch this 6580 by close. I thought you were saying watch this because I thought you were saying it's gonna bounce. I was gonna be like, I don't give a fuck, I'm leaving right now, and then it can bounce. But like, yo, I thought Launder Dog was gonna say it was gonna fucking bounce, not fucking go lower than this shit. I'm not gonna lie. Launder Dog said, watch this. That's scary as shit. All right, I'm watching, brother. You take it. You take control, Launder Dog. All right. 6580? Oh my god, Launder Dog, you scaring the shit out of me, brother. You scared the shit out of me right now. I like it. I like it because of Nvidia. But now you're making me fucking hope. So fuck that. I am leaving on Nvidia right now for 25%. Last contract, $640. I'm scared of shit. I'm out. I'm out of everything. I'm done for the day. I'm out. I'm done. I thought he was gonna say he was gonna bounce. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know. He's gonna say fucking lower. I'm out. I am out on Nvidia. Last contract done. 185. Now they can rip this shit up. Let's see. 2 p.m. I would not care. I low-key wanted the market not to rip up because of Nvidia. It hasn't all day, but I mean, now I don't. I thought he was gonna say it was gonna go up. Got this. That's still expecting a big move today? Question mark. I mean, today was not certainly a small move. Yesterday they did a big move too. Up, down, 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 down. But they did up and down, up, down. So that's a huge move. I honestly thought Launder Dog was gonna say it's just gonna bounce a little bit. I honestly think that. Thought it was gonna maybe bounce too, but clearly not right now. Damn. If this shit drops crazy on Nvidia, I'll feel hella FOMO, but it's fine. I'll watch. This is great. I'll watch from here. This is great. Do some calculations. Damn. If Nvidia goes to 179, I'll start crying. Here it goes. Please don't go that easy, fuck. Alright, no, I'm kidding. I don't care. It's a couple of fucking... Maybe would have been a couple of hundred. Maybe would have been like $100 or two. I don't know. Whatever. Alright, now feeling FOMO. It's whatever. Today's Friday. There's 0DT expiring. Friday. It's Friday. It's Friday. No FOMO, bro. Time is 2. Bounce Nvidia. So this is what I love. I would love to see a bounce. 3/3. All right, no. This is the entire day. 3/3. All right, no. This is God bless. God bless. All right, no, never mind. 186. We are at 180. All right, never mind. God bless. Oh my God. Bounce, Nvidia bounce, Nvidia bounce, Nvidia bounce, please, Nvidia bounce, please, Nvidia bounce, please. Don't make me feel bad, please. Please. Does anybody else do this shit? No! It's okay. Time is 2. There's only 2 hours left in the market. Fuck it. I'm not thinking about Costco now. I'm thinking about my computer. I'm thinking about my laptop or whatever. Fuck my computer. All that good stuff. Food and the $200 I'm about to miss out on. It's okay, Nvidia. Fuck you. 180, it's fine. 180.45. I hope Nvidia bounces to 180.182 to buy next week. 180. I don't want to see sub 180 today. Fuck. No. Please, no. Please, not trap it. Not trap the 185. No, please, no. Oh, no. Oh. I have my one eyeball open through my right hand. Please. What the fuck is wrong with me? I held through that shit. Why the fuck would I not hold more? Alright, now, let's see what happens here, though. Now, let's see what the fuck happens here. Please, bounce, please! Let's see what happens here, alright? Oh, shit. Why would I fucking leave right here, though? What the I literally held through all this shit with my one. Please, bounce. I'm done for the day. I don't care what the market does right now. Please bounce. Okay, let's do the last poll of the day, folks. Alright. We are at 663. Who wants to see a fucking nuke into close? Who wants to see lower into close? Let's see. Personal opinion poll only, nothing else. Or fucking personal want poll only. Last poll of the day. Into 4. I just sent the poll. I voted RIP. 2 people voted RIP higher. 3 people voted crash. Counting Lunderdog. 3 people voted RIP. Counting me. 4 people voted crash. Damn. 5 people voted rip up. 4 people voted crash down. Into 4 p.m. close. This is into 4 p.m. close. Just because I fucking left on the video so I don't feel FOMO, I wanted to fucking recover a little bit, and this shit is crazy fucking low. Hellcat says there's a gap at 661 on SPY, so I think it goes a little lower. Are you serious? 661.23? Let's see. If you look at this, it'll tell you if there's a gap or not. SPY USD. QQQ/US. Gap from when? Can you tell us what gap it's from? So we don't have to go all the way fucking back and look. Oh my god, he's right. Wow. I'm pretty sure this is what he's talking about, right? That's crazy. November 21st. Yeah, that's exactly it. Holy shit. That's crazy. Hidden gap. Crazy. Good find, okay. Good find. It was so fucking low down here that I didn't even fucking have it marked. That's crazy. Wow. Good find. Kai says, thank you for the live. Thanks, man. There's no minimized. Oh, gotcha. Ah. This is to be determined into the weekend for sure. Major FOMO on Nvidia, but this is some abnormal things happening. So at this point, from my point of view, I'm happy for the Bury Bears, I guess, intraday. Whatever they're doing today. It's crazy bloody today. Just losing the 0.5 fib. Crazy bloody today on Nvidia. 180. This would have been an amazing exit with everything, but it's just so long. Too much risk, way too close to 4 p.m. close, and way too much time waiting for that. Never even went to VWAP once. Not a single time. This is a rare day. These days really do come in like once or twice a month, or once or twice every 2 months, 3 months. You should never come in actually for a couple of months. This is something. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm gonna let it be into next week. My mental mind says that I hope they recover somehow into Monday and Tuesday, but I feel like they're gonna open down Monday or Tuesday, but I have no interest in terms of what I'm gonna do over the weekend because I wanna have a first of all, I wanna sleep for the first time. So not being any positioned on the market, I think I'll be able to sleep peacefully and then come in over the weekend. So much FOMO looking at the market right now, though. It's 2 hours left. Ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Gotta sometimes let it be and let the cycles create. Ay, ay, ay. XLE green. How's XLF? XLF. Consumer staples is XLP. God. How is Korea doing? Core U. Man, such a big miss on Core U. That's so sad. My life would have changed in literally 1 week. I would have been done for the year on Core U on one night. It's so sad for me. I missed. There's so many things I look back at and I'm like, oh, that could have been, oh, that could have been. But like, honestly, yeah, what's the point? But it's so sad. It's so sad. It's 2:10. I'm thinking about what to go eat now. Just the market close. Hope you guys all eat something delicious tonight. Hope you go eat some nice steak or soup or buffet or something, but I need to go get food. I'm real hungry. I'm thinking about driving really far out to go to a buffet, but you know, the gas is the issue, right? So I either go to a deli that's 3 minutes away and spend $7-9 on a breakfast sandwich, bacon, egg, and cheese, and they make it really good, or I drive 25-30 minutes away and spend $17-20 on a buffet plus $5 on gas. So that's $30 for. Nah, I'll just go get bacon, egg, and cheese. Okay. I just talk to myself sometimes, folks. All right, but yeah, thank you so much for sticking right with me through thick and through is all I can say, because the market has been really, 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 really wild, and all I can say is, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24, 25. There was about 43 days where any day could have been absolutely fucking disastrous or dangerous or scary as shit or fucking, you know, not fun or terrifying or whatever it was. But all I can say was it was absolutely fun. It was absolutely amazing. It was absolutely not fearful. It was absolutely great, scary, and also excitingly amazing at every single fucking point. And all I can say is I remember every single one of these moments, right? No matter what people were saying online, Reddit, oh, going down in intraday, oh, whatever it was, and we were saying BNF, Biberian, Japanese documentary shit, right? But honestly, this is some Biberian Japanese documentary shit, because we were going nowhere for 1 month and the prices started moving overnight too, very fast. That's the same exact shit that happened over in the Biberian BNF documentary. I'll say this, thank you so much for being here. It's been crazy, okay? It's been crazy. It's been fucking crazy every day. All right, thank you so much for being here. All right, everybody, enjoy your day. Enjoy your weekend. I want to finish it off like that. Enjoy your weekend. $2.15. So I said gyro plate. Sounds fire. That does sound fire, bro. Hero.
It's all but disappeared. Crude is now
trading
moving up.
strategies
It
as
was lower. The market
rises
liked it.
War in Iran,
now crude is higher, moving back toward
oil.
We did have a nice.
See, this shit started on day one with people online saying, "Oh, war news, this and that. War news is nothing. It's going to be continuously bullish," and they had no care, cautious, or thought whatsoever, because they're most likely paper trade, faking it, and everything, right? That started with that, and then it happened with, oh, oil, and then, oh, is the war going to continue? Oh, the war's over. Oh, and now here we are, 3 weeks later.
We did have a nice rally at the open. It's all but disappeared. Crude is now moving up. It was lower. The market liked it. Now crude is higher, moving back towards 97 a barrel. Weiss, I mean, this seems pretty obvious at this point.
Reservoir said I'm going to get a QQ10 on Monday. Oh my gosh, are you serious? Reservoir. You're the one that said this, not me, by the way. Did it really do what you said? Oh my god, Reservoir. Reservoir. Right, but didn't you say you were going to do this when it did that on Wednesday? So technically, does this count? You said your bet is still open until yesterday, right? Yesterday it didn't really do it, but now... Reservoir. Oh my gosh.
They're looking for, as long as the Strait of Hormuz remains effectively closed. Despite efforts by members of the administration to ease concerns about that, there are plenty of concerns, and that's why the market looks the way that it does.
Yeah, and that's something you can't spin. If the administration is saying, look, we'll have the Navy escort, you know, it's fine and all this, it's going to open soon. You can't spin it because there are too many pictures of the ships.
I thought we were all talking about that one day thing.
And nothing getting through. And that's what's driving the market at this point, as you point out. Because if you keep oil prices elevated for so long, you have the chance, and you hear the R word more and more, meaning recession of coming through. So my position has been, look, I'm keeping my cash. I don't want to catch a falling knife. I don't know how far it's going to fall.
I hope they recover, man.
Put on one
595 would be nice.
FTAI, which I thought would come down enough.
665 close would be nice.
I'm going to close that trade out probably later today or tomorrow. It's just been,
terrifying
it's been a major loser. So
hope they close at 665 and they are opening at like 666 Monday. Nvidia at like 180, 181.
You know, you see something and say, wow, how can that go down
Probably
another 25%?
But honestly,
and guess what? It's on its way down.
I don't want the fucking market to close down here too much.
Keep your hands in your pockets. You have
Why?
different strategies if you're
if it closes
long-term,
down here too
or
much,
if you're intermediate term, short-term. If
VIX is
you're
probably at
long-term,
30 right
look,
now.
frankly,
Let's see.
any
The
place
VIX
you
is going to
buy,
be crazy
you buy the
spiked
right
into
stocks,
Friday.
they'll be
The
higher
VIX, I'm pretty sure,
in a
is
reasonable
at
time
the
frame.
top of
But if you're a trader or you're focused short or intermediate, then it's not so easy to determine.
I'll just give people one more look. You throw WTI up intraday and then put the S&P intraday back up.
How are they keeping the VIX
it really tells the whole story.
Right now?
I know that we keep mentioning that, but
I thought the VIX would be at like 28, 29 by this.
The market continues to trade. I
Look
thought
at the VIX.
it would be
The VIX itself has been in the
wise,
trend line for the last 3 weeks.
2 weeks almost into this conflict to take a look at what the major averages have done.
I was going to say, like, there's no way this shit doesn't
S&P's down about 5% now. So you're not in a pure 10% correction, but you know,
in the morning and pulled back and then tried going up.
Negative news flow has many on Wall Street thinking that the risks are still decidedly to the downside.
Look at this shit, guys. Look at this.
Goldman's Tony Pasquarello says if there's asymmetry to the S&P, it's more likely towards the downside outcomes than upside. And that suggests local risk reward is not
started. Every fucking month has been literally
How would you assess that, Bryn? It's pretty obvious what you need to keep watching to decide whether this market's going to find a little bit of footing, as we suggest.
Yeah, and I think Tony also so appropriately said time is the enemy around energy prices and the war. So I think all you need to do is look at what energy prices are doing to see what the market's going to do. I think we also have the 200-day moving average for the S&P is 6,600. So we're only about 47 points away from that. I think people will continue to be skittish going into weekends, the longer this lasts. I do think, once again, this crisis is not like Venezuela. The mullahs have been in power for 4 decades. I don't think they're going to leave
I'm doing any sorts of lotto right now.
And so I think that does rightfully have investors nervous that we don't want a long, drawn-out war. And so I do think this is going to continue to dominate not only the headlines, Scott, but just the markets. And so 6,600 seems very plausible. That is somewhat gravity for the market. And so I think investors, should be prepared if we have some more turmoil. That 6,600 is really the next strong support for the S&P.
This shit is fucking crazy. This bitch is fucking 1K
this is a great time to be selling calls. And so I think that's where the premium's high on a lot of names. So you can sit still in your names and sell calls. And that's been a good strategy all year long, and so we'll continue to do that and collect that premium while we have this really elevated volatility.
Went to 1K.
Jimmy, what's your view?
Well, I'm sorry to make it as simple as what we've already said, but it comes down to the Straits of Hormuz. It really is that simple, and nobody knows, certainly not me, when they will open. But I do believe that when you get that announcement, however it comes, maybe it's actual ships flowing, maybe it's, I mean, we really can't rely on the word from the administration. I'm sorry to say that, but we've had too many false starts in that regard. When the market believes that the Straits of Hormuz,
oh my God, foolish fucking call liquidation, crazy. They did this shit yesterday on the
we can't have the Straits of Hormuz closed for a long time and then expect everything will be rosy when they reopen. So as I said yesterday, Scott, it really is in the month of March that we have to resolve this. After that, there is lasting damage. Now, what does lasting damage look like? Well, we're going to be in the pre-announcement season next week. And if you start to see pre-announcements from companies, that will worry us. If you start to think that maybe the earnings might be affected for more than just the first and second quarter, that's the sort of lasting damage that we need to look out for. Again, I think if you get this resolved by the end of March, we should be okay, but a lot of uncertainty here. The market's responding as it should be.
At least 2 more weeks, at least if your timeline plays out of volatility, if nothing else.
Yep.
Kev, so Michael Hartnett of Bank of America today with a headline on his note, Wall Street ominously trading 07-08 analog. Asset performance in 26 is more ominously close to price action seen from mid-07 to mid-08. Oil peaked July 3rd of 08, the same day as the ECB hiked, one of the great policy mistakes of all time. 74 days later, Lehman bust, global financial crisis in full effect as credit trumped oil. Market. Then he finishes with this ominous sort of trading pattern, the analog back to 07-08. I don't know if you want to take a stab at that in the context of how you
look at the motherfucking SPX on Robinhood. I hope you guys understand this is what it fucking means
because
today.
I read the note, and I think that there's similarities that we can find in any disruption. So when you have a geopolitical event like we're seeing in the Middle East, it's easy to make these comparisons. I don't think the backdrop is the same, but I think Jimmy's point is the most important, which is if we can resolve this more quickly, that's going to be a much more
it's too much
runway for the stock market to recover.
Now, does that seem like it's gonna what?
Oh my God, folks!
You guys play probabilities, right? I mean, that's what this whole game's about.
Look at that
it's the probabilities, not the ifs. So there are a lot of ifs. Like if you're saying, well, if this can get resolved quickly, does it seem like it's going to be?
So it's so easy to play political science expert. I'm not. I'm a stock person. So I can look at it and say, I hope that it gets resolved. I don't know. To the point of earnings, we're looking at double-digit earnings expectation for 2026.
And people are fucking
if this oil price stays higher, it affects not just the consumer, but margins, corporations, and ultimately earnings, which is why you said 1 to 2 quarters of guidance. If this gets resolved over the next 2 weeks, I think we can put it in the rearview mirror. If it doesn't, I think we'll need to worry about it. I don't know what the odds are.
You know, it's not only about
3% intraday.
Definitely about probability.
Nvidia down 3% 3 days in a row.
What's the risk? Do I have greater risk
down 3%
to the downside,
fucking 3 days
or do I
in a
have
row?
greater risk to the upside?
Nvidia drop today was even fucking bigger than yesterday. They fucking popped that shit out of Nvidia market open. They trapped that shit out of Nvidia market open. Look at fucking Nvidia right now.
And that's the point.
Fuck!
Because
oh my God, mountain.
About
daily
Hormuz
chart
or
shows
a
we
movement
went
in
to
oil.
182.
That's positive. You're probably going to have a rally rip.
Rally to 185, open to 186, and now
which is why the battle right now is between getting more bearish and what some have called the so-called Trump put. Citi today says investor positioning is becoming more bearish, converging towards levels seen during previous conflicts. However, the de-risking is not yet at extreme levels, suggesting a measured response rather than widespread risk-off positioning. Barclays says investors still believe in the Trump put. Hence, global equities are not down as much as in past oil shocks. Obviously, nervousness is growing by the day, and the longer the Strait stays closed, the more stagflationary markets will turn. But that's the battle, Bryn, right? The battle between growing more bearish and the so-called Trump put, among other things.
Well, we may agree with the Trump put, but do the Iranians? So, I mean, ultimately, China has to step in, what have you. So this is, to me, like the Trump put, I think, is there. We're in the midterms. It already looks like the Republicans are going to lose a lot of seats. We have inflation going higher. And so if you just think about it from a put perspective, we can't have a prolonged war for a bunch of different reasons. But the most important one is just like the U.S. economy does not have the tolerance for that. We need to have oil prices come down and not get embedded in the economy. And so I think the Trump put is there, but I do like to balance myself. Do the Iranians care about that? And to me, when it's like existential, their survival from the leadership perspective, I think that adds just like a wrinkle that's very hard to map out how this actually ends and what does that end actually look like.
That's true, right?
Yeah.
Although, I mean, let's be honest. You know, what is a perhaps fair amount of resistance today by the Iranians may not be tomorrow. We'll have to see how this all plays out. Amid other reports that we've got more apparatus, both human and technological and physical, heading to that region.
Yeah, and if you do put boots on the ground, that extends the conflict, that extends the worry in the market, that extends the concerns of forever war, which I don't think is ever going to be on the table forever war. But, you know, you've got the backdrop then going to Michael Hartnett's note, which I disagree with. This is nothing like 07, 08. But there is an issue. There are headline risks. And by that, I mean that why it's not 07, 08, because the banks are much better now, much better risk managers. They don't have those issues.
I think he's just looking at some of the trading patterns.
Right.
I don't think he's saying that this is another 08.
Yeah.
He's just looking at the way that, oil had moved, how central banks had reacted. We do have meetings next week from not only ours, but European, the ECB. So he's just looking at the way that certain things have traded and different fallouts that have happened. He is not, I don't believe, suggesting we are in another pre-08 crisis position of that magnitude.
Right, but a lot of people read it and they see 07, 08, and that's the biggest fear. But what I'd say is that the headline risk is not just with the Strait. The headline risk is when all these funds stop allowing redemptions. Now, you fund redemption. What these let's just do trading 101 here. You invest in a private credit fund. They then allocate that to loans. So theoretically, all their capital should be in loans, which are illiquid instruments. So when a redemption comes, they borrow money from a bank. Hedge funds, that's what we do. If somebody wants to take some money out, we're in positions. We're not selling, we're buying, we're borrowing until we're ready to sell. So the banks are not giving out that credit. So the headline risk is BlackRock. I'm not saying they'll do it, they won't do it, very well capitalized. But a big name, a brand name like that says no more redemption private credit, then that's when things get really, really ugly.
Well, there is a view as well that the actual fundamentals of private credit are perhaps better than meets the eye, better than what the overall narrative may suggest. Until they're not. Well, of course, with some exceptions. Yeah. No doubt, but there are always some.
No, but I mean, but there are so many private credit funds out there that it's just lunacy. When I say some, I'm comfortable with the big ones. I'm comfortable with the big firms because they have very, very mature risk management. But you've got so many. How many emails do we all get? Let me fund your business, today. So lots have done that. It's ubiquitous. That's the danger.
I'll start as we daily. Even more importantly, they also don't have the ability to build more. That's the most important component I'd like to emphasize today. Soon and very soon, all of Iran's defense companies will be destroyed. For example, as of 2 days ago, Iran's entire ballistic missile production capacity, every company that builds every component of those missiles, has been functionally defeated, destroyed. Buildings, complexes, and factory lines all across Iran destroyed. So we're shooting down and destroying what missiles they still have in stock, but more importantly, ensuring that they have no ability to make more. Their production lines, their military plants, their defense innovation centers defeated. Iran's leadership is in no better shape. Desperate and hiding, they've gone underground, cowering. That's what rats do. We know the new so-called not-so-supreme leader is wounded and likely disfigured. He put out a statement yesterday, a weak one, actually, but there was no voice and there was no video. It was a written statement. He called for unity. Apparently killing tens of thousands of protesters is his kind of unity. Iran has plenty of cameras and plenty of voice recorders. Why a written statement? I think you know why. His father, dead. He's scared, he's injured, he's on the run, and he lacks legitimacy. It's a mess for them. Who's in charge? Iran may not even know. With every passing hour, we know, and we know they know, that the military capabilities of their evil regime are crumbling. They can barely communicate, let alone coordinate. They're confused, and we know it. Our response? We will keep pressing. We will keep pushing, keep advancing. No quarter, no mercy for our enemies. Yet some in this crew, in the press, just can't stop. Allow me to make a few suggestions. People look up at the TV and they see banners, they see headlines. I used to be in that business. And I know that everything is written intentionally. For example, a banner or a headline, Mideast war intensifies, splashing on the screen the last couple of days, alongside visuals of civilian or energy targets that Iran has hit, because that's what they do. What should the banner read instead? How about Iran increasingly desperate? Because they are. They know it, and so do you, if it can be admitted. Or more fake news from CNN. Reports that the Trump administration underestimated the Iran war's impact on the Strait of Hormuz. Patently ridiculous, of course. For decades, Iran has threatened shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. This is always what they do, hold the strait hostage. CNN doesn't think we thought of that. It's a fundamentally unserious report. The sooner David Ellison takes over that network, the better. Another example of a fake headline that I saw yesterday, war widening. Here's a real headline for you for an actual patriotic press. How about Iran shrinking, going underground? You see, Iran's leaders are hiding in bunkers and moving into civilian areas. The only thing that is widening is our advantage. Not to mention our Gulf partners stepping up even more, now going on the offense, and have always been with us on the defense with collective and integrated air defenses. Our will, it is unshakable. Our options, maximized, and our capabilities still building. We're going up, they're going down. As I said from the start, President
more
Trump
like Iran getting his ass
cards.
whooped.
He'll determine the pace, the tempo, and the timing of this conflict. His hand firmly on the wheel, as well as on the throttle setting. America first, peace through strength, in action. From day one, as our nation expects and the President demands, our warriors have fought with lethality, precision, and rapid innovation. In fact, today will be, yet again, the highest volume of strikes that America has put over the skies of Iran and Tehran. The number of sorties, the number of bomber pulses, the
video went way lower. Come up to 181 close.
And quantity has a quality of its own.
It looks sus as shit because they were bearish to the but I mean,
cyber,
until
space, EW,
technically speaking,
UAS,
150 breaks, the bears are fucked.
Blinding, confusing, and deceiving our enemy.
Bulls are fucked today too, all day long. That's for sure.
We know who the good guys are here, and the American people do too.
Let me order food,
and that makes my job simple. I serve God, the troops, the country, the Constitution, and the President of the United States, and answer only to those. All in service of victory on the battlefield and the military objectives that we've laid out from day one.
I get discount.
Defeat the missiles, missile launchers, and defense industrial
A butter
base,
chicken is costing me the same price as
the Navy,
a
and deny Iran the ability to have a nuclear weapon. Clear,
bacon, egg, and cheese.
Decisive.
That is fucked up because of the 25% discount.
And Admiral Cooper knows, the CENTCOM commander who we spent a couple of hours with last night,
butter chicken for $18.
That in pursuit of those objectives, we have his back in every way.
20%.
His commanders know that, and so do the troops in harm's way. Admiral Cooper gets what he needs, the assets, the authorities, the munitions, you name it. We will stop at nothing to win.
Spicy
war is hell.
Butter chicken.
War is chaos.
Order. Fuck it.
And as we saw yesterday,
I'm
with
gonna
the
regret
tragic
this shit
crash
so
of
much.
KC-135
It's so expensive.
tanker,
Fuck, I can get 2 lunches with that.
Bad things can happen. American heroes. All of them.
Whatever, I did good today. Fuck it.
As I have with all of them,
$20.
We will greet those heroes.
Guys, would you guys do it? Would you guys order food for $20, or would you just fucking starve for an hour and 30 minutes and go get food in the market closes?
But war, in this context and in pursuit of peace, is necessary, which is why each day on bended knee we continue to appeal to heaven, to Almighty God's providence, to watch over and give special skill and confidence to our leaders and to our warriors. To those warriors who this nation prays for every single day, I hear from all of you out there who pray for them every day.
The Bulls
Stay
are
on bended
here.
knee and pray for them. I continue to say to them, Godspeed. May the Lord bless you and keep you.
Minutes.
And keep going. Mr. Chairman, over
we
to you.
are in a
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us today. Before I start with an update, I also want to address the tragic loss of our KC-135 refueling aircraft yesterday. The incident occurred over friendly territory in western Iraq while the crew was on a combat mission.
Said, I would
and
wait
again,
and
was not the result, as CENTCOM has said, was not the result of hostile or friendly fire. We're still treating this as an active rescue and recovery operation.
Yeah,
as
$18
CENTCOM announced this morning, 4 airmen have been recovered, and the Air Force and U.S. Central Command will provide updates as information becomes available.
Oh my God, Captain Chaotic! Everybody clap it up for Captain Chaotic. I'm about to go get ribs from Chili's, folks. The Bulls are here. 3-3 breaking out. 2:36, 2:35. Time is 2:30 and 22 seconds. Looking so sus, but trying to break out. John said, is this a government conference or a charge conference?
Airmen, their families, friends, and units in your
That's
thoughts
what people
in
are
the
saying
coming
online
hours
to
and
see
days.
what's going
Our
on
service
with
members
what
make an
Hexet's saying
incredible
these days. They're
sacrifice to
saying a
go
lot of
forward
Christian
and do
stuff.
the things that the nation asks of them.
Oh, God.
It's a reminder
Time
of
is
the true cost of the
here.
dedication and commitment of the Joint
I
Force.
have no idea, but
We're also
240
aware of
now
a
here,
fire
and
on board the
240 is below
USS Gerald R.
235.
Ford. We're thinking about the crew there who are injured in the fire. We believe and hope that everyone will be okay, and we're grateful for that. And for any further questions on that, we'd refer you to
bearish,
NAVCENT
60% bearish because this candle looking
This morning we enter the 13th day of Operation Epic Fury, and we continue to make progress towards our military objectives. As the Secretary said, today will be our heaviest day of kinetic progress across the operating
Time is
area.
already 3.
CENTCOM continues to attack ballistic missile and drone capabilities so that they are no longer a threat to U.S. forces, our bases, or our partners. They're continuing to destroy the Iranian Navy to ensure freedom of navigation, and this means going after Iran's mine-laying capability and destroying their ability to attack commercial vessels. And we're targeting their defense industrial base so they cannot rebuild the capabilities that can harm America's interests or our partners in the future.
This is actually setting
As
up
Admiral
and set
Cooper
up on a lot of shit.
said in his update on Wednesday,
a lot of previous
Iranian
new money
combat
bears,
power
new money
continues
bulls,
to decline
all that good
as
shit
a result
right
of the
now.
continued strikes, as the Secretary talked about. We've attacked over 6,000 targets, and our strike packages continue to launch every hour. And
turn down the news if you're going to talk. I got you. We won't even listen to that news. That news is so long anyway. So unless there's a really good news, I won't turn it on. It's just military update. This is Meta AI model. Yeah, bullshit use. It's my Sprite. We'll watch one more. It says consumer staples will lose pricing as energy costs rise from Hormuz blockage. So I have interest on consumer staples, and I've been having interest for 2 weeks.
High oil prices has been playing a little hide and seek when it comes to consumer staples. Let's bring in Nick Modi. He's RBC co-head of Global Consumer and Retail. Nick, it's good to see you. I mean, you know, the question for the public is, are food prices going up? And from that very simple point of view, what would you say?
Yeah, I would say that if this sustains, they're going to go up. The reality is a lot of these companies have contracts that hedge them effectively 6 to 9 months.
Bullish territory.
You know, if this thing continues to persist and fertilizer costs remain high, and again, like you said, the Middle East is, you know, 35-40%
consumer staples, food,
exports,
beverage, household goods, hygiene
it's
products.
going to cause a problem. Now, the reality is, Kelly,
they are
in the near
considered
term,
defensive investments
the real
with
consumer impact in the U.S. is going to be more about, you know, energy costs going up, right? Because that's more immediate. The consumer feels that right away. You know, home energy bills and gas prices, that is the more immediate issue. Now, if this sustains itself and the costs go up, there's going to be a lot less latitude to take pricing than what we've seen in prior cycles where this has happened.
And I think this is important, which is, you know, there might be some comfort taken in the fact, and we spoke with an analyst about this the other day, who said, look, you're not seeing crop prices go up yet. So right now, unfortunately, the squeeze is on the farmers, for instance. It could end up being on consumer staples companies where, and you see those with them down 5% since the war broke out. If consumers are under pressure, they're buying less, they can't pass along price hikes, even if they do experience them. That seems to be directionally what you're talking about. Who do you think is most vulnerable?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you think about the packaged food stocks, they are certainly in the crosshairs here, mainly because they're feeling the volume pressure already. There is less pricing latitude for them. And so I think that they're probably going to be most at risk.
Bulls are pushing up.
Names that we think are kind of more protected, Primo Brands,
235 high at
U.S. centric
240.
only. In fact, they compete against a lot of imports, right? That are completely domestic produced. So any issues with products getting here from overseas,
like
I think benefits them. It's also a very cheap stock, and they're kind of in the midst of a turnaround, which seems to be going well.
One wrong move,
and then Church
and
and
gets
Dwight is
blown
another
up,
name that we like.
Speaking.
You know, they have a big value end of their portfolio. They've gotten rid of some businesses that have really been a drag on their top line, and they have a lot of dry powder for M&A, which could create
This is a fucking
dried
powder keg.
What is Primo? Is that the protein bar, or am I thinking of the wrong company?
Yeah, no, Primo Brands is the biggest home and office water delivery business. They purchased the Nestle water assets.
It could just be hurting fucking everything at this point too, because it already did the move.
Spring,
like
Saratoga, Mountain Valley.
It's a fucking dried powder
keg. I see. Okay, that's fascinating. So you mentioned from a supply chain perspective, companies that would have exposure to a pressured
Nvidia
consumer,
here at close.
You know, could include Spectrum, Newell Brands, Traeger, Kenvue, Smucker. I mean, I just want you to give a little bit more color on this risk of margin pressure from logistics costs. That's another thing to think about. Could be Reynolds, again, Traeger, Newell, Spectrum. So, you know, there are a few names here, including ones with exposure to the Middle East, like Pepsi, Mondelez, Coke, and Procter & Gamble. So it does sound like if you're in the consumer staples sector, which had been the third best performer in the entire market, more or less until this broke out, does it suddenly go to the bottom of the pack?
Yeah, I mean, look, let's put some context around it. Staples have been a pretty poor performer before coming into this year. They took too much pricing. Volumes really started to lag, and the space has not been a very good place to be investing.
I can't wait to go eat ribs from Chili's now.
When we began the year, this whole concern over the
guys,
AI
where is
trade
better to get
really
ribs, Chili's or Longhorns?
Into defensive spaces. So
I think
the
Chili's
reality
is
is
cheaper.
the sell-off that we've seen in the last week or two has really been kind of the starting point was, I would say, artificially high because the fundamentals have not improved, yet the stocks have
Time is
an incredible start to the year. So the reality for us
the video is actually rising.
Every one of my stocks is going to get impacted.
Actually coming on the video slowly.
Some will be impacted less than others. That's what I highlighted to you earlier. And so it's really going to be kind of a stock picker's game in this sector for this year.
They keep saying that bullshit. The stock picker's fucking game, but like everybody knows that's fucking bullshit. Like, what the fuck are they talking about, bro? Such bullshit.
In Western Iraq while the crew was on a combat mission, and again was not the result, as CENTCOM has said, was not the result of hostile or friendly fire. I ask that we remember our fallen and those participating in the recovery operations to bring home.
Law Underdog said, "You have Texas Roadhouse." I don't think anyone's nearby.
Briefing, Central Command
What's good about Texas
all
Roadhouse?
6 crew members of a U.S. KC-135 Strato tanker that crashed have died. Let's bring in retired Navy Vice Admiral Robert Harward, who led invasions in Afghanistan and Iraq. Sir, welcome to you, and thank you for being here. We obviously mourn the passing of these 6 servicemen. Can you tell us a little bit about this incident?
Well, here's what I will tell you. Our military every day is at hazard. It's a tough profession. It's a lot of operational risk in training and preparation and operations. And apparently this incident, from what I understand, is an accident. There was a mechanical problem or some sort, but it wasn't hostile fire. But it's indicative of the obligation all our servicemen and members take on. They deal in a hostile environment.
Full slabs for $26. I'm going to Texas Roadhouse. Thank you for saying that, bro.
And so I attribute it to this, and my hearts and prayers are with all of them.
You get sirloin and ribs.
Secretary of War described will be the highest volume of strikes on Iran that the military has launched so far. President
Half
Trump
ribs and 8-ounce sirloin for $26.
This was released this morning. This is some of what he said on degrading Iran's weapons.
Man, I can't even eat that much anyway.
We've knocked out most of their missiles. We've knocked out many of their drones. We've knocked out a lot of the manufacturing areas where they manufacture the missiles and now the drones. We're hitting them harder than anybody's been hit since World War II.
How would you, Admiral, describe the current state of this war?
we're going to go after them with everything we have because it's a watershed event, not just because we know they can't have nuclear weapons, not just because they've been threatening and striking us and the GCC, but third,
damn, I get so greedy when I go eat.
With radical Islam.
I always order like $35, $40 worth of food, and I can't even eat fucking half of it. I end up eating so fast, and I get so full, and I have to bring like half of it or a quarter of it home. And I feel like if I buy half of ribs, it's like a waste of fucking money. It's like $6 for like half more. Like, what the fuck is this shit, bro? Why can't half of ribs be $15, huh? 28 for full.
Like, position, and we're going to make sure they do not come back from this.
And as far as the president's goals, there is obviously a political football being thrown around in Washington on whether or not the president can
full rack of ribs? Should I get half rack of ribs and a
don't put boots on the ground? This is the Democrat Senator Blumenthal this morning on that.
What do you guys think I should do? Would you get a full rack of ribs or half of ribs with cactus blossom?
Alone. It has never worked. Most recently in Afghanistan and Iraq, we controlled the airspace. We bombed. And the results speak for themselves. So what I fear is that the objectives, if they maintain them, are achievable only with some presence on the ground.
To the senator, you say what, Admiral?
Well, I see some in the Democratic Party are starting to understand this. This isn't politics anymore. This is national security. I saw an article by David Boyce.
Captain said full rack and bring leftovers home. That's the most economic choice. But has anyone had a cactus blossom? How fire is the cactus blossom? Is it not worth $8? Probably not, right? Because onion rings, like a cactus blossom, calling my name right now.
Not just to us as a country, but to our allies and all in the Western world. It's that significant.
Texas Roadhouse is probably better than
General King
Chili's. I'm 100% going to Texas Roadhouse.
In Iran with new warfare tools. Listen to this, I'll get your reaction.
They fired the first precision strike missiles ever used in combat, reaching deep into enemy territory. They've used Army ATACMS to sink multiple ships, including a submarine. And they've done all of this with the precision and determination that comes from relentless training and trust in each other and in their weapon system.
It ain't super bullish, but the MAC the RSI is in bull territory and is trying to show
our military. And because of that, we've been able to develop the best tools in the inventory that any nation has, and this is a lesson to others who
Resonance said cactus blossom is huge for $8, totally worth it.
The impact on civilians, but to our people, and to wage
so $35 for a cactus blossom and a whole rack of ribs.
So it's a real testament to our whole country.
I'm about to get so full.
Vice Admiral Harwood, good to have you on today, sir. Thank you very much for your time.
I need someone to go eat with me.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
I know it's a waste of money to get a cactus fucking blossom and a rib though. Like, this shit started with a $7 sandwich and turned into a whole ass $35 meal. Like, I don't know about that. Fuck. Yo. Damn.
Video shows NATO air defenses intercepting ballistic missiles fired by Iran. Officials say the missile entered Turkish airspace early this morning before being shot down. Actually, this isn't even.
Yeah, you guys are making me really hungry.
Earlier this week, NATO forces intercepted another Iranian missile headed toward Turkish airspace. No damage was reported
I'm getting itchy.
in either incident. So, Iran now shooting toward Turkey? Wow. This timeline shows the pattern. NATO defenses shot down Iranian missiles on March 4th,
what is this
March 9th, and now today. 3 interceptions in just days. And here is where this is happening. Incirlik Air Base in southern Turkey is one of NATO's most important facilities in the region, hosting U.S. and allied aircraft used for surveillance, logistics, and refueling missions. So we understand why they want to hit it. In focus now, U.S. Ambassador to NATO Matt Whitaker Talk to me about this, because I mean, our neighbors cannot, our NATO members cannot sit
On
the
the dog
sidelines
said free peanuts, free bread, get your full rack of ribs, cacti blossom is fire, but so acidic you won't be hungry after.
Well, many of our NATO allies have already pledged
That
defensive
is a lot of
capabilities.
food.
We've seen a surge
of
naval assets
You know, when I go to
into the
Longhorns,
Eastern
I
Med,
eat 2 breads too.
and really, these interceptions demonstrate that NATO
I think
is
only
ready
Asian
for
people do
this
that. I'm
type
not gonna
of
front,
air
bro. I eat
incursion
2
into
loaves of
NATO
fucking bread.
airspace.
That
And so
big ass
this
fucking
is a
toast
great
by myself.
news story. Obviously, we need to move as fast as possible with the
I'm
commitments
so
that President
greedy
Trump
when it
was
comes
able
to
to
free
get
shit.
at The Hague last year.
Oh my
all
God.
of our allies agreed to spend 5% on their defense, because these are not theoretical issues. These are real
Roy
world
said I'm
issues that
having
are
steak
happening right now.
and a
Yeah,
nice
that's a
glass
good
of
point.
whiskey.
I mean, those conversations and that pressure
homemade
that
steak.
President Trump applied on those NATO members, you're really coming to see that into fruition and the importance of it. Your last quick thought there, and we'll go forward.
Yeah, well, we need more. We need more air defense, more counter drone, and more deep precision strike. But, you know, that's what every day I'm pushing our allies to do here.
Let me ask you this:
Well,
how
President Trump also weighed in
how
on
fall
Russia's
off the
role in
bone
ongoing
is the
conflict?
fall off
Watch
the
this.
bone ribs at Longhorns? All right, or Texas Roadhouse.
Do you think Putin?
That's what I want to
I
know.
think he might be helping him a little bit. Yeah, I guess, and he probably thinks we're
Yo,
helping Ukraine, right?
the blossom, onion blossom ring, cactus
Yeah,
blossom. I ain't no fucking, I ain't no motherfucking, you know what I'm saying? That little camel, that fucking, I'm not a camel, all right?
They do it and we do
I'm
it,
about to
in all
go eat
fairness.
meat. I'm a human. I'm a hunter, hunter-gatherer. I'm about to go eat ribs.
Well, if they're helping them in
They
any
trapped the
meaningful
bears,
way,
though.
it's not very successful, because, you know, we are kicking Iran's butt right now. So ultimately, I think our military, you know, the greatest in the world, is demonstrating how capable we really are. Iran has been completely decimated in the last 13 days.
Iran.
Grieve, obviously, for the soldiers that have given the ultimate sacrifice, and we will forever honor them. But at the
Shit
same
could reject
time,
any
you know,
fucking
President
candle, though,
Trump
'cause
was
in the
right
video
to
it's
take
looking
out
sus.
this regime and their capabilities to make sure that they can't menace the region like they have been for almost 50 years.
What kind of relationship will it take moving forward now to possibly
Red
come back
Promise
to
is
the
the only
table?
hunting you're
I
doing
mean,
is for
I'm
the
curious
bathroom after stuffing your
how
face.
you
You know what's crazy?
simultaneously solve the issue with
Sometimes
Russia,
I
if
eat
you
too
even
fast.
think they
I
might be
do that.
helping Iran at this point. And you make an excellent point. If they are helping, they're not doing a very good job.
A rejection trying. Let's see. No cycle confirmation,
President
nothing.
Trump is a
But
diplomacy-first peacemaker, and it's not until
Captain
he
says
knows
my
there's
son
not a
always
deal to
gets
be
the
made
bone-in
that he
ribeye at
brings
Roadhouse.
kinetic
Love it. But
options
I'm
to the
talking
table,
about the
and whether,
rib.
you
Is
know,
the
that
rib?
the
I
situation we face
you
right
just
now in
said
Iran,
bone
or whether
fall
it is
off
to
the
try to
bone
solve
ribs, right?
the
Is
Russia-Ukraine
the
war.
rib
I mean, there is always
at
the time for peace is
Texas
always
Roadhouse?
now. President Trump is
Fall
always
off
looking
the
for
rib,
a peace deal, but he's
buttered
also
up,
looking for an American
nice and
first peace deal
ribbed
that
up rib.
advantages the United States of
That's the
America and our
question.
people. And so, I mean, I think President Trump and his team, we're going to continue to push American interests, to have our allies take more of the burden and support
so
what we're
bad
doing.
I'm
but
hungry.
at the same time,
255
President Trump is not
rejected
looking
above
for
the
war,
algo,
he's
or
looking for
250
peace,
went above the
but you know
algo
what?
range
We
and
are
rejected
ready
into
at any time,
255
we're
and
demonstrating
255
that
trying
every
to
single day.
bounce. So
I
this
love what you
is
said.
deciding.
The time for peace is always now. We'll get there. Yep, peace through strength.
Nvidia is.
Ambassador Whitaker, great to see you today. Thank you. Be sure to like
David said
and
the ribs
subscribe
are
for all
a
the
hit
Fox
or
News
miss.
latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox 1.
Oh, hell no. Now I'm not so sure. Now I'm not so sure if I want to go spend money on ribs. Why would you say that? Bruh. I'm so hungry. I don't think this shit is normal.
Can lead to asymmetric adversary advantages, significant detriment to the Department of War, and potentially catastrophic risks to the warfighter. Anthropic has been getting backed by major technology companies, namely Microsoft, which is supporting it over its lawsuit against the Trump administration, after the Trump administration labeled Anthropic's model
Captain said not a lot of meat on the ribs.
Risk.
What?
Joining me now is Anthropic's National Security Council member, Josh Hodges. And Josh, it is good to have you this morning. Thank you so much for being here. And I want to talk right at this issue before we get into the broader national security issues, the AI use cases that Anthropic mentioned when it refused to budge on working with the Pentagon because of automated weapons targeting systems that would be removing humans from the kill chain, and what your CEO called mass domestic surveillance technology. This is scary stuff. Can you explain to us what specifically is happening with regard to mass domestic surveillance right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ribs. From the kill chain that you don't want to be
Damn, I'm
near?
fat.
Yeah, Maria. Well, thanks again. First of all, really appreciate you having the opportunity to speak about this incredibly important issue. It's obviously incredibly timely, and it's going to have long-term implications, not just for the immediate future and national security, but for future generations as well. So really appreciate the attention to the issue. And specifically on those two use cases, I want to be really clear. Anthropic is not asking to be in the loop whenever it comes to those kinetic operations. Anthropic has already made a lot of concessions and a lot of forward progress and coming along to where the Department of War would need it to be related to how its model can be used on offensive capabilities, on defensive capabilities. They've loosened some of their UAPs. And at the same time, what they're asking is for the Department of War to maintain a human, a Department of War, someone who's in the Department of War chain of command that answers to the president, answers to the Secretary of War, who can actually, if
Red Plaza said they are talking about building Skynet on the news, and we're all focused on ribs. Ribs is truly a doomed species.
It's for them to, for the Department of War to actually.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Because we're talking about future models right now. That's something that kind of gets overlooked.
What the fuck? What are you talking about Skynet, bro? You think you're John Connor? You think you're John Connor, Red Plaza? Huh?
Anthropic believes they need to test those models, and they need to have a human who's actually responsible
Connor,
for
Red
them
Plaza?
Related to offensive.
If you're John Connor,
related to the domestic spying, this is definitely an issue of concern that conservatives should be paying attention to.
Zoom, zap, zap.
Accurate in that it's not currently using what it can do. AI changes the game here. It really does make it possible for the Department of War in some future administration to have AI trolling American social media, to have America to be trolling rally attendants, to be looking through
what a weird ass cycle
from a veteran perspective or other publicly accessible databases that the department can currently purchase.
Nvidia not going lower.
And make profiles of American citizens. That should be very concerning from a Fourth Amendment perspective. It's something that previously has come up in the last 702 reauthorization debate. And while the Department of War is right, it's currently not doing that, and it is legal for it to do that. There are genuine Fourth Amendment concerns that Congress should be
Let's see a big nuke. Wait, let's see a $2 rip up.
Let's see a $1 rip up. Right now, these are use cases that have not been used so far, but you wanted to ensure that they would not be used. Stay right there. I want to, Josh, go to the Pentagon. They're beginning this press conference. Let's listen in for a few minutes and come right back to you. Hold on. Here's the Department of War Secretary.
Never before has a modern, capable military,
capable American military,
been so quickly destroyed and made combat ineffective.
So quickly destroyed. Devastation.
We said it would not be a fair fight, and it has not been. As I stated during our first press conference on day 2, that was 10 short days ago.
Nah, fuck that. We don't do
fair fights. The combination of the world's 2 most powerful air forces is unprecedented and unbeatable. Between our air force and that of the Israelis, over 15,000 enemy targets have been struck. That's well over 1,000 a day. No other combination of countries in the world can do that. So today, as we speak, we fly over the top of Iran and Tehran. Fighters and bombers all day picking targets as they choose. As our intelligence gets better and better and more refined. Looking up, the IRGC and Iranian regime sees only 2 things on the side of aircraft: the Stars and Stripes and the Star of David. The evil regime's worst nightmare. Iran has no air defenses. Iran has no air force. Iran has no navy. Their missiles, their missile launchers and drones being destroyed or shot out of the sky. Their missile volume is down 90%. Their one-way attack drones yesterday, down 95%. And as the world is seeing, they are exercising sheer desperation.
Reservoir said, but they promised us that it would be over on Monday. Maybe it'll be over this Monday. Maybe it'll be over this Monday. Maybe they were talking about 2 Mondays later.
The world has never seen before. But it's not just that Iran doesn't have
they
a
for sure wasn't talking about last fucking
or that
Monday.
Their entire navy is at the bottom of the Persian Gulf, or their missile force is shrinking daily. Even more importantly, they also don't have the ability to build more. That's the most important component I'd like to emphasize today. Soon and very soon, all of Iran's defense companies will be destroyed. For example, as of 2 days ago, Iran's entire ballistic missile production capacity, every company that builds every component of those missiles has been functionally defeated, destroyed. Buildings, complexes, and factory lines all across Iran destroyed. So we're shooting down and destroying what missiles they still have in stock, but more importantly, ensuring that they have no ability to make more. Their production lines, their military
David
plants,
said maybe Monday,
centers,
but April Monday, so maybe April 1st.
Iran's leadership is in no better shape. Desperate and hiding, they've gone underground, cowering.
Except it's so corny.
We know the new
I hate how he puts so much gel in his hair.
Not so
That's
supreme
the one
leader
thing that makes it fucking
is wounded
corny for me.
And likely disfigured.
I think he could have a really nice, beautiful hair without all the little gel.
But there was no voice and there was no video. It was a written statement. He called for unity. Apparently killing tens of thousands of protesters is his
did go higher since the poll, but now it is...
Iran has plenty of cameras and plenty of voice recorders. Why a written statement?
Everybody fucking stuck.
I think you know why.
Everybody stuck.
His father dead.
Oh my God, everybody's stuck
injured,
now.
He's on the run, and he lacks legitimacy. It's a mess for them. Who's in charge?
Cycle.
Iran may not even know. With every passing hour, we know, and we know they know, that the military capabilities of their evil regime are crumbling. They can barely communicate, let alone coordinate. They're confused, and we know it. Our response, we will keep pressing, we will keep pushing, keep advancing, no quarter, no mercy for our enemies. Yet some in this crew, in the press, just can't stop. Allow me to make a few suggestions. People look up at the TV and they see banners, they see headlines. I used to be in that business, and I know that everything is written intentionally. For example, a banner or a headline, Mideast war intensifies, splashing on the screen.
Has anybody been to PF
We're
Chang's?
listening to the Department of War.
How is that shit?
Pete Hegseth giving us a live briefing from the Pentagon. We're going to get back to that and listen in for any other breaking news. But I am back with Anthropic's National Security Council member, Josh Hodges. And Josh, I want to talk more about these guardrails that need to be in place for AI, because you just made a really important point, and that is that
PF Chang's that place the literal no Asians go.
Anthropic, in terms of budging,
everybody but Asians
on
that
the
want
uses
Asian
for
food
Claude,
go to PF
with the
Chang's.
Pentagon was looking ahead to the potential of perhaps automated weapons targeting systems which remove humans from the kill chain, and the potential for mass domestic surveillance technology. Tell us where things are going with AI with regard to robotics. Is this truly machine versus man? And how soon will this happen, and what are the dangers, Josh?
Yeah, well, thank you, Maria. And first, I want to comment on, I completely agree with the Pentagon's desire to maintain control over operational decisions. Those should stay with the president. They should stay with the Department of War. As you just heard from Secretary Hegseth, the most important priority right now is making sure our warfighters and national security personnel are not deprived of the tools in the middle of a major operations. It's been publicly reported that Claude is helping with the campaign in Iran, and previously it was reported that Claude was involved related to the Maduro raid. Those are two of the largest operations that have happened in recent history, and they've been...
FBI, open up, Claude. How do I go from this building to Maduro's house? Turn left. Walk 5 feet and make a right. Walk 10 feet. Maduro should be on your right, sir. Down, now, 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 boom. FBI, open up! Ayatollah Khomeini, open up! Claude? Help me find the direction, too. Claude is here. What the fuck you talking about, bruh?
Massive success by the administration. And Claude was supportive of those. And so I think when you look at the facts here, Claude is actively working to ensure that our military is more capable, is more lethal, and protected from a national security standpoint. And so
how does our unit move through the jungles here?
And Anthropic wants to continue providing those
fuck
services
are they talking about now,
because
bro?
it cares about America and because it cares about making sure
Claude
that
helped the Maduro raid.
Continues. We also believe that we need to maintain the advantage over our adversaries. Anthropic has made a name for itself across the combatant commands, across the national security teams as a valuable product.
Comes out of
himself has
sometimes.
praised the product. And so
look at this nose cycle fucking down too. What the fuck? The rainbow MACD.
Security community at nominal cost with continuing engineering support for as long as necessary or for as long as they're permitted to do so. They want to continue doing this work. They think it's the right thing to do. They're the only AI company that has put its
what is this on Nvidia too? Rainbow MACD.
Standing up against efforts for China to buy them, to use their models. They've shut them out.
Probably gonna bounce right here, but what is this shit? Just literal nose cycle rainbow after a bounce up to get nowhere.
America first over its bottom line. And so President Trump
Zero DT cycles
it gets us
make
to an
the
America
most and no
first
sense
solution, because
sometimes.
that's genuinely what the company wants as well. And I see you had another question in there about sort of the long-term implications here, and that's absolutely right, because this is not about the models they're using today. This is about the future models that are going to
181.3 Nvidia close.
There was a statement made yesterday by DoD personnel. Department of War
is that too much to ask for?
That Anthropic is potentially hallucinating or sentient, and so we can't really rely on it. I would challenge that and say any AI company that's not actively testing its models and reporting on what it's seen internally should be of concern, because we're talking about future warfighters relying on these technologies. They need to know.
Reservoir said Claude was struggling to produce a simple PowerPoint.
The soldiers are put through immense training.
What was the PowerPoint about?
The long-term aspects of those, know the short range, what the difference, what the variables there are, whether it's an Apache helicopter or a rifle. They know how it's going to malfunction. They know how it could function
is actually trying.
And they know all the different ranges there.
In the middle
it should be no difference with AI that is supporting those capabilities as we're
I just said that shit out of nowhere, but I mean, I don't know.
I mean, somebody made an analogy to me by saying, look, if you go in your backyard and you see a group of Black Hawks, and you throw a rock at one of those Black Hawks, the other Black Crows, if you throw a rock at one of those Black Crows, the other crows are going to remember, and they're going to come and they're going to try to retaliate. Black crows are smart birds. And I wonder about agents. Are they taking on personalities, their own traits that later we're going to be worried about? I really want to understand better what the potential is for these robots that are coming on the scene. I mean, you make all great points, but I also feel like these automated weapons targeting systems where you're removing humans from the kill chain, that is being developed in China right now, our number one adversary. I mean, just the other day, the leader of Germany went to China. They're showing all of these robots dancing. It was like a Broadway show, but it was all robots. We see these military use of AI within China. So that's even scarier than thinking
stop saying Skynet.
Could be happening right now in the U.S.
I love
so give
AI.
Us your sense
I love Jensen Huang.
What is possible with these robots and its use of AI within the military
robots.
and even commercial use, Josh?
I love robots.
Machine versus man environment.
Well, absolutely, and you're absolutely right to point that out. Xi Jinping believes AI dominance is critical for future military and economic power competition, and he's not wrong. There have been numbers of reports on
Terminator 4000. This is not Terminator, bro. Stop saying Skynet, please.
That requires urgent action, not just with nuclear weapons, but on technology front as well. And so the Department of War is
artificial intelligence.
Prioritizing this, and so I applaud them for
software.
This. The
realest watchers of our lives should remember. Everybody say it together. All right, ready? Software. Artificial intelligence.
China started this 15 years ago.
Say it like your
and so
eyes.
we're finally catching up from that aspect. We're still beating them on the innovation front, on the actual implementation. We've got the United States has the best models. And so that's part of the reason I'm speaking today is because we've got one of the top 3 leading countries globally. And right now the Department of War is saying that they don't want to work with them over vibes. And while I understand there's some difficult conversations to be had there, as I pointed out, when I first was talking to the company about working and advising them, I've raised this issue as well. But I do think President Trump is uniquely positioned to get a deal here that is America first, and he can do this. We're in uncharted waters. We have an obligation to get this right for our children and future generations. President Trump's the best negotiator in the world. I'm confident he's the right person to cut through all the noise, cut through the difficulty, look long-term, and find a solution that keeps America first and gets an outcome that provides the best benefit to our soldiers. And right now, Claude is providing the best model for future applications, whether it's on the defense side or the offensive side. And the company has shown they're willing to work to put that situation first. I understand there were some difficult conversations initially that maybe bristled some folks, but the company really does want to do what's good for the United States here. And I'm a
Wayne said it would be cool to have my own R2D2.
The water's edge, and that's what I'm focusing here on is trying to find common ground.
It would be cool to have my own hover pod.
To make a lasting difference.
I agree with you. I want to fly in space.
Well, Josh, you just said a minute ago,
I don't want to wait
if
30
President
years,
Trump
40
were to
years
talk
for
to us at
flying
directly,
Luke Skywalker hovercrafts.
The Department of War Secretary Pete Hegseth made a phone call to your CEO, Dario, and he was in a meeting. And that did not go over well, that he didn't take the call at the time.
All right, guys, let me ask this. Would you want a C-3PO or would you want a R2-D2? All right, guys, this is the last poll of the day. All right. Would you choose a C-3PO or would you choose a R2-D2? A C-3PO, a motherfucking mental deduction bot. R2-D2, a motherfucking mobility, you know what I'm saying, your best friend doggy bot. Do it all.
Yeah, well, first, let me say, I think
I choose R2-D2.
Apologize for that that mishap. The company is growing. It's one that is still, I think, figuring out how to work with the government. And so, look, growing pains are natural. And I think the company, again, if you look at what they've done, not just sort of their words or some of these missteps.
You know, C-3PO is a Tesla bot. I hope you guys know we're getting one soon.
Depending on to look at those actions.
A Tesla bot.
America first, not sort of a mishappened phone call or a statement that was made in kind of the heat of the moment.
Have one standing in the fucking corner now somewhere.
We've got one of the top 3 American AI companies being penalized in an extreme fashion for raising concerns over future capabilities. It's important to keep in mind they're not objecting to current operations or offensive campaigns. When I worked in the first Trump presidency, my core job was working on Venezuela. I was applauding the Maduro raid when it happened. I was extremely excited to find out that Claude was being utilized. And I know other people who were working within the company who felt the same way. And maybe there were people who felt a little bit differently.
That guy's such a capper, bro.
No
How
one
the fuck
objected.
is Claude
And that's something that the CEO has been very clear about. The company is not going to comment on ongoing operations. And I think that's the right model for the company to have.
They're saying this shit as if they're part of the military defense anything. Like, we're not going to comment on any ongoing investigations. We're not going to comment on any ongoing military operations. You're a fucking company that does stupid chatbots, bro.
They're asking for the Department of War to have someone down the road who can do this, and they're asking for the Department of War to work.
Ain't nobody using this shit to catch Maduro, bro. What you talking about? ChatGPT.
Because the laws are
how the fuck do you say where Maduro?
The laws are outdated. It's
Donde estás Maduro?
Well, I mean, it's interesting because this whole standoff
it ain't that hard.
Has also shaken up talent. And we know
Donde
that
estás
AI
Maduro?
Executives, people with AI skill
right
sets
here, boy.
are being highly paid.
Right
and
here,
what
boy.
happened after your standoff with the Defense Department? At
Let's
least
see who
2
comes in,
high-level employees resigned from OpenAI
There's
to
40
work
minutes
with
left.
Anthropic. We spoke with Sarah Fryer, the CFO of
One
OpenAI,
side
the
getting
other day, and she said, look,
burnt.
we found a way to work with the Department of Defense to ensure that any concerns we have, the concerns that you are raising, were actually addressed. So how is it possible that OpenAI was able to agree to certain guardrails in place, but Anthropic wasn't?
Yeah, again, I think this comes down to just needing the conversations to resume where they were. You referenced the phone call that was dropped earlier. I think the two sides are a lot closer to a potential agreement than is currently being admitted. And I think there's a real opportunity here to get an agreement.
It's a good feeling to go into the weekend fucking mega fucking green. It's a good fucking feeling to feel fucking secure in life.
So they can actually get to that agreement. That's, again, an America First agreement.
Okay, real quick before you go, Josh, we have to have a little bit of a conversation about this machine versus man situation that we're seeing. What kind of guardrails are most important to ensure that we are not actually creating a modern-day Terminator here? And I know, some people say, oh, this is, this is over the top in terms of, worries, but it's really not, because if you're worried about creating an agent over the rainbow haywire and go against humanity. I mean, you heard Elon Musk the other day say that by 2040 there will be more robots in this world than there will be humans. So
I dream
so thank you. Every serious AI lab, including the ones DoD currently uses, publishes internal safety research.
Somewhere over the rainbow.
It's not something the Department of War should shy away from. The question I'd be asking is, which model is it being stress tested for future modes?
There's a land that I heard of.
You're absolutely right to be asking these questions because, again, we just don't know how these systems are going to function. Unlike traditional military equipment that's provided,
somewhere over the rainbow sky.
Unintended, and we've seen this with other cyber over the years, the unintended consequences and down the road consequences. Sometimes years later, we learn things like, oh, that we didn't realize that application did this. And so it's really important to have active, ongoing, human in the loop who can monitor this and have the ability to turn it off if necessary. That doesn't mean we can't do AI in Iron Dome. That doesn't mean we can't do incredible offensive systems that are kinetic. That doesn't mean we can't still do all of the things the department wants to do. It just means that we have to have a safety and guardrail in place that's not reliant on a single AI company, but that's leveraging the entire American stack and entire innovation system to the benefit of our warfighter and our national security. And so that's what Anthropic is advocating for. And that's part of the reason I'm looking.
All right, well, we will continue this conversation, Josh.
Somewhere over the rainbow,
because we know that this Anthropic standoff with the Department of War matters, and it matters deeply for the country and the world as well. Thank you very much, Josh.
I appreciate your time, and I just want to reiterate, I genuinely believe President Trump, if he were to talk to the company, he could get an America First solution within the hour. And so really appreciate the time today. Thank you for your attention to this.
Thank you for coming to my concert, folks.
We'll be right back.
Thank you so much for coming to my concert, folks. Woo. Thank you. What a great life to sing and be happy about.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. Now, Meta Platforms is lower today following reports that it could be postponing the release of its AI model Avocado. So joining me now is Sam Vadas, host for Schwab Network, for some more insight into this story. And so, Sam, down 3.5% here.
Yeah.
How significant is this to Meta's overall AI push? As we know, it's been expensive for the company.
It certainly has. And I think the answer to the question is, Jenny, it depends on who you ask, because I did hear a trader on the floor here today who actually holds a position saying, not too worried about this headline. There's lots of negative headlines out there at the moment. The tape is very sensitive. But the way that I would frame this story as an analogy is that you go to the fruit bowl, you pick up the avocado, it's a bit firm, you need to wait until it's a little bit more ripe. That seems to be the story here with this negative news coming from the New York Times, who is reporting this, that they have indeed got this rollout of the new AI model that's been pushed back after performance concerns here. So that's the headline. The timeline here. Looking like it could be at least May from this month, reportedly. It did look like Mark Zuckerberg, who had been really pushing ahead with this, had been targeting for release this month, but now it has been pushed out. And that's, as you say, Jenny, really spending a lot of money on trying to get this cutting-edge technology out there. So it's unlikely that they're going to reportedly hit this deadline here. It now appears that the new model has fallen short of performance of leading AI models, as I heard you before the break, like Google, OpenAI, Anthropic, and internal tests for reasoning, coding, and writing. So perhaps just not up to scratch as they would like yet. Interestingly, the Times does point out that previously it had outperformed Meta's previous AI model. It had performed better than Google's Gemini 2.5 from March, but it has not performed as strongly as Gemini 3 from November. As we know, there's been a lot of praise around Gemini since then, and obviously that has helped Google as well. A lot of praise coming from the likes of very influential people as well. I think it was Mark Benioff who did talk about that too. What's important with this story here, though, Jenny, is how Meta's AI model does perform is what is being very closely watched by the Strait and the market right now. So obviously we've got Google, OpenAI, and Anthropic, which are all regarded as being ahead for now, and that's important also from the perspective as what we've been talking a lot about over the last year, from a perspective of how to attract talent to your product. Because we know that Meta has been growing out this super intelligence team. It's been trying to pluck a lot of top engineers and people from other companies and paying them, attracting them with huge eye-watering salaries. So this news is significant because also we've had Meta's other projects falling short in the past of expectations. You think of Llama 4 and also the metaverse. So I think that's perhaps what's weighing on the stock today, but I would put it into context. All the Mag 7 is lower today. In fact, it's the NASDAQ that is really suffering the most. So I think there are just general concerns around technology for us in this session, Jenny.
Yeah, and I mean, especially when you look at this week, we're down about 4.75% this week, which it's not like we've seen a huge winning week for tech by any means, but there are still some pockets of strength, just not, fortunately, being reflected in Meta shares on a week-to-date basis. But we did also get some reports from Bloomberg of this increased data center spending for Meta. And so how significant is that to this conversation?
I think that's really significant because it's all about the spending and the hidden costs. So Bloomberg's really been looking at the quarterly filings here, and what they've found is how big tech, broadly speaking, a number of companies are actually trying to lock in massive data capacity. And so you've got major cloud companies like your Metas, your Microsofts, your Oracles, your Amazons of the world committing huge amounts of their money to future data center leases. So that's what it's really looking at here. You've got Microsoft and Meta adding about $50 billion in new lease commitments last quarter as they've looked at some of their filings. And across the cloud providers, you're looking at future lease commitments now exceeding $700 billion. And what the Bloomberg report is getting at here is that the costs are mostly hidden for now. So these lease obligations don't actually appear on the balance sheet, and that is because they only appear once the payments actually start. So investors might not actually see the future cost until that burden is actually set in stone. So the spending is obviously being driven by the huge amounts of AI, like the previous story we were talking about. And so all these companies have been really scrambling to bring on more computing capacity to train their models, their AI models. And so, yes, you have these eye-watering sums of Microsoft with $155 billion in future data center lease commitments. You've got Meta with $104 billion. And that just really reflects, I mean, the huge amount of money that is being spent here in order to build out this AI. And Microsoft is ramping back up as well because obviously it had paused some of its data center leasing in much of 2025. Oracle actually has the biggest commitments here. I mean, they've been looking into their numbers as well. $261 billion in future data center lease obligations here. A lot of that is tied to OpenAI. We just heard from Oracle and its earnings just in recent days. Obviously, we know that I believe 60% of that or something, the RPO, is attached to OpenAI, so it's quite significant. But the bottom line here is that, you know, these companies, and Meta included, are spending hundreds of billions of dollars in these data centers on off-balance sheets for now. And I think that is something that's going to be really important for the market to look at as it's not just with AI disruption fears and the valuations here, it's also been about the funding that has been a really big question for these markets this year, Jenny.
Yeah, and I think you're a good call out to Oracle. I mean, I feel like that was, you know, we've had so much news this week. It's hard to keep track of what was what, when what happened, you know, when. And I think that with spending and some of these overall just credit concerns, Oracle to me is like the depiction of that. But Meta also facing, I mean, some severe capex spends. They have to see growth to obviously be able to continue to write this narrative. But so appreciate it, Sam Vadas, host for Schwab Network, for all that breakdown today on Meta platforms, which unfortunately closing out the week on a negative note.
God damn, they break an LOD into close. Oh my God. Oh my God. $30.30. Wow. Fucking bloody Friday. Bloody Friday. What the fuck just happened? Every bounce today fucking absolutely whack-a-mole down. Even the fucking last one into the end of the day. What the whack-a-mole. Literally, I said the MACD is like a rainbow right now. Just so fucking easy whack-a-mole. What the shit? Oh my God. Yeah. The shit Londerdog was talking about did go from 1.5 to like 6.3 or something. That's fire. Saw that. That's fire. To be honest with you, I'm so hungry right now. I wasn't even thinking about those 0DT. I was just watching the video too. Such an easy rainbow. I'm about to peace out, bro. I'm about to go eat. To be honest with y'all, I'm about to leave in 3 minutes and go get food, dude. Starving. I fucking been done earlier in the day. Fuck a lotto. My life, great lotto.
Now, Mike, I keep hearing talk about Karg Island and that we could occupy it. It's the hub of the Iranian oil industry.
That's a crazy nice play, though.
We would cut Iran's money supply, but at the same time, the price of oil would probably go up.
For me. I'm already up for the day.
Are we going to use special forces for Karg Island?
Well, Stuart, if you remember, we were
Nvidia close.
About Karg Island 2 Fridays
Show
ago.
me that fucking the con Nvidia.
You're absolutely
oh my
right.
God, market going that motherfucking
economic jugular for Iran. 90% of their crude exports flow through this island.
Market at that.
So it's an economic center of gravity for Iran, but it also has a significant IRGC Navy presence.
King Kong.
So you are correct in the fact that if there is a campaign similar to Take It Back to the Iraq War, the Al-Fa Peninsula, which we seized in the early days on the push against Saddam. We seized their oil infrastructure. This would be much along the same. Karg also has a strategic presence right there in the Strait of Hormuz, which could be a staging base for our forces. But if a raid is conducted, it would be to eradicate any IRGC Navy, but secure the oil infrastructure for hopefully passing that back to the Iranian people once they take over this regime.
Do you consider it likely?
At this point in the war, given the status of the Strait of Hormuz, which was always a center of gravity, a primary line of operation for us, yes, it is likely.
Nuke.
So here's my premise. I'll do it again. This war will not end unless a free flow of oil goes through the Straits of Hormuz. That's my premise.
LOD never broke. Now nuke it. I would love to see some stupid nuke right
Navy. It wasn't built as a traditional Navy. It was a maritime. I
would really love to see some stupid nuke right here, just so Nvidia doesn't close down at 179.
What people are missing is, yes, the world has definite concerns about the flow of oil, and we will get there.
I'm not
President Trump, Pete Hegseth, they're taking every measure to bring stability and security to that region. But this is hurting, of all countries, China the most. They've lost Venezuelan oil. They've lost Iranian oil. They need the open market oil, and they need it to flow freely.
The objective is not just opening the Straits of Hormuz, but also getting rid of, destroying all of Iran's missiles and drones. I know that they're heavily depleted at the moment, but how long is it going to take to make sure that they've all gone?
Yeah, what I can see today was today is just one of those unusual fucking days to just delete Nvidia calls that they've been cooking for the last couple of fucking days.
So the Strait of Hormuz has always
but yesterday was an unusual day too. So today and yesterday, very unusual, very out of the unexpected to fucking basically cook everything up.
Give the military time. They've destroyed the Navy. They need to hit the coastal defenses or their offensive strike capabilities, and then continue to push further inland on mobile launch sites, underground bunkers that house the drones or ballistic missiles.
I've been talking about the Nvidia shit though,
if not
SPX
days, we've seen
and the
those
fucking 200 Nvidia calls expiring March 20th on my alert room.
And that's what we need. Mike Sarraille, thanks for joining us again.
Monday,
we appreciate
Tuesday.
It. We'll see you soon.
And I was talking about all this shit before even this week played out and as it was playing out, so.
Tech is at a major crossroads, and the biggest bull on the street is back. Dan Ives of Wedbush joins us for a tech check. Dan, great to have you back.
If anybody wants to join the alert room, we still have 2 spots left, $270 for 30 days. We have about 6 or 7 people in the alert room now, but yeah, 2 more people. If you want to take that limited time deal, just message me.
Great to see you, and I think actually we kind of have some matching clothes too, sort of teal.
I always have to wear color when I know you're on, Dan. I have to start by asking for a check on your bullishness here, though, because you've been one of the most outspoken bulls on tech. But since we last spoke, we've seen this war with Iran. We've seen oil pushing toward or above $100 a barrel, and we've had tech stocks continue to be under pressure. Does any of that shake the bull case, Dan?
Look, if this is elongated, prolonged in terms of, as we go into, late April, May, into the summer, okay, then that's something that, could start to dent some of the growth. But for now, I mean, me and you, know each other for years. Like, if I focus just on geopolitical, and that always sort of was the guiding factor to so much of, our bullishness, then we would have not been bullish on tech for most of the last 20 years. So I'm just saying you have to be able to navigate this, that it's ultimately going to be a contained issue. And it's not stopping the AI revolution. I mean, everything we've seen from user conferences the last few weeks to all of our checks, and I think you've seen even on some of the numbers for companies that report, Rubrik, Oracle, to name a few, it's more emboldened in terms of what we see. And I think we'll see similar things in GTC from Nvidia next week.
But can the AI trade power through all of that, or do we need a resolution before we see a turnaround in some of these tech stocks?
You need a resolution. Look, I mean, you need a resolution.
It's a good
call it in the next few weeks. I think if it goes on further than that, I can tell you, being like a future-proof this week, and obviously talking to so many RIAs and and so many retail investors. And very similar to when I talk to institutional investors, if this is something that lasts another few weeks, then all of a sudden goes to Geneva and gets some sort of, negotiation, then I think that's something that's very contained relative to the broader story. But as you've said, look, it's like oil at 100. The jitters was already there in the tech trade, right? I mean, if you think about it, the AI ghost trade, Anthropic, everything we saw in software, too big to fail in terms of OpenAI, circular financing. I mean, that was already kind of going into this. So it's just added, look, it's just a very nervous time. But our bullish stance, like, it's my view, like, stocks make,
Reservoir said, how do I join your room? Just message me on WhatsApp
later
if you're
this
actually
year,
interested.
as long as this, Iran
DM,
conflict or war is contained into the next few weeks.
Okay, outside
well,
of
I'm pretty
that,
sure
though,
people
there's
that
also
want to
some new
join
uncertainty in the AI space with
Anthropic
Anthropic now
get it done.
battling the
Whatever
U.S.
that
government after being labeled this national security supply chain risk.
No doubt.
Do you think that's Anthropic specific, Dan, or does that raise red flags around the AI trade overall?
Look, I think it's Anthropic specific. I also think, it's almost like be careful what you wish for. Because if you think about Anthropic, right? I mean, I almost call it AI alarmist.
We can watch
or
Dan
AI.
Eyes, that's all fun and jokes, all that shit, right? But remember one thing. Remember one thing. What is that one thing? When a man or a woman lacks a deep sense of meaning, they distract themselves with pleasure. I'm going to say that again. When a man or a woman can't find a deep sense of meaning in their lives, they distract themselves with BS, pleasure. That's it. And on that note, we will end the stream right here. Everybody, have a good day. I hope to see you guys, or I will see a lot of my, viewers next week. But have a good day. Thank you so much. Yeah, have a good one. Blackstone said have a good weekend. Time to go set up camp. Yeah, I have to go to a wedding tomorrow. I gotta get ready. Have a good weekend, everybody. Bye-bye.